Section 21 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Metaurus, B.C. 207, by Sir Edward S. Creasy, Part 2. It was in the spring of 207 B.C. that Hasdrubal, after skillfully disentangling himself from the Roman forces in Spain, and after a march conducted with great judgment and little loss through the interior of Gaul and the passes of the Alps, appeared in the country that now is the north of Lombardy, at the head of troops which he had partly brought out of Spain, and partly levied among the Gauls and Ligurians on his way. At this time Hannibal, with his unconquered and seemingly unconquerable army, had been 8 years in Italy, executing with strenuous ferocity the vow of hatred to Rome, which had been sworn by him, while yet a child, at the bidding of his father Hamilcar, who, as he boasted, had trained up his 3 sons, Hannibal, Hasdrubal, and Mago, like 3 lions' whelps, to prey upon the Romans. But Hannibal's latter campaigns had not been signalized by any such great victories as marked the first years of his invasion of Italy. The stern spirit of Roman resolution, ever highest in disaster and danger, had neither bent nor despaired beneath the merciless blows which the dire African dealt her in rapid succession at Trebia, at Thrasymene, and at Cannae. Her population was thinned by repeated slaughter in the field. Poverty and actual scarcity ground down the survivors. Through the fearful ravages which Hannibal's cavalry spread through their cornfields, their pasture lands, and their vineyards, many of her allies went over to the invader's side, and new clouds of foreign war threatened her from Macedonia and Gaul. But Rome receded not. Rich and poor among her citizens vied with each other in devotion to their country. The wealthy placed their stores, and all placed their lives at the state's disposal. And though Hannibal could not be driven out of Italy, though every year brought its sufferings and sacrifices, Rome felt that her constancy had not been exerted in vain. If she was weakened by the continued strife, so was Hannibal also. And it was clear that the unaided resources of his army were unequal to the task of her destruction. The single deerhood could not pull down the quarry which he had so furiously assailed. Rome not only stood fiercely at bay, but had pressed back and gored her antagonist, that still, however, watched her in act to spring. She was weary and bleeding at every pore, and there seemed to be little hope of her escape if the other hound of old Hamilcar's race should come up in time to aid his brother in the death grapple. Hasdrubal had commanded the Carthaginian armies in Spain for some time, with varying but generally unfavorable fortune. He had not the full authority over the Punic forces in that country, which his brother and his father had previously exercised. The faction at Carthage, which was at feud with his family, succeeded in fettering and interfering with his power. and other generals were from time to time sent into Spain, whose errors and misconduct caused the reverse that Hasdrubal met with. This is expressly attested by the Greek historian Polybius, who was the intimate friend of the younger Africanus, and drew his information respecting the Second Punic War from the best possible authorities. Livy gives a long narrative of campaigns between the Roman commanders in Spain and Hasdrubal, which is so palpably deformed by fictions and exaggerations as to be hardly deserving of attention. It is clear that in the year BC 208, at least Hasdrubal outmaneuvered Publius Scipio, who held the command of the Roman forces in Spain, and whose object was to prevent him from passing the Pyrenees and marching upon Italy. Scipio expected that Hasdrubal would attempt the nearest route along the coast of the Mediterranean, and he therefore carefully fortified and guarded the passes of the eastern Pyrenees. But Hasdrubal passed these mountains near their western extremity, and then, with a considerable force of Spanish infantry, with a small number of African troops, with some elephants and much treasure, he marched, not directly toward the coast of the Mediterranean, but in a northeastern line toward the center of Gaul. He halted for the winter in the territory of the Arverni, the modern Auvergne, and conciliated or purchased the goodwill of the Gauls in that region, so far that he not only found friendly winter quarters among them, but great numbers of them enlisted under him, and, on the approach of spring, marched with him to invade Italy. By thus entering Gaul at the southwest, and avoiding its southern maritime districts, Hasdrubal kept the Romans in complete ignorance of his precise operations and movements in that country. All that they knew was that Hasdrubal had baffled Scipio's attempts to detain him in Spain, that he had crossed the Pyrenees with soldiers, elephants, and money, and that he was raising fresh forces among the Gauls. The spring was sure to bring him into Italy, and then would come the real tempest of the war, when from the north and from the south the two Carthaginian armies, each under a son of the thunderbolt, were to gather together around the 7 hills of Rome. In this emergency the Romans looked among themselves earnestly and anxiously for leaders fit to meet the perils of the coming campaign. The Senate recommended the people to elect as one of their consuls Caius Claudius Nero, a patrician of one of the families of the great Claudian house. Nero had served during the preceding years of the war, both against Hannibal in Italy and against Hasdrubal in Spain. But it is remarkable that the histories which we possess record no successes as having been achieved by him, either before or after his great campaign of the Metaurus. It proves much for the sagacity of the leading men of the Senate, that they recognized in Nero the energy and spirit which were required at this crisis, and it is equally creditable to the patriotism of the people that they followed the advice of the Senate by electing a general who had no showy exploits to recommend him to their choice. It was a matter of greater difficulty to find a second consul. The laws required that one consul should be a plebeian, and the plebeian nobility had been fearfully thinned by the events of the war, While the senators anxiously deliberated among themselves what fit colleague for Nero could be nominated at the coming comitia, and sorrowfully recalled the names of Marcellus, Gracchus, and other plebeian generals who were no more, one taciturn and moody old man sat in sullen apathy among the conscript fathers. This was Marcus Livius, who had been consul in the year before the beginning of this war, and had then gained a victory over the Illyrians. After his consulship he had been impeached before the people, on a charge of peculation and unfair division of the spoils among his soldiers. The verdict was unjustly given against him, and the sense of this wrong, and of the indignity thus put upon him, had rankled unceasingly in the bosom of Livius, so that for 8 years after his trial he had lived in seclusion in his country seat, taking no part in any affairs of state. Latterly the censors had compelled him to come to Rome and resume his place in the Senate, where he used to sit gloomily apart, giving only a silent vote. At last an unjust accusation against one of his near kinsmen made him break the silence, and he harangued the house in words of weight and sense, which drew attention to him and taught the senators that a strong spirit dwelt beneath that unimposing exterior. Now, while they were debating on what noble of a plebeian house was fit to assume the perilous honors of the consulate, some of the elder of them looked on Marcus Livius, and remembered that in the very last triumph which had been celebrated in the streets of Rome, this grim old man had sat in the car of victory, and that he had offered the last thanksgiving sacrifice for the success of the Roman arms which had bled before Capitoline Jove. There had been no triumphs since Hannibal came into Italy. The Illyrian campaign of Livius was the last that had been so honored. Perhaps it might be destined for him now to renew the long-interrupted series. The senators resolved that Livius should be put in nomination as consul with Nero. The people were willing to elect him. The only opposition came from himself. He taunted them with their inconsistency in honoring the man who they had convicted of a base crime. "If I am innocent," said he, "why did you place such a stain on me? If I am guilty, why am I more fit for a second consulship than I was for my first one?" The other senators remonstrated with him, urging the example of the great Camillus, who, after an unjust condemnation on a similar charge, both served and saved his country. At last Livius ceased to object, and Caius Claudius Nero and Marcus Livius were chosen consuls of Rome. A quarrel had long existed between the two consuls, and the senators strove to effect a reconciliation between them before the campaign. Here again Livius for a long time obstinately resisted the wish of his fellow senators. He said it was best for the state that he and Nero should continue to hate one another. Each would do his duty better when he knew that he was watched by an enemy in the person of his own colleague. At last the entreaties of the Senate prevailed, and Livius consented to forego the feud, and to cooperate with Nero in preparing for the coming struggle. As soon as the winter snows were thawed, Hasdrubal commenced his march from Auvergne to the Alps. He experienced none of the difficulties which his brother had met with from the mountain tribes. Hannibal's army had been the first body of regular troops that had ever traversed their regions, and as wild animals assail a traveler, the natives rose against it instinctively, in imagined defense of their own habitations, which they supposed to be the objects of Carthaginian ambition. But the fame of war, with which Italy had now been convulsed for 12 years, had penetrated into the Alpine passes, and the mountaineers now understood that a mighty city southward of the Alps was to be attacked by the troops whom they saw marching among them. They now not only opposed no resistance to the passage of Hasdrubal, but many of them, out of love of enterprise and plunder, or allured by the high pay that he offered, took service with him, and thus he advanced upon Italy with an army that gathered strength at every league. It is said also that some of the most important engineering works which Hannibal had constructed were found by Hasdrubal still in existence, and materially favored the speed of his advance. He thus emerged into Italy from the Alpine valleys much sooner than had been anticipated. Many warriors of the Ligurian tribes joined him, and crossing the river Po, he marched down its southern bank to the city of Placentia, which he wished to secure as a base for his future operations. Placentia resisted him as bravely as it had resisted Hannibal 12 years before, and for some time Hasdrubal was occupied with a fruitless siege before its walls. 6 armies were levied for the defense of Italy, when the long-dreaded approach of Hasdrubal was announced. 70,000 Romans served in the 15 legions of which, with an equal number of Italian allies, those armies and the garrisons were composed. Upward of 30,000 more Romans were serving in Sicily, Sardinia, and Spain. The whole number of Roman citizens of an age fit for military duty scarcely exceeded 130,000. The census taken before the commencement of the war had shown a total of 270,000, which had been diminished by more than half during 12 years. These numbers are fearfully emphatic of the extremity to which Rome was reduced, and of her gigantic efforts in that great agony of her fate. Not merely men, but money and military stores were drained to the utmost, and if the armies of that year should be swept off by a repetition of the slaughters of Thrasymene and Cannae, all felt that Rome would cease to exist. Even if the campaign were to be marked by no decisive success on either side, her ruin seemed certain. In South Italy, Hannibal had either detached Rome's allies from her, or had impoverished them by the ravages of his army. If Hasdrubal could have done the same in Upper Italy, if Etruria, Umbria, and northern Latium had either revolted or been laid waste, Rome must have sunk beneath sheer starvation, for the hostile or desolated territory would have yielded no supplies of corn for her population, and money to purchase it from abroad there was none. Instant victory was a matter of life or death. 3 of her 6 armies were ordered to the north, but the first of these was required to overawe the disaffected Etruscan. The second army of the north was pushed forward under Porcius, the praetor, to meet and keep in check the advanced troops of Hasdrubal. while the third, the Grand Army of the North, which was to be under the immediate command of the consul Livius, who had the chief command in all North Italy, advanced more slowly in its support. There were similarly 3 armies in the south, under the orders of the other consul, Claudius Nero. The lot has decided that Livius was to be opposed to Hasdrubal, and Nero should face Hannibal. And when all was ordered as themselves thought best, the 2 consuls went forth from the city, each his several way. The people of Rome were now quite otherwise affected than they had been when L. Aemilius Paulus and C. Terentius Varro were sent against Hannibal. They did no longer take upon them to direct their generals, or bid them dispatch and win the victory betimes, but rather they stood in fear, lest all diligence, wisdom, and valor should prove too little. For since few years had passed wherein one of their generals had not been slain, and since it was manifest that, if either of these present consuls were defeated or put to the worst, the 2 Carthaginians would forthwith join, and make short work with the other, it seemed a greater happiness than could be expected that each of them should return home victor, and come off with honor from such mighty opposition as he was like to find. With extreme difficulty had Rome held up her head ever since the battle of Cannae, though it were so that Hannibal alone, with little help from Carthage, had continued the war in Italy. But there was now arrived another son of Hamilcar, and one that in his present expedition had seemed a man of more sufficiency than Hannibal himself. For whereas in that long and dangerous march through barbarous nations, over great rivers and mountains that were thought unpassable, Hannibal had lost a great part of his army, this Hasdrubal, in the same places, had multiplied his numbers, and gathering the people that he found in the way, descended from the Alps like a rolling snowball, far greater than he came over the Pyrenees at his first setting out of Spain. These considerations and the like, of which fear presented many unto them, caused the people of Rome to wait upon their consuls out of the town, like a pensive train of mourners, thinking upon Marcellus and Crispinus, upon whom, in the like sort, they had given attendance the last year, but so neither of them returned alive from a less dangerous war. Particularly old Q. Fabius gave his accustomed advice to M. Livius, that he should abstain from giving or taking battle until he well understood the enemy's condition. But the consul made him a forward answer, and said that he would fight the very first day, for that he thought it long till he should either recover his honor by victory, or by seeing the overthrow of his own unjust citizens, satisfy himself with the joy of a great, though not an honest, revenge. But his meaning was better than his words. Hannibal at this period occupied with his veteran but much reduced forces the extreme south of Italy. It had not been expected, either by friend or foe, that Hasdrubal would effect his passage of the Alps so early in the year as actually occurred. And even when Hannibal learned that his brother was in Italy and had advanced as far as Placentia, he was obliged to pause for further intelligence before he himself commenced active operations, as he could not tell whether his brother might not be invited into Etruria to aid the party there that was disaffected to Rome, or whether he would march down by the Adriatic Sea, Hannibal led his troops out of their winter quarters in Bruttium and marched northward as far as Canusium. Nero had his headquarters near Venusia with an army which he had increased to 40,000 foot and 2,500 horse, by incorporating under his own command some of the legions which had been intended to act under other generals in the south. There was another Roman army, 20,000 strong, south of Hannibal at Tarentum. The strength of that city secured this Roman force from any attack by Hannibal, and it was a serious matter to march northward and leave it in his rear, free to act against all his depots and allies in the friendly part of Italy, which for the 2 or 3 last campaigns had served him for a base of his operations. Moreover, Nero's army was so strong that Hannibal could not concentrate troops enough to assume the offensive against it, without weakening his garrisons and relinquishing, at least for a time, his grasp upon the southern provinces. To do this before he was certainly informed of his brother's operations would have been a useless sacrifice, as Nero could retreat before him upon the other Roman armies near the capital, and Hannibal knew by experience that a mere advance of his army upon the walls of Rome would have no effect on the fortunes of the war. In the hope, probably, of inducing Nero to follow him and of gaining an opportunity of outmaneuvering the Roman consul and attacking him on his march, Hannibal moved into Lucania, and then back into Apulia. He again marched down into Bruttium, and strengthened that army by a levy of recruits in that district. Nero followed him, but gave him no chance of assailing him at a disadvantage. Some partial encounters seem to have taken place, but the council could not prevent Hannibal's junction with his Bruttian levies, nor could Hannibal gain an opportunity of surprising and crushing the consul. Hannibal returned to his former headquarters at Canusium, and halted there in expectation of further tidings of his brother's movements. Nero also resumed his former position in observation of the Carthaginian army. Meanwhile, Hasdrubal had raised the siege of Placentia, and was advancing toward Ariminum on the Adriatic, and driving before him the Roman army under Porcius. Nor when the consul Livius had come up, and united the second and third armies of the north, could he make head against the invaders. The Romans still fell back before Hasdrubal, beyond Ariminum, beyond the Metaurus, and as far as the little town of Sena to the southeast of that river. Hasdrubal was not unmindful of the necessity of acting in concert with his brother. He sent messengers to Hannibal to announce his own line of march, and to propose that they should unite their armies in South Umbria, and then wheel round against Rome. Those messengers traversed the greater part of Italy in safety, but when close to the object of their mission, were captured by a Roman detachment, and Hasdrubal's letter detailing his whole plan of the campaign was laid not in his brother's hands, but in those of the commander of the Roman armies of the south. Nero saw at once the full importance of the crisis. The 2 sons of Hamilcar were now within 200 miles of each other, and if Rome were to be saved, the brothers must never meet alive. Nero instantly ordered 7,000 picked men, 1,000 being cavalry, to hold themselves in readiness for a secret expedition against one of Hannibal's garrisons, and as soon as night had set in, he hurried forward on his bold enterprise. But he quickly left the southern road toward Lucania, and, wheeling round, pressed northward with the utmost rapidity toward Picenum. He had, during the preceding afternoon, sent messengers to Rome, who were to lay Hasdrubal's letters before the Senate. There was a law forbidding a consul to make war or march his army beyond the limits of the province assigned to him. But in such an emergency Nero did not wait for the permission of the Senate to execute his project, but informed them that he was already on his march to join Livius against Hasdrubal. He advised them to send the 2 legions which formed the home garrison on to Narnia, so as to defend that pass of the Flaminian road against Hasdrubal, in case he should march upon Rome before the consular armies could attack him. They were to supply the place of these 2 legions at Rome by a levy en masse in the city, and by ordering up the reserve legion from Capua. These were his communications to the Senate. He also sent horsemen forward along his line of march, with orders to the local authorities to bring stores of provisions and refreshment of every kind to the roadside, and to have relays of carriages ready for the conveyance of the wearied soldiers. Such were the precautions which he took for accelerating his march. And when he had advanced some little distance from his camp, he briefly informed his soldiers of the real object of their expedition. He told them that never was there a design more seemingly audacious and more really safe. He said he was leading them to a certain victory, for his colleague had an army large enough to balance the enemy already, so that their swords would decisively turn the scale. The very rumor that a fresh consul and a fresh army had come up, when heard on the battlefield, and he would take care that they should not be heard of before they were seen and felt, would settle the business. They would have all the credit of the victory, and of having dealt the final decisive blow. He appealed to the enthusiastic reception which they already met with on their line of march, as a proof and an omen of their good fortune. And indeed their whole path was amid the vows and prayers and praises of their countrymen. The entire population of the districts through which they passed flocked to the roadside to see and bless the deliverers of their country. Food, drink, and refreshments of every kind were eagerly pressed on their acceptance. Each peasant thought a favor was conferred on him if one of Nero's chosen band would accept aught at his hands. The soldiers caught full spirit of their leader. Night and day they marched forward, taking their hurried meals in the ranks, and resting by relay in the wagons, which the zeal of the country people provided, and which followed in the rear of the column. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Battle of Metaurus, BC 207, by Sir Edward S. Creasy. Part 3. Meanwhile at Rome, the news of Nero's expedition had caused the greatest excitement and alarm. All men felt the full audacity of the enterprise, but hesitated what epithet to apply to it. It was evident that Nero's conduct would be judged off by the event, that most unfair criterion, as the Roman historian truly terms it. People reasoned on the perilous state in which Nero had left the rest of his army, without a general and deprived of the core of its strength, in the vicinity of the terrible Hannibal. They speculated on how long it would take Hannibal to pursue and overtake Nero himself and his expeditionary force. They talked over the former disasters of the war and the fall of both the consuls of the last year. All these calamities had come on them, while they had only one Carthaginian general and army to deal with in Italy. Now they had 2 Punic wars at a time. They had 2 Carthaginian armies, they had almost 2 Hannibals in Italy. Hasdrubal was sprung from the same father, trained up in the same hostility to Rome, equally practiced in the battle against their legions, and if the comparative speed and success with which he had crossed the Alps were a fair test, he was even a better general than his brother. With fear for their interpreter of every rumor, they exaggerated the strength of their enemy's forces in every quarter, and criticized and distrusted their own. Fortunately for Rome, while she was thus a prey to terror and anxiety, her consul's nerves were stout and strong, and he resolutely urged on his march toward Senna, where his colleague Livius and the praetor Porcius were encamped, Hasdrubal's army being in position about half a mile to their north. Nero had sent couriers forward to apprise his colleague of his project and of his approach, and by the advice of Livius, Nero so timed his final march as to reach the camp at Senna by night. According to previous arrangement, Nero's men were received silently into the tents of their comrades, each according to his rank. By these means there was no enlargement of the camp that could betray to Hasdrubal the accession of force which the Romans had received. This was considerable, as Nero's numbers had been increased on the march by the volunteers, who offered themselves in crowds, and from whom he selected the most promising men, and especially the veterans of former campaigns. A council of war was held on the morning after his arrival, in which some advised that time should be given for Nero's men to refresh themselves after the fatigue of such a march. But Nero vehemently opposed all delay. "The officer," said he, "who is for giving time to my men here to rest themselves, is for giving time to Hannibal to attack my men, whom I have left in the camp in Apulia. He is for giving time to Hannibal and Hasdrubal to discover my march, and to maneuver for a junction with each other in Cisalpine Gaul at their leisure. We must fight instantly, while both the foe here and the foe in the south are ignorant of our movements. We must destroy this Hasdrubal, and I must be back in Apulia before Hannibal awakes from his torpor." Nero's advice prevailed. It was resolved to fight directly, and before the consuls and praetor left the tent of Livius, the red ensign, which was the signal to prepare for immediate action, was hoisted, and the Romans forthwith drew up in battle array outside the camp. Hasdrubal had been anxious to bring Livius and Porcius to battle, though he had not judged it expedient to attack them in their lines. And now, on hearing that the Romans offered battle, he also drew up his men and advanced toward them. No spy or deserter had informed him of Nero's arrival, nor had he received any direct information that he had more than his old enemies to deal with. But as he rode forward to reconnoiter the Roman line, he thought that their numbers seemed to have increased, and that the armor of them was unusually dull and stained. He noticed also that the horses of some of the cavalry appeared to be rough and out of condition, as if they had just come from a succession of forced marches. So also, though owing to the precaution of Livius, the Roman camp showed no change in size, it had not escaped the quick ear of the Carthaginian general that the trumpet which gave the signal to the Roman legions sounded that morning once oftener than usual, as if directing the troops of some additional superior officer. Hasdrubal, from his Spanish campaigns, was well acquainted with all the sounds and signals of Roman war, and from all that he heard and saw, he felt convinced that both the Roman consuls were before him. In doubt and difficulty as to what might have taken place between the armies of the south, and probably hoping that Hannibal also was approaching, Hasdrubal determined to avoid an encounter with the combined Roman forces, and to endeavor to retreat upon Insubrian Gaul, where he would be in a friendly country, and could endeavor to reopen his communication with his brother. He therefore led his troops back into their camp, and as the Romans did not venture on an assault upon his entrenchments, and Hasdrubal did not choose to commence his retreat in their sight, the day passed away in inaction. At the first watch of the night, Hasdrubal led his men silently out of their camp, and moved northward toward the Metaurus, in the hope of placing that river between himself and the Romans before his retreat was discovered. His guides betrayed him, and having purposely led him away from the part of the river that was fordable, they made their escape in the dark, and left Hasdrubal and his army wandering in confusion along the steep bank, and seeking in vain for a spot where the stream could be safely crossed. At last they halted, and when day dawned on them, Hasdrubal found that a great number of his men, in their fatigue and impatience, had lost all discipline and subordination, and that many of his Gallic auxiliaries had got drunk, and were lying helpless in their quarters. The Roman cavalry was soon seen coming up in pursuit, followed at no great distance by the legions, which marched in readiness for an instant engagement. It was hopeless for Hasdrubal to think of continuing his retreat before them. The prospect of immediate battle might recall the disordered part of his troops to a sense of duty, and revive the instinct of discipline. He therefore ordered his men to prepare for action instantly, and made the best arrangement of them that the nature of the ground would permit. Heron has well described the general appearance of a Carthaginian army. He says, "It was an assemblage of the most opposite races of the human species, from the farthest parts of the globe. Hordes of half-naked Gauls were ranged next to companies of white-clothed Iberians, and savage Ligurians next to the far-travelled Nasimons and Latophagi. Carthaginians and Phoenici Africans formed the center, while innumerable troops of Numidian horsemen taken from all the tribes of the desert swarmed about on unsaddled horses, and formed the wings. The van was composed of Balearic slingers, and the line of colossal elephants with their Ethiopian guides formed, as it were, a chain of moving fortresses before the whole army. Such were the usual materials and arrangements of hosts that fought for Carthage. But the troops under Hasdrubal were not in all respects thus constituted or thus stationed. He seems to have been especially deficient in cavalry, and he had few African troops, though some Carthaginians of high rank were with him. His veteran Spanish infantry, armed with helmets and shields, and short cut-and-thrust swords, were the best part of his army. These and his few Africans he drew up on his right wing under his own personal command. In the center he placed his Ligurian infantry, and on his left wing he placed or retained the Gauls, who were armed with long javelins and with huge broadswords and targets. The rugged nature of the ground in front and on the flank of this part of his line made him hope that the Roman right wing would be unable to come to close quarters with these unserviceable barbarians before he could make some impression with his Spanish veterans on the Roman left. This was the only chance that he had of victory or safety, and he seems to have done everything that good generalship could do to secure it. He placed his elephants in advance of his center and right wing. He had caused the driver of each of them to be provided with a sharp iron spike and a mallet, and had given orders that every beast that became unmanageable and ran back upon his own ranks should be instantly killed by driving the spike into the vertebra at the junction of the head and the spine. Hasdrubal's elephants were 10 in number. We have no trustworthy information as to the amount of his infantry, but it is quite clear that he was greatly outnumbered by the combined Roman forces. The tactics of the Roman legions had not yet acquired that perfection which they received from the military genius of Marius, and which we read of in the first chapter of Gibbon. We possess in that great work an account of the Roman legions at the end of the Commonwealth, and during the early ages of the empire, which those alone can adequately admire who have attempted a similar description. We have also in the 6th and 17th books of Polybius an elaborate discussion on the military system of the Romans in his time, which was not far distant from the time of the Battle of the Metaurus. But the subject is beset with difficulties, and instead of entering into minute but inconclusive details, I would refer to Gibbon's first chapter as serving for a general description of the Roman army in its period of perfection, and remark that the training and armor which the whole legion received in the time of Augustus were 2 centuries earlier only partially introduced. 2 divisions of troops called hastati and principes formed the bulk of each Roman legion in the Second Punic War. Each of these divisions was 1,200 strong. The hastatus and the princeps legionary bore a breastplate or coat of mail, brazen greaves, and a brazen helmet, with a lofty upright crest of scarlet or black feathers. He had a large oblong shield, and as weapons of offense 2 javelins, one of which was light and slender, but the other was a strong and massive weapon, with a shaft about 4 feet long, and an iron head of equal length. The sword was carried on the right thigh, and was a short cut-and-thrust weapon, like that which was used by the Spaniards. Thus armed, the hastati formed the front division of the legion, and the principes the second. Each division was drawn up about 10 deep, a space of 3 feet being allowed between the files, as well as the ranks, so as to give each legionary ample room for the use of his javelins and of his sword and shield. The men in the second rank, did not stand immediately behind those in the first rank, but the files were alternate, like the position of the men on a draft board. This was termed the quincunx order. Niebuhr considers that this arrangement enabled the legion to keep up a shower of javelins on the enemy for some considerable time. He says, "When the first line had hurled its pila, it probably stepped back between those who stood behind it, and 2 steps forward restored the front nearly to its first position, a movement which, on account of the arrangement of the quincunx, could be executed without losing a moment. Thus one line succeeded the other in the front, till it was time to draw the swords. Nay, when it was found expedient, the lines which had already been in the front might repeat this change, since the stores of pila were surely not confined to the 2 which each soldier took with him into battle. The same charge must have taken place in fighting with the sword, which, when the same tactics were adopted on both sides, was anything but a confused melee. On the contrary, it was a series of single combats." He adds that a military man of experience had been consulted by him on the subject, and had given it as his opinion that the change of lines as described above was by no means impracticable, but in the absence of the deafening noise of gunpowder, it cannot have had even any difficulty with well-trained troops. The 3rd Division of the Legion was 600 strong and acted as a reserve. It was always composed of veteran soldiers who were called the Triarii. Their arms were the same as these of the Principes and Hastati, except that each Triarian carried a spear instead of javelins. The rest of the legion consisted of light-armed troops who acted as skirmishers. The cavalry of each legion was at this period about 300 strong. The Italian allies who were attached to the legion seem to have been similarly armed and equipped, but their numerical proportion of cavalry was much larger. Such was the nature of the forces that advanced on the Roman side to the battle of the Metaurus. Nero commanded the right wing, Livius the left, and the praetor Porcius had the command of the center. Both Romans and Carthaginians well understood how much depended upon the fortune of this day, and how little hope of safety there was for the vanquished. Only the Romans herein seem to have had the better in conceit and opinion that they were to fight with men desirous to have fled from them. And according to this presumption came Livius the consul, with a proud bravery, to give charge to the Spaniards and Africans, by whom he was so sharply entertained that the victory seemed very doubtful. The Africans and Spaniards were stout soldiers, and well acquainted with the manner of the Roman fight. The Ligurians also were a hardy nation, and not accustomed to give ground, which they needed the less, or were able now to do, being placed in the midst. Livius, therefore, and Porcius found great opposition, and with great slaughter on both sides prevailed little or nothing. Besides other difficulties, they were exceedingly troubled by the elephants, that break their first ranks and put them in such disorder as the Roman ensigns were driven to fall back. All this while Claudius Nero, laboring in vain against a steep hill, was unable to come to blows with the Gauls that stood opposite him, but out of danger. This made Hasdrubal the more confident, who, seeing his own left wing safe, did the more boldly and fiercely make impression on the other side, upon the left wing of the Romans. But at last Nero, who found that Hasdrubal refused his left wing, and who could not overcome the difficulties of the ground, in the quarter assigned to him, decided the battle by another stroke of that military genius which had inspired his march. Wheeling a brigade of his best men round the rear of the rest of the Roman army, Nero fiercely charged the flank of the Spaniards and Africans. The charge was as successful as it was sudden. Rolled back in disorder upon each other and overwhelmed by numbers, the Spaniards and Ligurians died, fighting gallantly to the last. The Gauls, who had taken little or no part in the strife of the day, were then surrounded and butchered almost without resistance. Hasdrubal, after having, by the confession of his enemies, done all that a general could do, when he saw that the victory was irreparably lost, scorning to survive the gallant host which he had led, and to gratify as a captive Roman cruelty and pride, spurred his horse into the midst of a Roman cohort, and, sword in hand, met the death that was worthy of the son of Hamilcar and the brother of Hannibal. Success the most complete had crowned Nero's enterprise. Returning as rapidly as he had advanced, he was again facing the inactive enemies in the south before they even knew of his march. But he brought with him a ghastly trophy of what he had done. In the true spirit of that savage brutality which deformed the Roman national character, Nero ordered Hasdrubal's head to be flung into his brother's camp. 10 years had passed since Hannibal had last gazed on those features. The sons of Hamilcar had then planned their system of warfare against Rome, which they had so nearly brought to successful accomplishment. Year after year had Hannibal been struggling in Italy, in the hope of one day hailing the arrival of him whom he had left in Spain, and of seeing his brother's eye flush with affection and pride at the junction of their irresistible hosts. He now saw that eye glazed in death, and in the agony of his heart the great Carthaginian groaned aloud that he recognized his country's destiny. Meanwhile, at the tidings of the great battle, Rome at once rose from the thrill of anxiety and terror to the full confidence of triumph. Hannibal might retain his hold on southern Italy for a few years longer, but the imperial city and her allies were no longer in danger from his arms. And after Hannibal's downfall, the great military republic of the ancient world met in her career of conquest no other worthy competitor. Byron had termed Nero's march unequaled, and in the magnitude of its consequences it is so. Viewed only as a military exploit, it remains unparalleled, save by Marlborough's bold march from Flanders to the Danube in the campaign of Blenheim, and perhaps also by the Archduke Charles's lateral march in 1796, by which he overwhelmed the French under Jourdan, and then, driving Moreau through the Black Forest and across the Rhine, for a while freed Germany from her invaders. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 23. Scipio Africanus crushes Hannibal at Zama and subjugates Carthage, BC 202, by Livy, Part 1. Sprung from a colony of Tyre, Carthage, founded about BC 800, rapidly developed, through a wonderful system of colonization, into a dominating power, her rule extending through northwestern Africa and Western Europe. In BC 509, Carthage made her first treaty with Rome, but the rivalry which grew up between the two powers developed into a stubborn contest for the empire of the world, culminating in the 3 Punic Wars. The first of these lasted from BC 264 to 241, the second from BC 218 to 201. In the interval between these 2 wars, Rome acquired the northern part of Italy, whence she sent victorious armies against the barbarians in Gaul. Meanwhile, under Hamilcar Barca, the Carthaginians had effected the conquest of southern Spain, which they reduced to the condition of a dependency. Hamilcar's greater son, Hannibal, was compelled by his father to swear eternal enmity to Rome. Having established the Carthaginian Empire in Spain, at the age of 26 he took the Spanish city of Saguntum, an ally of Rome, and this was the immediate cause of the Second Punic War, which the Romans declared. The passage of the Alps by Hannibal is regarded as one of the greatest military performances in history. He was welcomed by the Gauls as a deliverer, and was soon operating in northern Italy, his appearance there being a complete surprise to the Romans. He won victories over them at the rivers Ticinus and Trebia, BC 218, another in 217 at Lake Trasimenus, a great triumph at Cannae in 216, took Capua in the same year, and wintered there. In 212 captured Tarentum, marched against Rome in 211, and in 203 was recalled to Africa. In the meantime, the Romans had decided to carry the war into Africa, although in 215 they had beaten Hannibal, and in 211 had retaken Capua. Publius Cornelius Scipio, Scipio Africanus Major, in BC 210 to 206 drove the Carthaginians out of Spain. In 205 he was made consul, and the next year invaded Africa. Landing on the coast, he was met by the forces of the Numidian king, who became his allies against Carthage. In 203 he defeated Syphax and Hasdrubal. Hannibal, now having returned to Carthage, he took command of the forces which she opposed to the Roman invaders, but in BC 202 suffered final overthrow at Zama, in the battle that ended the Second Punic War. Livy's account of the closing scenes of that war, which here follows, gives the reader a clear understanding of the sequence and conclusion of the events related. Marcus Servilius and Tiberius Claudius, having assembled the Senate, consulted them respecting the provinces. As both were desirous of having Africa, they wished Italy and Africa to be disposed of by lots. But, principally in consequence of the exertions of Quintus Metellus, Africa was neither assigned to anyone nor withheld. The consuls were ordered to make application to the tribunes of the people, to the effect that, if they thought proper, they should put it to the people to decide whom they wished to conduct the war in Africa. All the tribes nominated Publius Scipio. Nevertheless, the consuls put the province of Africa to the lot, for so the Senate had decreed. Africa fell to the lot of Tiberius Claudius, who was to cross over into Africa with a fleet of 50 ships, all quinqueremes, and have an equal command with Scipio. Marcus Servilius obtained Etruria. Caius Servilius was continued in command in the same province, in case the Senate resolved that the consul should remain at the city. Of the praetors, Marcus Sextus obtained Gaul, which province, together with 2 legions, Publius Quintilius Verus was to deliver to him. Caius Livius obtained Bruttium, with the 2 legions which Publius Sempronius, the proconsul, had commanded the former year. Gnaeus Tremellius had Sicily, and was to receive the province and 2 legions from Publius Villius Tapulus, a praetor of the former year. Villius, as propraetor, was to protect the coast of Sicily with 20 men of war and 1,000 soldiers, and Marcus Pomponius was to convey thence to Rome 1,500 soldiers, with the remaining 20 ships. The city jurisdiction fell to Caius Aurelius Cotta, and the rest of the praetors were continued in command of the respective provinces and armies which they then had. Not more than 16 legions were employed this year in the defense of the empire, and that they might have the gods favorably disposed toward them in all their undertakings and proceedings, it was ordered that the consuls, before they set out to the war, should celebrate those games and sacrifice those victims of the larger sort, which, in the consulate of Marcus Claudius Marcellus and Titus Quinctius, Titus Manlius the dictator had vowed, provided the commonwealth should continue in the same state for the next 5 years. The games were exhibited in the circus during 4 days, and the victims sacrificed to those deities to whom they had been vowed. Meanwhile, hope and anxiety daily and simultaneously increased, nor could the minds of men be brought to any fixed conclusion, whether it was a fit subject for rejoicing that Hannibal had now at length, after the 16th year, departed from Italy and left the Romans in the unmolested possession of it, or whether they had not greater cause to fear from his having transported his army in safety into Africa. They said that the scene of action certainly was changed, but not the danger. That Quintus Fabius, lately deceased, who had foretold how arduous the contest would be, was used to predict, not without good reason, that Hannibal would prove a more formidable enemy in his own country than he had been in a foreign one, and that Scipio would have to encounter, not Syphax, a king of undisciplined barbarians whose armies Statorius, a man little better than a soldier's drudge, was used to lead, nor his father-in-law Hasdrubal, that most fugacious general, nor tumultuary armies hastily collected out of a crowd of half-armed rustics, but Hannibal, born in a manner in the pavilion of his father, that bravest of generals, nurtured and educated in the midst of arms, who served as a soldier formerly when a boy, and became a general when he had scarcely attained the age of manhood, who, having grown old in victory, had filled Spain, Gaul, and Italy, from the Alps to the Strait, with monuments of his vast achievements, who commanded troops who had served as long as he had himself, troops hardened by the endurance of every species of suffering, such as it is scarcely credible that men could have supported, stained 1,000 times with Roman blood, and bearing with them the spoils not only of soldiers but of generals, that many would meet the eyes of Scipio in battle who had with their own hands slain Roman praetors, generals, and consuls, many decorated with crowns in reward for having scaled walls and crossed ramparts, many who had traversed the captured camps and cities of the Romans, that the magistrates of the Roman people had not then so many fasces as Hannibal could have carried before him, having taken them from generals whom he had slain. While their minds were harassed by these apprehensions, their anxiety and fears were further increased from the circumstance that, whereas they had been accustomed to carry on war for several years in different parts of Italy, and within their view, with languid hopes and without the prospect of bringing it to a speedy termination, Scipio and Hannibal had stimulated the minds of all, as generals prepared for a final contest. Even those persons whose confidence in Scipio and hopes of victory were great were affected with anxiety, increasing in proportion as they saw their completion approaching. The state of feeling among the Carthaginians was much the same, for when they turned their eyes on Hannibal and the greatness of his achievements, they repented having solicited peace, but when again they reflected that they had been twice defeated in a pitched battle, that Syphax had been made prisoner, that they had been driven out of Spain and Italy, and that all this had been effected by the valor and conduct of Scipio alone, they regarded him with horror, as a general marked out by destiny and born for their destruction. Hannibal had by this time arrived at Adrumetum, from which place, after employing a few days there in refreshing his soldiers, who had suffered from the motion by sea, he proceeded by forced marches to Zama, roused by the alarming statements of messengers who brought word that all the country around Carthage was filled with armed troops. Zama is distant from Carthage a 5 days' journey. Some spies whom he sent out from this place, being intercepted by the Roman guard and brought before Scipio, he directed that they should be handed over to the military tribunes, and after having been desired fearlessly to survey everything, to be conducted through the camp wherever they chose. Then, asking them whether they had examined everything to their satisfaction, he assigned them an escort and sent them back to Hannibal. Hannibal received none of the circumstances which were reported to him with feelings of joy, for they brought word that, as it happened, Massinissa had joined the enemy that very day with 6,000 infantry and 4,000 horse. But he was principally dispirited by the confidence of his enemy, which doubtless was not conceived without some ground. Accordingly, though he himself was the originator of the war, and by his coming had upset the truce which had been entered into and cut off all hopes of a treaty, yet, concluding that more favorable terms might be obtained if he solicited peace while his strength was unimpaired than when vanquished, he sent a message to Scipio requesting permission to confer with him. Scipio took up his position not far from the city of Narragara, in a situation convenient not only for other purposes, but also because there was a watering place within a dart's throw. Hannibal took possession of an eminence 4 miles thence, safe and convenient in every respect, except that he had a long way to go for water. Here, in the intermediate space, a place was chosen open to view from all sides, that there might be no opportunity for treachery. Their armed attendants having retired to an equal distance, they met, each attended by one interpreter, being the greatest generals not only of their own times, but of any to be found in the records of the times preceding them, and equal to any of the kings or generals of any nation whatever. When they came within sight of each other, they remained silent for a short time, thunderstruck, as it were, with mutual admiration. At length Hannibal thus began: "Since fate hath so ordained it that I, who was the first to wage war upon the Romans, and who have so often had victory almost within my reach, should voluntarily come to sue for peace, I rejoice that it is you, above all others, from whom it is my lot to solicit it. To you also, amid the many distinguished events of your life, it will not be esteemed one of the least glorious that Hannibal, to whom the gods had so often granted victory over the Roman generals, should have yielded to you, and that you should have put an end to this war, which has been rendered remarkable by your calamities, before it was by ours. Peace is proposed at a time when you have the advantage. We who negotiate it are the persons whom it most concerns to obtain it, and we are persons whose arrangements, be they what they will, our states will ratify. You have recovered Spain, which had been lost, after driving thence 4 Carthaginian armies. When elected consul, though all others wanted courage to defend Italy, you crossed over into Africa, where having cut to pieces 2 armies, having at once captured and burnt 2 camps in the same hour, having made prisoner Syphax, a most powerful king, and seized so many towns of his dominions and so many of ours, you have dragged me from Italy, the possession of which I had firmly held for now 16 years. While your affairs are in a favorable and ours in a dubious state, you would derive honor and splendor from granting peace, while to us, who solicit it, it would be considered as necessary rather than honorable. It is indeed the right of him who grants, and not of him who solicits it, to dictate the terms of peace, but perhaps we may not be unworthy to impose upon ourselves the fine. We do not refuse that all those possessions on account of which the war was begun should be yours. Sicily, Sardinia, Spain, with all the islands lying in any part of the sea, between Africa and Italy. Let us Carthaginians, confined within the shores of Africa, behold you, since such is the pleasure of the gods, extending your empire over foreign nations both by sea and land. I cannot deny that you have reason to suspect the Carthaginian faith, in consequence of their insincerity lately in soliciting a peace and while awaiting the decision. The sincerity with which a peace will be observed depends much, Scipio, on the person by whom it is sought. Your Senate, as I hear, refused to grant a peace in some measure because the deputies were deficient in respectability. It is I, Hannibal, who now solicit peace, who would neither ask for it unless I believed it expedient, nor will I fail to observe it for the same reason of expedience, on account of which I have solicited it. And in the same manner as I, because the war was commenced by me, brought it to pass that no one regretted it till the gods began to regard me with displeasure, so will I also exert myself that no one may regret the peace procured by my means. In answer to these things, the Roman general spoke nearly to the following effect. I was aware that it was in consequence of the expectation of your arrival that the Carthaginians violated the existing faith of the truce and broke off all hope of a peace. Nor indeed do you conceal the fact, inasmuch as you artfully withdraw from the former conditions of peace every concession except what relates to those things which have for a long time been in our own power. But as it is your object that your countrymen should be sensible how great a burden they are relieved from by your means, so it is incumbent upon me to endeavor that they may not receive, as the reward for their perfidy, the concessions which they formerly stipulated, by expunging them now from the conditions of the peace. Though you do not deserve to be allowed the same conditions as before, you now request even to be benefited by your treachery. Neither did our fathers first make war respecting Sicily, nor did we respecting Spain. In the former case, the danger which threatened our allies the Mamertines, and in the present the destruction of Saguntum, girded us with just and pious arms. That you were the aggressors, both you yourselves confess, and the gods are witnesses, who determined the issue of the former war, and who are now determining and will determine the issue of the present according to right and justice. As to myself, I am not forgetful of the instability of human affairs, but consider the influence of fortune, and am well aware that all our measures are liable to 1,000 casualties. But as I should acknowledge that my conduct would savor of insolence and oppression if I rejected you on your coming in person to solicit peace, before I crossed over into Africa, you voluntarily retiring from Italy, and after you had embarked your troops, so now, when I have dragged you into Africa almost by manual force, notwithstanding your resistance and evasions, I am not bound to treat you with any respect. Wherefore, if in addition to those stipulations on which it was considered that a peace would at that time have been agreed upon, and what they are you are informed, a compensation is proposed for having seized our ships together with their stores during a truce, and for the violence offered to our ambassadors, I shall then have matter to lay before my council. But if these things also appear oppressive, prepare for war, since you could not brook the conditions of peace. Thus, without effecting an accommodation, when they had returned from the conference to their armies, they informed them that words had been bandied to no purpose, that the question must be decided by arms, and that they must accept that fortune which the gods assigned to them. When they had arrived at their camps, they both issued orders that their soldiers should get their arms in readiness and prepare their minds for the final contest, in which, if fortune should favor them, they would continue victorious, not for a single day, but forever. Before tomorrow night, they said, they would know whether Rome or Carthage should give laws to the world, and that neither Africa nor Italy, but the whole world, would be the prize of victory, that the dangers which threatened those who had the misfortune to be defeated were proportioned to the rewards of the victors. For the Romans had not any place of refuge in an unknown and foreign land, and immediate destruction seemed to await Carthage if the troops which formed her last reliance were defeated. To this important contest, the day following, two generals, by far the most renowned of any, and belonging to two of the most powerful nations in the world, advanced either to crown or overthrow on that day the many honors they had previously acquired. Scipio drew up his troops, posting the Hastati in front, the Principes behind them, and closing his rear line with the triarii. He did not draw up his cohorts in close order, but each before their respective standards, placing the companies at some distance from each other, so as to leave a space through which the elephants of the enemy passing might not at all break their ranks. Laelius, whom he had employed before as lieutenant general, but this year as quaestor, by special appointment, according to a decree of the Senate, he posted with the Italian cavalry in the left wing, Massinissa and the Numidians in the right. The open spaces between the companies of those in the van he filled with velites, which then formed the Roman light-armed troops, with an injunction that on the charge of the elephants they should either retire behind the files, which extended in a right line, or, running to the right and left and placing themselves by the side of those in the van, afford a passage by which the elephants might rush in between weapons on both sides. Hannibal, in order to terrify the enemy, drew up his elephants in front, and he had 80 of them, being more than he had ever had in any battle. Behind these his Ligurian and Gallic auxiliaries, with Bulgarians and Moors intermixed. In the second line he placed the Carthaginians, Africans, and a legion of Macedonians. Then, leaving a moderate interval, he formed a reserve of Italian troops, consisting principally of Bruttians, more of whom had followed him on his departure from Italy by compulsion and necessity than by choice. His cavalry also he placed in the wings, the Carthaginian occupying the right, the Numidian the left. Various were the means of exhortation employed in an army consisting of a mixture of so many different kinds of men differing in language, customs, laws, arms, dress, and appearance, and in the motives for serving. To the auxiliaries, the prospect both of their present pay and many times more from the spoils was held out. The Gauls were stimulated by their peculiar and inherent animosity against the Romans. To the Ligurians, the hope was held out of enjoying the fertile plains of Italy and quitting their rugged mountains if victorious. The Moors and Numidians were terrified with subjection to the government of Massinissa, which he would exercise with despotic severity. Different grounds of hope and fear were represented to different persons. The view of the Carthaginians was directed to the walls of their city, their household gods, the sepulchres of their ancestors, their children and parents, and their trembling wives. They were told that either the destruction of their city and slavery or the empire of the world awaited them, that there was nothing intermediate which they could hope for or fear. While the general was thus busily employed among the Carthaginians, and the captains of the respective nations among their countrymen, most of them employing interpreters among troops intermixed with those of different nations, the trumpets and cornets of the Romans sounded, and such a clamor arose that the elephants, especially those in the left wing, turned round upon their own party, the Moors and Numidians. Massinissa had no difficulty in increasing the alarm of the terrified enemy, and deprived them of the aid of their cavalry in that wing. A few, however, of the beasts which were driven against the enemy, and were not turned back through fear, made great havoc among the ranks of the velites, though not without receiving many wounds themselves. For when the velites, retiring to the companies, had made way for the elephants, that they might not be trampled down, they discharged their darts at them, exposed as they were to wounds on both sides, those in the van also keeping up a continual discharge of javelins, until driven out of the Roman line by the weapons, which fell upon them from all quarters. These elephants also put to flight even the cavalry of the Carthaginians posted in their right wing. Laelius, when he saw the enemy in disorder, struck additional terror into them in their confusion. The Carthaginian line was deprived of the cavalry on both sides, when the infantry, who were now not a match for the Romans in confidence or strength, engaged. In addition to this, there was one circumstance, trifling in itself, but at the same time producing important consequences in the action. On the part of the Romans, the shout was uniform, and on that account louder and more terrific, while the voices of the enemy, consisting as they did of many nations of different languages, were dissonant. The Romans used the stationary kind of fight, pressing upon the enemy with their own weight and that of their arms. But on the other side there was more of skirmishing and rapid movement than force. Accordingly, on the first charge, the Romans immediately drove back the line of their opponents, then pushing them with their elbows and the bosses of their shields, and pressing forward into the places from which they had pushed them. They advanced a considerable space, as though there had been no one to resist them, those who formed the rear urging forward those in front when they perceived the line of the enemy giving way, which circumstance itself gave great additional force in repelling them. On the side of the enemy, the second line, consisting of the Africans and Carthaginians, were so far from supporting the first line when giving ground, that on the contrary they even retired, lest their enemy, by slaying those who made a firm resistance, should penetrate to themselves also. Accordingly the auxiliaries suddenly turned their backs, and facing about upon their own party, fled, some of them into the second line, while others slew those who did not receive them into their ranks, since before they did not support them, and now refused to receive them. And now there were, in a manner, two contests going on together, the Carthaginians being compelled to fight at once with the enemy and with their own party. Not even then, however, did they receive into their line the terrified and exasperated troops, but, closing their ranks, drove them out of the scene of action to the wings and the surrounding plain, lest they should mingle these soldiers, terrified with defeat and wounds, with that part of their line which was firm and fresh. But such a heap of men and arms had filled the space in which the auxiliaries a little while ago had stood, that it was almost more difficult to pass through it than through a close line of troops. The spearmen, therefore, who formed the front line, pursuing the enemy as each could find a way through the heap of arms and men and streams of blood, threw into complete disorder the battalions and companies. The standards also of the Principes had begun to waver when they saw the line before them driven from their ground. Scipio, perceiving this, promptly ordered the signal to be given for the spearmen to retreat, and having taken his wounded into the rear, brought the Principes and Triarii to the wings, in order that the line of spearmen in the center might be more strong and secure. Thus a fresh and renewed battle commenced, inasmuch as they had penetrated to their real antagonists, men equal to them in the nature of their arms, in their experience in war, in the fame of their achievements, and the greatness of their hopes and fears. But the Romans were superior both in numbers and courage, for they had now routed both the cavalry and the elephants, and, having already defeated the front line, were fighting against the second. Laelius and Massinissa, who had pursued the routed cavalry through a considerable space, returning very opportunely, charged the rear of the enemy's line. This attack of the cavalry at length routed them. Many of them, being surrounded, were slain in the field, and many, dispersed in flight through the open plain around, were slain on all hands, as the cavalry were in possession of every part. Of the Carthaginians and their allies, above 20,000 were slain on that day. About an equal number were captured, with 133 military standards and 11 elephants. Of the victors, as many as 2,000 fell. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Fahey, Fairfield, Connecticut. The Great Events by Famous Historians. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 24. Scipio Africanus crushes Hannibal at Zama and subjugates Carthage, BC 202, by Livy, Part 2. Hannibal, slipping off during the confusion with a few horsemen, came to Adrumetum, not quitting the field till he had tried every expedient both in the battle and before the engagement, having, according to the admission of Scipio and everyone skilled in military science, acquired the fame of having marshaled his troops on that day with singular judgment. He placed his elephants in the front, in order that their desultory attack and insupportable violence might prevent the Romans from following their standards and preserving their ranks, on which they placed their principal dependence. Then he posted his auxiliaries before the line of Carthaginians, in order that men who were made up of the refuse of all nations, and who were not bound by honor but by gain, might not have any retreat open to them in case they fled, at the same time that the first ardor and impetuosity might be exhausted upon them, and, if they could render no other service, that the weapons of the enemy might be blunted in wounding them. Next he placed the Carthaginian and African soldiers, on whom he placed all his hopes, in order that, being equal to the enemy in every other respect, they might have the advantage of them, inasmuch as, being fresh and unimpaired in strength themselves, they would fight with those who were fatigued and wounded. The Italians he removed into the rear, separating them also by an intervening space, as he knew not with certainty whether they were friends or enemies. Hannibal, after performing this as it were his last work of valor, fled to Adrumetum, whence, having been summoned to Carthage, he returned thither in the 36th year after he had left it when a boy, and confessed in the Senate house that he was defeated, not only in the battle, but in the war, and that there was no hope of safety in anything but in obtaining peace. Immediately after the battle, Scipio, having taken and plundered the enemy's camp, returned to the sea and his ships with an immense booty, news having reached him that Publius Lentulus had arrived at Utica with 50 men of war and 100 transports laden with every kind of stores. Concluding that he ought to bring before Carthage everything which could increase the consternation already existing there, after sending Laelius to Rome to report his victory, he ordered Gnaeus Octavius to conduct the legions thither by land, and setting out himself from Utica with the fresh fleet of Lentulus added to his former one, made for the harbor of Carthage. When he had arrived within a short distance, he was met by a Carthaginian ship decked with fillets and branches of olive. There were 10 deputies, the leading men in the state, sent at the instance of Hannibal to solicit peace, to whom, when they had come up to the stern of the general's ship, holding out the badges of suppliants, entreating and imploring the protection and compassion of Scipio, the only answer given was that they must come to Tunis, to which place he would move his camp. After taking a view of the site of Carthage, not so much for the sake of acquainting himself with it for any present object as to dispirit the enemy, he returned to Utica, having recalled Octavius to the same place. As they were proceeding thence to Tunis, they received intelligence that Vermina, the son of Syphax, with a greater number of horse than foot, was coming to the assistance of the Carthaginians. A part of his infantry with all the cavalry having attacked them on their march on the first day of the Saturnalia, routed the Numidians with little opposition, and as every way by which they could escape in flight was blocked up, for the cavalry surrounded them on all sides, 15,000 men were slain, 1,200 were taken alive, with 1,500 Numidian horses and 72 military standards. The prince himself fled from the field with a few attendants during the confusion. The camp was then pitched near Tunis in the same place as before, and 30 ambassadors came to Scipio from Carthage. These behaved in a manner even more calculated to excite compassion than the former, in proportion as their situation was more pressing. But from the recollection of their recent perfidy, they were heard with considerably less pity. In the council, though all were impelled by just resentment to demolish Carthage, yet, when they reflected upon the magnitude of the undertaking and the length of time which would be consumed in the siege of so well fortified and strong a city, while Scipio himself was uneasy in consequence of the expectation of a successor, who would come in for the glory of having terminated the war, though it was accomplished already by the exertions and danger of another, the minds of all were inclined to peace. The next day the ambassadors being called in again, and with many rebukes of their perfidy, warned that instructed by so many disasters they would at length believe in the existence of the gods, and the obligation of an oath, these conditions of the peace were stated to them: that they should enjoy their liberty and live under their own laws, that they should possess such cities and territories as they had enjoyed before the war and with the same boundaries, and that the Romans should on that day desist from devastation, that they should restore to the Romans all deserters and fugitives, giving up all their ships of war except 10 triremes, with such tamed elephants as they had, and that they should not tame any more, that they should not carry on war in or out of Africa without the permission of the Roman people, that they should make restitution to Massinissa and form a league with him, that they should furnish corn and pay for the auxiliaries until the ambassadors had returned from Rome, that they should pay 10,000 talents of silver in equal annual installments distributed over 50 years, that they should give 100 hostages, according to the pleasure of Scipio, not younger than 14 nor older than 30, that he would grant them a truce on condition that the transports, together with their cargoes, which had been seized during the former truce, were restored. Otherwise they would have no truce nor any hope of a peace. When the ambassadors who were ordered to bear these conditions home reported them in an assembly, and Gisco had stood forth to dissuade them from the terms, and was being listened to by the multitude, who were at once indisposed for peace and unfit for war, Hannibal, indignant that such language should be held and listened to at such a juncture, laid hold of Gisco with his own hand and dragged him from his elevated position. This unusual sight in a free state having raised a murmur among the people, the soldier, disconcerted at the liberties which the citizens took, thus addressed them: "Having left you when 9 years old, I have returned after a lapse of 36 years. I flatter myself I am well acquainted with the qualifications of a soldier, having been instructed in them from my childhood, sometimes by my own situation and sometimes by that of my country. The privileges, the laws, and customs of the city and the forum you ought to teach me." Having thus apologized for his indiscretion, he discoursed largely concerning the peace, showing how inoppressive the terms were and how necessary it was. The greatest difficulty was that of the ships which had been seized during the truce. Nothing was to be found except the ships themselves, nor was it easy to collect the property, because those who were charged with having it were opposed to the peace. It was resolved that the ships should be restored, and that the men, at least, should be looked up, and as to whatever else was missing, that it should be left to Scipio to put a value upon it, and that the Carthaginians should make compensation accordingly in money. There are those who say that Hannibal went from the field of battle to the seacoast, whence he immediately sailed in a ship, which he had ready for the purpose, to King Antiochus, and that when Scipio demanded above everything that Hannibal should be given up to him, answer was made that Hannibal was not in Africa. After the ambassadors returned to Scipio, the quaestors were ordered to give in an account made out from the public registers of the public property which had been in the ships, and the owners to make a return of the private property. For the amount of the value, 25,000 pounds of silver were required to be paid down, and a truce for 3 months was granted to the Carthaginians. It was added that during the time of the truce they should not send ambassadors anywhere else than to Rome, and that whatever ambassadors came to Carthage, they should not dismiss them before informing the Roman general who they were and what they sought. With the Carthaginian ambassadors, Lucius Veturius Philo, Marcus Marcius Ralla, and Lucius Scipio, brother of the general, were sent to Rome. The Roman, together with the Carthaginian ambassadors, having arrived at Rome from Africa, the Senate was assembled at the Temple of Bellona, when Lucius Veturius Philo stated, to the great joy of the Senate, that a battle had been fought with Hannibal, which was decisive of the fate of the Carthaginians, and that a period was at length put to that calamitous war. He added what formed a small accession to their successes, that Vermina, the son of Syphax, had been vanquished. He was then ordered to go forth to the public assembly and impart the joyful tidings to the people. Then, a thanksgiving having been appointed, all the temples in the city were thrown open, and supplications for 3 days were decreed. Publius Scipio was continued in command in the province of Africa with the armies which he then had. The Carthaginian ambassadors were called before the Senate. On observing their ages and dignified appearance, for they were by far the first men of the state, all promptly declared their conviction that now they were sincere in their desire to effect a peace. Hasdrubal, however, surnamed by his countrymen Hydas, who had invariably recommended peace and was opposed to the Barcine faction, was regarded with greater interest than the rest. On these accounts, the greater weight was attached to him when transferring the blame of the war from the state at large to the cupidity of a few. After a speech of varied character, in which he sometimes refuted the charges which had been brought, at other times admitted some, lest by imprudently denying what was manifestly true, their forgiveness might be the more difficult. And then, even admonishing the conscript fathers to be guided by the rules of decorum and moderation in their prosperity, he said that if the Carthaginians had listened to himself and Hanno, and had been disposed to make a proper use of circumstances, they would themselves have dictated the terms of peace, instead of begging it as they now did. That it rarely happened that good fortune and a sound judgment were bestowed upon men at the same time. That the Roman people were therefore invincible, because when successful they forgot not the maxims of wisdom and prudence, and indeed it would have been matter of astonishment did they act otherwise. That those persons to whom success was a new and uncommon thing proceeded to a pitch of madness in their ungoverned transports in consequence of their not being accustomed to it. That to the Roman people the joy arising from victory was a matter of common occurrence, and was now almost become old-fashioned. That they had extended their empire more by sparing the vanquished than by conquering. The language employed by the others was of a nature more calculated to excite compassion. They represented from what a height of power the Carthaginian affairs had fallen. That nothing besides the walls of Carthage remained to those who a little time ago held almost the whole world in subjection by their arms. That shut up within these, they could see nothing anywhere on sea or land which owned their authority. That they would retain possession of their city itself and their household gods only in case the Roman people should refrain from venting their indignation upon these, which is all that remains for them to do. When it was manifest that the fathers were moved by compassion, it is said that one of the senators, violently incensed at the perfidy of the Carthaginians, immediately asked with a loud voice by what gods they would swear in striking the league, since they had broken their faith with those by whom they swore in striking the former one. By those same, replied Hasdrubal, who have shown such determined hostility to the violators of treaties. The minds of all being disposed to peace, Gnaeus Lentulus, whose province the fleet was, protested against the decree of the Senate. Upon this, Manius Achilleus and Quintus Minucius, tribunes of the people, put the question to the people whether they willed and ordered that the Senate should decree that peace should be made with the Carthaginians, whom they ordered to grant that peace, and whom to conduct the army out of Africa. All the tribes ordered respecting the peace according as the question had been put, that Publius Scipio should grant the peace, and that he also should conduct the army home. Agreeably to this order, the Senate decreed that Publius Scipio, acting according to the opinion of the 10 deputies, should make peace with the Carthaginian people on what terms he pleased. The Carthaginians then returned thanks to the Senate, and requested that they might be allowed to enter the city and converse with their countrymen who had been made prisoners and were in custody of the state, observing that some of them were their relations and friends, and men of rank, and some persons to whom they were charged with messages from their relations. Having obtained these requests, they again asked permission to ransom such of them as they pleased, when they were desired to give in their names. Having given in a list of about 200, a decree of the Senate was passed to the effect that the Carthaginian ambassadors should be allowed to take away into Africa to Publius Cornelius Scipio 200 of the Carthaginian prisoners, selecting whom they pleased, and that they should convey to him a message that if the peace were concluded, he should restore them to the Carthaginians without ransom. The heralds being ordered to go into Africa to strike the league, at their own desire the Senate passed a decree that they should take with them flint stones of their own and vervain of their own, that the Roman praetor should command them to strike the league, and that they should demand of him herbs. The description of herb usually given to the heralds is taken from the Capitol. Thus, the Carthaginians being allowed to depart from Rome when they had gone into Africa to Scipio, concluded the peace on the terms before mentioned. They delivered up their men of war, their elephants, deserters, fugitives, and 4,000 prisoners, among whom was Quintus Terentius Cullio, a senator. The ships he ordered to be taken out into the main and burned. Some say there were 500 of every description of those which are worked with oars, and that the sudden sight of these when burning occasioned as deep a sensation of grief to the Carthaginians as if Carthage had been in flames. The measures adopted respecting the deserters were more severe than those respecting the fugitives. Those who were of the Latin confederacy were decapitated. The Romans were crucified. The last peace with the Carthaginians was made 40 years before this, in the consulate of Quintus Lutatius and Aulus Manlius. The war commenced 23 years afterward in the consulate of Publius Cornelius and Tiberius Sempronius. It was concluded in the 17th year in the consulate of Gnaeus Cornelius and Publius Aelius Paetus. It is related that Scipio frequently said afterward that first the ambition of Tiberius Claudius and afterward of Gnaeus Cornelius were the causes which prevented his terminating the war by the destruction of Carthage. The Carthaginians, finding difficulty in raising the first sum of money to be paid, as their finances were exhausted by a protracted war, and in consequence great lamentation and grief arising in the Senate house, it is said that Hannibal was observed laughing, and when Hasdrubal Hiatus rebuked him for laughing amid the public grief, when he himself was the occasion of the tears which were shed, he said, "If, as the expression of the countenance is discerned by the sight, so the inward feelings of the mind could be distinguished, it would clearly appear to you that that laughter which you censure came from a heart not elated with joy, but frantic with misfortunes. And yet it is not so ill-timed as those absurd and inconsistent tears of yours. Then you ought to have wept when our arms were taken from us, our ships burned, and we were forbidden to engage in foreign wars. For that was the wound by which we fell. Nor is it just that you should suppose that the measures which the Romans have adopted toward you have been dictated by animosity. No great state can remain at rest long together. If it has no enemy abroad, it finds one at home in the same manner as over-robust bodies seem secure from external causes, but are encumbered with their own strength. So far, forsooth, we are affected with the public calamities as they reach our private affairs, nor is there any circumstance attending them which is felt more acutely than the loss of money. Accordingly, when the spoils were torn down from vanquished Carthage, when you beheld her left unarmed and defenseless amid so many armed nations of Africa, none heaved a sigh. Now, because a tribute is to be levied from private property, you lament with one accord, as though at the funeral of the state. How much do I dread lest you should soon be made sensible that you have shed tears this day for the lightest of your misfortunes." Such were the sentiments which Hannibal delivered to the Carthaginians. Scipio, having summoned an assembly, presented Massinissa, in addition to his paternal dominions, with the town of Cirta, and the other cities and territories which had passed from the kingdom of Syphax into the possession of the Romans. He ordered Gnaeus Octavius to conduct the fleet to Sicily and deliver it to Gnaeus Cornelius the consul, and directed the Carthaginian ambassadors to go to Rome, that the arrangements he had made with the advice of the 10 deputies might be ratified by the sanction of the fathers and the order of the people. Peace having been established by sea and land, he embarked his troops and crossed over to Lilybaeum in Sicily, whence, having sent a great part of his soldiers by ships, he himself proceeded through Italy, which was rejoicing not less on account of the peace than the victory. While not only the inhabitants of the cities poured out to show him honor, but crowds of rustics thronged the roads. He arrived at Rome and entered the city in a triumph of unparalleled splendor. He brought into the treasury 123,000 pounds of silver. He distributed to each of his soldiers 400 asses out of the spoils. By the death of Syphax, which took place but a short time before at Tibur, whither he had been removed from Alba, a diminution was occasioned in the interest of the pageant rather than in the glory of him who triumphed. His death, however, was attended with circumstances which produced a strong sensation, for he was buried at the public expense. Polybius, an author by no means to be despised, asserts that this king was led in the triumph. Quintus Terentius Cullio followed Scipio in his triumph with a cap of liberty on his head, and during the remainder of his life treated him with the respect due to him as the author of his freedom. I have not been able to ascertain whether the partiality of the soldiers or the favor of the people fixed upon him the surname of Africanus, or whether in the same manner as Felix was applied to Sulla and Magnus to Pompey, in the memory of our fathers, it originated in the flattery of his friends. He was doubtless the first general who was distinguished by a name derived from the nation which he had conquered. Afterward, in imitation of his example, some, by no means his equals in his victories, affixed splendid inscriptions on their statues and gave honorable surnames to their families. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Judas Maccabaeus liberates Judea. BC 165 to 141. By Josephus. The noble-minded Judas Maccabaeus was the hero of Jewish independence, the deliverer of Judea and Judaism during the bloody persecution of the Syrian king Antiochus Epiphanes in the 2nd century BC. This king was attempting to destroy in Palestine the national religion. For this purpose, pagan altars were set up among the Jews, and pagan sacrifices enjoined upon the worshippers of Jehovah. Many Jews fled from their own towns and villages into the uninhabited wilderness, in order that they might have the liberty to worship the God of their fathers. But a few conformed to the ordinances of Antiochus. Soon, however, open resistance to the decrees of the pagan ruler began to manifest itself among the faithful. The first protest in the shape of active opposition was made by Mattathias, a priest living at Modin. When the servants of Antiochus came to that retired village and commanded Mattathias to do sacrifice to the heathen gods, he refused. He went so far as to strike down at the altar a Jew who was preparing to offer such a sacrifice. Then he escaped to the mountains with his 5 sons and a band of followers. These followers grew in numbers and activity, overthrowing pagan altars, circumcising heathen children, and put into the sword both apostates and unbelievers. When Mattathias died in BC 166, he was succeeded as leader by his son Judas, called Maccabaeus, the Hammer, as Charles, who defeated the Saracens at Tours, is called Martel or Hammer. The successes of Judas were uninterrupted and culminated BC 165 in the repulse of Lysias, the general of Antiochus, at Betsur, where a large Syrian force gathered in the expectation of crushing the patriotic army of Judas. After the victory, Judas led his followers into Jerusalem and proceeded to restore the temple and the worship of the national religion, and to cleanse the temple from all traces of pagan worship. The great altar was rebuilt, new sacred vessels provided, and an 8 days dedication festival began on the very day when, 3 years before, the altar of Jehovah had been desecrated by a heathen sacrifice. This feast of the dedication was ever afterward observed in the temple at Jerusalem and is mentioned in the Gospels. John 10:22. Judas established the dynasty of priest-kings, which lasted until supplanted by Herod, with the aid of the Romans, in BC 40, and gave by his genuinely heroic bearing his name to this whole glorious epoch of Jewish history. Now at this time there was one whose name was Mattathias, who dwelt at Modin, the son of John, the son of Simeon, the son of Asamoneus, a priest of the order of Joarib, and a citizen of Jerusalem. He had 5 sons, John, who was called Gaddis, and Simon, who was called Mathis, and Judas, who was called Maccabaeus, and Eleazar, who was called Auran, and Jonathan, who was called Aphus. Now this Mattathias lamented to his children the sad state of their affairs, and the ravage made in the city, and the plundering of the temple, and the calamities the multitude were under. And he told them that it was better for them to die for the laws of their country than to live so ingloriously as they then did. But when those that were appointed by the king were come to Modin, that they might compel the Jews to do what they were commanded, and to enjoin those that were there to offer sacrifice as the king had commanded, they desired that Mattathias, a person of the greatest character among them, both on other accounts and particularly on account of such a numerous and so deserving a family of children, would begin to sacrifice, because his fellow citizens would follow his example, and because such a procedure would make him honored by the king. But Mattathias said that he would not do it, and that if all other nations would obey the commands of Antiochus, either out of fear or to please him, yet would not he nor his sons leave the religious worship of their country. But as soon as he had ended his speech, there came one of the Jews into the midst of them, and sacrificed, as Antiochus had commanded, at which Mattathias had great indignation, and ran upon him violently with his sons, who had swords with them, and slew both the man himself that sacrificed, and Apelles, the king's general, who compelled him to sacrifice with a few of his soldiers. He also overthrew the idol altar, and cried out, "If," said he, "any one be zealous for the laws of his country, and for the worship of God, let him follow me." And when he said this, he made haste into the desert with his sons, and left all his substance in the village. Many others did the same also, and fled with their children and wives into the desert, and dwelt in caves. But when the king's generals heard this, they took all the forces they then had in the citadel at Jerusalem, and pursued the Jews into the desert. And when they had overtaken them, they in the first place endeavored to persuade them to repent, and to choose what was most for their advantage, and not putting them to the necessity of using them according to the law of war. But when they would not comply with their persuasions, but continued to be of a different mind, they fought against them on the Sabbath day, and they burned them as they were in the caves, without resistance, and without so much as stopping up the entrances of the caves. And they avoided to defend themselves on that day, because they were not willing to break in upon the honor they owed the Sabbath, even in such distresses. For our law requires that we rest upon that day. There were about 1,000, with their wives and children, who were smothered and died in these caves. But many of those that escaped joined themselves to Mattathias and appointed him to be their ruler, who taught them to fight even on the Sabbath day, and told them that unless they would do so, they would become their own enemies by observing the law so rigorously, while their adversaries would still assault them on this day, and they would not then defend themselves, and that nothing could then hinder, but they must all perish without fighting. This speech persuaded them, and this rule continues among us to this day, that if there be a necessity, we may fight on Sabbath days. So Mattathias got a great army about him, and overthrew their idol altars, and slew those that broke the laws, even all that he could get under his power. For many of them were dispersed among the nations round about them for fear of him. He also commanded that those boys who were not yet circumcised should be circumcised now. And he drove those away that were appointed to hinder such their circumcision. But when he had ruled 1 year, and was fallen into distemper, he called for his sons and set them round about him, and said, O my sons, I am going the way of all the earth, and I recommend to you my resolution, and beseech you not to be negligent in keeping it, but to be mindful of the desires of him who begat you and brought you up, and to preserve the customs of your country, and to recover your ancient form of government, which is in danger of being overturned, and not be carried away with those that either by their own inclination or out of necessity betray it, but to become such sons as are worthy of me, to be above all force and necessity, and so to dispose your souls as to be ready when it shall be necessary to die for your laws, as sensible as this by just reasoning, that if God sees that you are so disposed, he will not overlook you, but will have a great value for your virtue, and will restore to you again what you have lost, and will return to you that freedom in which you shall live quietly and enjoy your own customs. Your bodies are mortal and subject to fate, but they receive a sort of immortality by the remembrance of what actions they have done. And I would have you so in love with this immortality, that you may pursue after glory, and that, when you have undergone the greatest difficulties, you may not scruple for such things to lose your lives. I exhort you especially to agree with one another, and in what excellency any one of you exceeds another, to yield to him so far, and by that means to reap the advantage of every one's own virtues. Do you, then, esteem Simon as your father, because he is a man of extraordinary prudence, and be governed by him in what counsels he gives you. Take Maccabaeus for the general of your army, because of his courage and strength, for he will avenge your nation and will bring vengeance on your enemies. Admit among you the righteous and religious, and augment their power. When Mattathias had thus discoursed to his sons, and had prayed to God to be their assistant, and to recover to the people their former constitution, he died a little afterward, and was buried at Modin, all the people making great lamentation for him. Whereupon his son Judas took upon him the administration of public affairs, in the 146th year. And thus, by the ready assistance of his brethren and of others, Judas cast their enemies out of the country, and put those of their own country to death who had transgressed its laws, and purified the land of all the pollutions that were in it. When Apollonius, the general of the Samaritan forces, heard this, he took his army and made haste to go against Judas, who met him and joined battle with him, and beat him and slew many of his men, and among them Apollonius himself, their general, whose sword being that which he happened then to wear, he seized upon and kept for himself. But he wounded more than he slew, and took a great deal of prey from the enemy's camp, and went his way. But when Seron, who was the general of the army of Celesyria, heard that many had joined themselves to Judas, he determined to make an expedition against him, as thinking it became him to endeavor to punish those that transgressed the king's injunctions. He then got together an army as large as he was able, and joined to it the renegade and wicked Jews, and came against Judas. He then came as far as Bethoron, a village of Judea, and there pitched his camp, upon which Judas met him, and when he intended to give him battle, he saw that his soldiers were backward to fight, because their numbers was small, and because they wanted food, for they were fasting. He encouraged them and said to them, that victory and conquest of enemies are not derived from the multitude in armies, but in the exercise of piety toward God, and that they had the plainest instances in their forefathers, who, by their righteousness, and exerting themselves on behalf of their own laws and their own children, had frequently conquered many 10,000s, for innocence is the strongest army. By this speech he induced his men to contemn the multitude of the enemy, and to fall upon Seron, and upon joining the battle with him, he beat the Syrians. And when their general fell among the rest, they all ran away with speed, as thinking that to be their best way of escaping. So he pursued them unto the plain, and slew about 800 of the enemy, but the rest escaped to the region which lay near to the sea. When King Antiochus heard of these things, he was very angry at what had happened. So he got together all his own army, with many mercenaries whom he had hired from the islands, and took them with him, and prepared to break into Judea about the beginning of the spring. But when, upon his mustering his soldiers, he perceived that his treasures were deficient, and there was a want of money in them, for all the taxes were not paid, by reason of the seditions there had been among the nations, he having been so magnanimous and so liberal, that what he had was not sufficient for him. He therefore resolved first to go into Persia and collect the taxes of that country. Hereupon he left one whose name was Lysias, who was in great repute to him, governor of the kingdom, as far as the bounds of Egypt and of the Lower Asia, and reaching from the river Euphrates, and committed to him a certain part of his forces and of his elephants, and charged him to bring up his son Antiochus with all possible care until he came back, and that he should conquer Judea, and take its inhabitants for slaves, and utterly destroy Jerusalem, and abolish the whole nation. And when King Antiochus had given these things in charge to Lysias, he went into Persia, and in the 147th year he passed over Euphrates, and went to the superior provinces. Upon this Lysias chose Ptolemy, the son of Dorymenes, and Nicanor, and Gorgias, very potent men among the king's friends, and delivered to them 40,000 foot soldiers, and 7,000 horsemen, and sent them against Judea, who came as far as the city Emmaus, and pitched their camp in the plain country. There came also to them auxiliaries out of Syria and the country round about, as also many of the renegade Jews. And besides these came some merchants to buy those that should be carried captives, having bonds with them to bind those that should be made prisoners, with that silver and gold which they were to pay for their price. And when Judas saw their camp and how numerous their enemies were, he persuaded his own soldiers to be of good courage, and exhorted them to place their hopes of victory in God, and to make supplication to him, according to the custom of their country, clothed in sackcloth, and to show what was their usual habit of supplication in the greatest dangers, and thereby to prevail with God to grant them the victory over their enemies. So he set them in their ancient order of battle used by their forefathers, under their captains of thousands and other officers, and dismissed such as were newly married, as well as those that had newly gained possessions, that they might not fight in a cowardly manner, out of inordinate love of life, in order to enjoy those blessings. When he had thus disposed his soldiers, he encouraged them to fight by the following speech, which he made to them. O my fellow soldiers, no other time remains more opportune than the present for courage and contempt of dangers. For if you now fight manfully, you may recover your liberty, which, as it is a thing of itself agreeable to all men, so it proves to be to us much more desirable, by its affording us the liberty of worshipping God. Since therefore you are in such circumstances at present, you must either recover that liberty and so regain a happy and blessed way of living, which is that according to our laws and the customs of our country, or to submit to the most opprobrious sufferings. Nor will any seed of your nation remain, if you be beat in this battle. Fight, therefore, manfully, and suppose that you must die though you do not fight. But believe that besides such glorious rewards as those of the liberty of your country, of your laws, of your religion, you shall then obtain everlasting glory. Prepare yourselves, therefore, and put yourselves into such an agreeable posture that you may be ready to fight with the enemy as soon as it is day tomorrow morning. And this was the speech which Judas made to encourage them. But when the enemy sent Gorgias with 5,000 foot and 1,000 horse, that he might fall upon Judas by night, and had for that purpose certain of the renegade Jews as guides, the son of Mattathias perceived it, and resolved to fall upon those enemies that were in their camp. Now their forces were divided. When they had therefore supped in good time, and had left many fires in their camp, he marched all night to those enemies that were at Emmaus, so that when Gorgias found no enemy in their camp, but suspected that they were retired, and had hidden themselves among the mountains, he resolved to go and seek them wheresoever they were. But about break of day, Judas appeared to those enemies that were at Emmaus, with only 3,000 men, and those ill-armed by reason of their poverty. And when he saw the enemy very well and skillfully fortified in their camp, he encouraged the Jews and told them that they ought to fight, though it were with their naked bodies, for that God had sometimes of old given such men strength, and that against such as were more in number, and were armed also, out of regard to their great courage. So he commanded the trumpeters to sound for the battle, and by thus falling upon the enemy when they did not expect it, and thereby astonishing and disturbing their minds, he slew many of those that resisted him, and went on pursuing the rest as far as Gadara, and the plains of Idumea, Ashdod, and Jamnia, and of these there fell about 3,000. Yet did Judas exhort his soldiers not to be too desirous of the spoils, for that still they must have a contest and battle with Gorgias, and the forces that were with him, but that when they had once overcome them, then they might securely plunder the camp, because they were the only enemies remaining, and they expected no others. And just as he was speaking to his soldiers, Gorgias' men looked down into that army which they left in their camp, and they saw that it was overthrown and the camp burned, for the smoke that arose from it showed them, even when they were a great way off, what had happened. When therefore those that were with Gorgias understood that things were in this posture, and perceived that those that were with Judas were ready to fight them, they also were affrighted and put to flight. But then Judas, as though he had already beaten Gorgias' soldiers without fighting, returned and seized on the spoils. He took a great quantity of gold and silver, and purple and blue, and then returned home with joy, and singing hymns to God for their good success, for this victory greatly contributed to the recovery of their liberty. Hereupon Lysias was confounded at the defeat of the army which he had sent, and the next year he got together 60,000 chosen men. He also took 5,000 horsemen and fell upon Judea, and he went up to the hill country of Bethsur, a village of Judea, and pitched his camp there, where Judas met him with 10,000 men. And when he saw the great number of his enemies, he prayed to God that he would assist him, and joined the battle with the first of the enemy that appeared, and beat them, and slew about 5,000 of them, and thereby became terrible to the rest of them. Nay, indeed, Lysias, observing the great spirit of the Jews, how they were prepared to die rather than lose their liberty, and being afraid of their desperate way of fighting, as if it were real strength, he took the rest of the army back with him and returned to Antioch. When therefore the generals of Antiochus' armies had been beaten so often, Judas assembled the people together, and told them that after these many victories which God had given them, they ought to go up to Jerusalem and purify the temple, and offer the appointed sacrifices. But as soon as he, with the whole multitude, was come to Jerusalem, and found the temple deserted and its gates burned down, and plants growing in the temple of their own accord, on account of its desertion, he and those that were with him began to lament, and were quite confounded at the sight of the temple. So he chose out some of his soldiers and gave them orders to fight against those guards that were in the citadel, until he should have purified the temple. When therefore he had carefully purged it, and had brought in new vessels, the candlesticks, the table of shewbread, and the altar of incense, which were made of gold, he hung up the veils at the gates and added doors to them. He also took down the altar of burnt offering, and built a new one of stones that he gathered together, and not as such as were hewn with iron tools. So on the 25th day of the month of Casleu, which the Macedonians call Apeleus, they lighted the lamps that were on the candlestick, and offered incense upon the altar of incense, and laid the loaves upon the table of shewbread, and offered burnt offerings upon the new altar of burnt offering. Now it so fell out that these things were done on the very same day on which their divine worship had fallen off, and was reduced to a profane and common use, after 3 years' time. For so it was that the temple was made desolate by Antiochus, and so continued for 3 years. This desolation happened to the temple in the 145th year, on the 25th day of the month Apeleus, and on the 153rd Olympiad, but it was dedicated anew on the same day, the 25th of the month Apeleus, in the 148th year, and on the 154th Olympiad. And this desolation came to pass according to the prophecy of Daniel, which was given 408 years before. For he declared that the Macedonians would dissolve that worship for some time. Now Judas celebrated the festival of the restoration of the sacrifices of the temple for 8 days, and omitted no sort of pleasure thereon, but he feasted them upon very rich and splendid sacrifices, and he honored God and delighted them by hymns and psalms. Nay, they were so very glad at the revival of their customs, when, after a long time of intermission, they unexpectedly had regained the freedom of their worship, that they made it a law for their posterity that they should keep the festival, on account of the restoration of their temple worship, for 8 days. And from that time to this, we celebrate this festival and call it Lights. I suppose the reason was because this liberty beyond our hopes appeared to us, and that thence was the name given to that festival. Judas also rebuilt the walls round about the city, and reared towers of great height against the incursions of enemies, and set guards therein. He also fortified the city Betsura, that it might serve as a citadel against any distresses that might come from our enemies. When these things were over, the nations round about the Jews were very uneasy at the revival of their power, and rose up together and destroyed many of them, as gaining advantage over them by laying snares for them. and making secret conspiracies against them. Judas made perpetual expeditions against these men, and endeavored to restrain them from those incursions, and to prevent the mischiefs they did to the Jews. So he fell upon the Idumeans, the posterity of Esau, at Acrabatene, and slew a great many of them, and took their spoils. He also shut up the sons of Ben, that laid wait for the Jews. And he sat down about them, and besieged them, and burned their towers, and destroyed the men that were in them. After this he went thence in haste against the Ammonites, who had a great and a numerous army, of which Timotheus was the commander. And when he had subdued them, he seized on the city of Jazer, and took their wives and their children captives, and burned the city, and then returned into Judea. But when the neighboring nations understood that he was returned, they got together in great numbers in the land of Gilead, and came against those Jews that were at their borders, who then fled to the garrison of Dathema, and sent to Judas to inform him that Timotheus was endeavoring to take the place whither they were fled. And as these epistles were reading, there came other messengers out of Galilee, who informed him that the inhabitants of Ptolemais and of Tyre and Sidon and strangers of Galilee were gotten together. Accordingly Judas, upon considering what was fit to be done, with relation to the necessity both these cases required, gave order that Simon, his brother, should take 3,000 chosen men, and go to the assistance of the Jews in Galilee, while he and another of his brothers, Jonathan, made haste into the land of Gilead with 8,000 soldiers. And he left Joseph, the son of Zacharias, and Azarias, to be over the rest of the forces, and charged them to keep Judea very carefully, and to fight no battles with any persons whomsoever until his return. Accordingly Simon went into Galilee, and fought the enemy, and put them to flight, and pursued them to the very gates of Ptolemais, and slew about 3,000 of them, and took the spoils of those that were slain, and those Jews whom they had made captives, with their baggage, and then returned home. Now as for Judas Maccabaeus and his brother Jonathan, they passed over the river Jordan, and when they had gone 3 days' journey, they lighted upon the Nabateans, who came to meet them peaceably, and who told them how the affairs of those in the land of Galilee stood, and how many of them were in distress, and driven into garrisons and into the cities of Galilee, and exhorted him to make haste to go against the foreigners, and to endeavor to save his own countrymen out of their hands. To this exhortation Judas hearkened, and returned into the wilderness, and in the first place fell upon the inhabitants of Bosor, and took the city, and beat the inhabitants, and destroyed all the males, and all that were able to fight, and burned the city. Nor did he stop even when night came on, but he journeyed in it to the garrison where the Jews happened to be then shut up, and where Timotheus lay around the place with his army. And Judas came upon the city in the morning, and when he found that the enemy were making an assault upon the walls, and that some of them brought ladders on which they might get upon those walls, and that others brought engines to batter them, he bid the trumpeter to sound his trumpet, and he encouraged his soldiers cheerfully to undergo dangers for the sake of their brethren and kindred. He also parted his army into 3 bodies, and fell upon the backs of their enemies. But when the Timotheus's men perceived that it was Maccabaeus that was upon them, of both whose courage and good success in war they had formerly had sufficient experience, they were put to flight. But Judas followed them with his army and slew about 8,000 of them. He then turned aside to a city of the foreigners called Malay, and took it, and slew all the males, and burned the city itself. He then removed from thence and overthrew Casphom and Bosor, and many other cities of the land of Gilead. But not long after this Timotheus prepared a great army, and took many others as auxiliaries, and induced some of the Arabians by the promise of rewards to go with him in this expedition, and came with his army beyond the brook over against the city Raphon. And he encouraged his soldiers, if it came to a battle with the Jews, to fight courageously, and to hinder their passing over the brook. For he said to them beforehand that, if they come over it, we shall be beaten. And when Judas heard that Timotheus prepared himself to fight, he took all his own army, and went in haste against Timotheus, his enemy. And when he had passed over the brook, he fell upon his enemies. And some of them met him, whom he slew, and others of them he so terrified that he compelled them to throw down their arms and fly, and some of them escaped. But some of them fled to what was called the Temple of Carnaim, and hoped thereby to preserve themselves. But Judas took the city and slew them, and burned the temple, and so used several ways of destroying his enemies. When he had done this, he gathered the Jews together, with their children and wives and the substance that belonged to them, and was going to bring them back into Judea. But as soon as he was come to a certain city, the name of which was Ephron, that lay upon the road, and as it was not possible for him to go any other way, so he was not willing to go back again, he then sent to the inhabitants, and desired that they would open their gates, and permit them to go on their way through the city. For they stopped up the gates with stones, and cut off their passage through it. And when the inhabitants of Ephron would not agree to this proposal, he encouraged those that were with him, and encompassed the city around, and besieged it, and lying round it by day and night, took the city and slew every male in it, and burned it all down, and so obtained a way through it. And the multitude of those that were slain was so great, that they went over the dead bodies. So they came over Jordan, and arrived at the great plain over against which is situate the city Bethshan, which is called by the Greeks Scythopolis. And going away hastily from thence, they came into Judea, singing psalms and hymns as they went, and indulging such tokens of mirth as are usual in triumphs upon victory. They also offered thank offerings both for their good success and for the preservation of their army, for not one of the Jews was slain in these battles. But as Joseph the son of Zacharias and Azarias, whom Judas left generals of the rest of the forces, at the same time when Simon was in Galilee, fighting against the people of Ptolemies, and Judas himself and his brother Jonathan were in the land of Gilead, did these men also affect the glory of being courageous generals in war, in order whereto they took the army that was under their command and came to Jamnia. There Gorgias, the general of the forces of Jamnia, met them, and upon joining battle with him, they lost 2,000 of their army and fled away, and were pursued to the very borders of Judea. And that misfortune befell them, by their disobedience to what injunctions Judas had given them, not to fight with anyone before his return. For, besides the rest of Judas' sagacious counsels, one may well wonder at this, concerning the misfortune that befell the forces commanded by Joseph and Azarias, which he understood would happen if they broke any of the injunctions he had given them. But Judas and his brethren did not leave off fighting with the Idumeans, but pressed upon them on all sides, and took from them the city of Hebron, and demolished all its fortifications, and set all its towers on fire, and burned the country of the foreigners and the city of Marissa. They came also to Ashdod, and took it, and laid it waste, and took away a great deal of the spoils and prey that were in it, and returned to Judea. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Jackson. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. The Gracchi and Their Reforms, B.C. 133, Theodor Mommsen. Cornelia, whose father was Scipio Africanus, preferred to be called the mother of the Gracchi rather than the daughter of the conqueror of Numantia. Tiberius and Caius Gracchus, her sons, were born at a time when the social condition of Rome was rank with corruption. The small farmer class were deprived of holdings, the soil was being worked by slaves, and its products wasted on pleasure and debauchery by the rich. The law courts were controlled by the wealthy and powerful, while oppression, bribery, and fraud were generally rampant in the city. On December 10th, B.C. 133, Tiberius Gracchus entered upon the office of tribune, to which he had been elected, and pledged himself to the abolition of crying abuses. His first movement was in the direction of agrarian legislation. He proposed to vest all public lands in the hands of 3 commissioners, triumviri, who were to distribute the public lands, at that time largely monopolized by the wealthy, to all citizens in needy circumstances. The bill met with bitter opposition from the rich landholders, but was eventually passed, and Gracchus rose to the summit of popular power. He also brought forward a measure limiting the necessary period of military service. A second bill was drawn up by him for the reformation of the law courts, and a third established a right of appeal from the law courts to the popular assembly. These measures were afterward carried by his brother Caius. Tiberius Gracchus was killed in a tumult, which was raised in the forum by the nobles and their partisans, and 300 of his followers lost their lives in the fray. Caius Gracchus, his brother, returned to Rome B.C. 124 from Sardinia, where he had been engaged in subduing the mountaineers. For 10 years he had kept aloof from public life, but was at once elected tribune, in the discharge of which office he showed distinguished powers as an orator. He brought forth the important measures known as the Sempronian Laws, the provisions of which were quite revolutionary in character. The first of these laws renewed and extended the agrarian laws of his brother, and instituted new colonies in Italy and the provinces. By the second Sempronian law, the state undertook to furnish corn at a low price to all Roman citizens. Other measures aimed at diminishing the great administrative power of the Senate, which had so far monopolized all judicial offices. By the law of Gracchus, the administration of justice was entirely transferred to a body of 300 persons who possessed the equestrian rate of property. The Sempronian law for the assignment of consular provinces, which hitherto had been left to the Senate, made the allotment of 2 designated provinces to be decided by the newly elected consuls themselves. The power of the Senate was also crippled by the law of Gracchus, in which he transferred to the tribunes the burden of improving the roads of Italy, contracts for which had hitherto been awarded by the censor under the approval of the Senate. These movements were all in the direction of increasing popular and democratic power, and the work of the Gracchi tended to the extension of political freedom. In the history of politics, these social struggles are among the most important events illustrative of the gradual dawn of civil liberty among a people which had been dominated and oppressed by a selfish aristocracy. The power of Gracchus rested on the mercantile class and the proletariat, primarily on the latter, which in this conflict, wherein neither side had any military reserve, acted, as it were, the part of an army. It was clear that the Senate was not powerful enough to wrest either from the merchants or from the proletariat their new privileges. Any attempt to assail the corn laws or the new jury arrangement would have led under a somewhat grosser or somewhat more civilized form to a street riot, in presence of which the Senate was utterly defenseless. But it was no less clear than Gracchus himself, and these merchants and proletarians were only kept together by mutual advantage, and that the men of material interests were ready to accept their posts, and the populace, strictly so called, its bread quite as well from any other as from Caius Gracchus. The institutions of Gracchus stood, for the moment at least, immovably firm, with the exception of a single one, his own supremacy. The weakness of the latter lay in the fact, in the constitution of Gracchus there was no relation of allegiance subsisting at all between the chief and the army, and while the new constitution possessed all other elements of vitality, it lacked one, the moral tie between ruler and ruled, without which every state rests on a pedestal of clay. In the rejection of the proposal to admit the Latins to the franchise, it had been demonstrated with decisive clearness that the multitude in fact never voted for Gracchus, but always simply for itself. The aristocracy conceived the plan of offering battle to the author of the corn largesses and land assignations on his own ground. As a matter of course, the Senate offered to the proletariat not merely the same advantages as Gracchus had already assured to it in corn and otherwise, but advantages still greater. Commissioned by the Senate, the tribune of the people, Marcus Livius Drusus proposed to relieve those who had received land under laws of Gracchus from the rent imposed on them, and to declare their allotments to be free and alienable property, and further, to provide for the proletariat not in transmarine, but in 12 Italian colonies, each of 3,000 colonists, for the planting of which the people might nominate suitable men. Only Drusus himself declined, in contrast with the family complexion of the Gracchian Commission, to take part in this honorable duty. Presumably the Latins were named as those who would have to bear the cost of the plan, for there does not appear to have existed then in Italy other occupied domain land of any extent save that which was enjoyed by them. We find isolated enactments of Drusus, such as the regulation that the punishment of scourging might only be inflicted on the Latin soldier by the Latin officer set over him, and not by the Roman officer, which were to all appearance intended to indemnify the Latins for other losses. The plan was not the most refined. The attempt at a rivalry was too clear, the endeavor to draw the fair bond between the nobles and the proletariat still closer by their exercising jointly a tyranny over the Latins was too transparent. The inquiry suggested itself too readily. In what part of the peninsula, now that the Italian domains had been mainly given away already, even granting that the whole domains assigned to the Latins were confiscated, was the occupied domain land requisite for the formation of 12 new, numerous, and compact burgess communities to be discovered? Lastly, the declaration of Drusus that he would have nothing to do with the execution of his law was so dreadfully prudent as to border on sheer folly. But the clumsy snare was quite suited to the stupid game which they wished to catch. There was the additional and perhaps decisive consideration that Gracchus, on whose personal influence everything depended, was just then establishing the Carthaginian colony in Africa, and that his lieutenant in the capital, Marcus Flaccus, played into the hands of his opponents by his vehement and maladroit acts. The people accordingly ratified the Livian laws as readily as it had before ratified the Sempronian. It then, as usual, repaid the latest by inflicting a gentle blow on its earlier benefactor, declining to re-elect him when he stood for the third time as a candidate for the tribunate for the year BC 120. On this occasion, however, there are alleged to have been unjust proceedings on the part of the tribune presiding at the election who had been offended by Gracchus. Thus the foundation of his despotism gave way beneath him. A second blow was inflicted on him by the consular elections, which not only proved, in a general sense, adverse to the democracy, but which placed at the head of the state Lucius Opimius, one of the least scrupulous chiefs of the strict aristocratic party, and a man firmly resolved to get rid of their dangerous antagonist at the earliest opportunity. Such an opportunity soon occurred. On the 10th of December, BC 121, Gracchus ceased to be tribune of the people. On the 1st of January, BC 120, Opimius entered upon his office. The first attack, as was fair, was directed against the most useful and most unpopular measure of Gracchus, the re-establishment of Carthage, while the transmarine colonies had hitherto been only indirectly assailed through the greater allurements of the Italian. African hyenas, it was now alleged, dug up the newly placed boundary stones of Carthage, and the Roman priest, when requested, certified that such signs' importance ought to form an express warning against rebuilding on a site accursed by the gods. The Senate thereby found itself, in its conscience, compelled to have a law proposed which prohibited the planting of the colony of Senonia. Gracchus, who with the other men nominated to establish it was just then selecting the colonists, appeared on the day of voting at the Capitol, whither the burgesses were convoked, with a view to procure by means of his adherents the rejection of the law. He wished to shun acts of violence, that he might not himself supply his opponents with the pretext which they sought, but he had not been able to prevent a great portion of his faithful partisans, who remembered the catastrophe of Tiberius and were well acquainted with the designs of the aristocracy, from appearing in arms, fearing that, amid the immense excitement on both sides, quarrels could hardly be avoided. The consul Lucius Opimius offered the usual sacrifice in the porch of the Capitoline temple, one of the attendants assisting at the ceremony. Quintus Antilius, with the holy entrails in his hands, haughtily ordered the bad citizens to quit the porch, and seemed as though he would lay hands on Caius himself, whereupon a zealous Gracchus drew his sword and cut the man down. A fearful tumult arose. Gracchus vainly sought to address the people and to disclaim the responsibility for the sacrilegious murder. He only furnished his antagonist with a further formal ground of accusation, as, without being aware of it in the confusion, he interrupted a tribune in the act of speaking to the people, an offense for which an obsolete statute, originating at the time of the old dissensions between the orders, I. 353, had prescribed the severest penalty. The consul Lucius Opimius took his measures to put down by force of arms the insurrection for the overthrow of the Republican Constitution, as they were fond of designating the events of this day. He himself passed the night in the temple of Castor in the Forum. At early dawn the Capitol was filled with Cretan archers, the Senate House and Forum with the men of the government party, the senators and that section of the equites adhering to them, who by order of the consul had all appeared in arms, each attended by 2 armed slaves. None of the aristocracy was absent. Even the aged and venerable Quintus Metellus, well disposed to reform, had appeared with shield and sword. An officer of ability and experience acquired in the Spanish wars, Decimus Brutus, was entrusted with the command of the armed force. The Senate assembled in the Senate House. The bier with the corpse of Antilius was deposited in front of it. The Senate, as if surprised, appeared en masse at the door in order to view the dead body, and then retired to determine what should be done. The leaders of the democracy had gone from the Capitol to their houses. Marcus Flaccus had spent the night in preparing for the war in the streets, while Gracchus apparently disdained to strive with destiny. Next morning, when they learned of the preparation made by their opponents at the Capitol and the Forum, both proceeded to the Aventine, the old stronghold of the popular party, in the struggles between the patricians and the plebeians. Gracchus went thither silent and unarmed. Flaccus called the slaves to arms, and entrenched himself in the temple of Diana, while he at the same time sent his younger son Quintus to the enemy's camp in order, if possible, to arrange a compromise. The latter returned with the announcement that the aristocracy demanded unconditional surrender. At the same time, he brought a summons from the Senate to Gracchus and Flaccus to appear before it and to answer for their violation of the majesty of the tribunes. Gracchus wished to comply with the summons, but Flaccus prevented him from doing so, and repeated the equally weak and mistaken attempt to move such antagonists to a compromise. When instead of the two-sided leaders, the young Quintus Flaccus once more presented himself alone, the consul treated their refusal to appear as the beginning of open insurrection against the government. He ordered the messenger to be arrested and gave the signal for attack on the Aventine, while at the same time he caused proclamation to be made in the streets that the government would give to whomever should bring the head of Gracchus or of Flaccus its literal weight in gold, and that they would guarantee complete indemnity to everyone who should leave the Aventine before the beginning of the conflict. The ranks on the Aventine speedily thinned. The valiant nobility, in conjunction with the Cretans and the slaves, stormed the almost undefended mount and killed all whom they found, about 250 persons, mostly of humble rank. Marcus Flaccus fled with his eldest son to a place of concealment, where they were soon afterward hunted out and put to death. Gracchus had at the beginning of the conflict retired into the temple of Minerva, and was there about to pierce himself with his sword, when his friend Publius Laetorius seized his arm and besought him to preserve himself, if possible, for better times. Gracchus was induced to make an attempt to escape to the other bank of the Tiber, but when hastening down the hill, he fell and sprained his foot. To gain time for him to escape, his two attendants turned, and facing his pursuers allowed themselves to be cut down. As Marcus Pomponius at the Portia Trigemina under the Aventine, Publius Laetorius at the bridge over the Tiber, where Horatius Coccles was said to have once withstood singly the Etruscan army, so Gracchus, attended only by his slave Euporus, reached the suburb on the right bank of the Tiber. There, in the grove of Farina, afterward were found the two dead bodies. It seemed as if the slave had put to death first his master and then himself. The heads of the two fallen leaders were handed over to the government as required. The stipulated price, and more, was paid to Lucius Septimilius, a man of quality, the bearer of the head of Gracchus, while the murderers of Flaccus, persons of humble rank, were sent away with empty hands. The bodies of the dead were thrown into the river, and the houses of the leaders were abandoned to the pillage of the multitude. The warfare of prosecution against the partisans of Gracchus began on the grandest scale. As many as 3,000 of them are said to have been strangled in prison, among whom was Quintus Flaccus, 18 years of age, who had taken no part in the conflict, and was universally lamented on account of his youth and his amiable disposition. On the open space beneath the Capitol, where the altar consecrated by Camillus after the restoration of internal peace, I. 382, and other shrines, erected on similar occasion to Concord, were situated, the small chapels were pulled down, and out of the property of the killed or condemned traitors, which was confiscated, even to the portions of their wives, a new and splendid temple of Concord, with the basilica belonging to it, was erected in accordance with a decree of the Senate by the consul Lucius Opimius. Certainly it was an act in accordance with the spirit of the age to remove the memorials of the old and to inaugurate a new Concord over the remains of the three grandsons of Zama, all of whom, first Tiberius Gracchus, then Scipio Aemilianus, and lastly the youngest and the mightiest, Caius Gracchus, had now been engulfed by the revolution. The memory of the Gracchi remained officially proscribed. Cornelia was not allowed to even put on mourning for the death of her last son, but the passionate attachment which very many have felt towards the two noble brothers, and especially towards Caius, during their life, was touchingly displayed also after their death, in the almost religious veneration which the multitude, in spite of all precautions of the police, continued to pay to their memory and to the spots where they had fallen. End of section 26. Recording by Chad Jackson.
Section 27 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Section 27. Caesar conquers Gaul, BC 58-50, by Napoleon III, Part 1. In Caesar's military performances, the Gallic Wars plays the most important part, as shown in his commentaries, his sole extant literary work, and almost the only authority for this part of Roman history. Cisalpine Gaul, that portion lying on the southern or Italian side of the Alps, came partly under the dominion of Rome as early as BC 282, when a Roman colony was founded at Sena Gallica. This division of Gaul was wholly conquered by BC 191, and in BC 43, having been made a Roman province, it became a part of Italy. Transalpine Gaul, that part laying north and northwest of the Alps from Rome, comprised in Caesar's day 3 divisions: Aquitaine to the southwest, Celtic Gaul in the middle, and Belgic Gaul to the northwest. The region was inhabited by various tribes having neither unity of race nor of customs, whereby nationality becomes distinguished. Towards the close of the 2nd century BC, the Romans made their first settlements in Transalpine Gaul, in the southeastern part. At the time when Caesar became proconsul in Gaul, BC 58, the province was in state of tranquillity, but fortune seemed determined that he should have great opportunities for the display of his military genius, and when Asia had been subdued by Pompey, quote, conferred what remained to be done in Europe upon Caesar. The attempt of the Helvetii to leave their homes in the Alps for new dwelling places in Gaul served him as an occasion for war. As they were crossing the Arar, now Saône, he attacked and routed them, later defeated them again, and at last drove them back to their own country. The story of the Long War, with its various campaigns, has become familiar to the world's readers through the masterly account of Caesar himself, known to every schoolboy who advances to the dignity of classical studies. In the end, the country between the Pyrenees and the Rhine was subjugated, and for several centuries it remained a Roman province. At the time when the history is taken up in the following narrative by Napoleon III, the Great Rebellion BC 52 had sustained a heavy blow in the surrender of Alesia and the capture of the heroic chief and leader of the insurrection, Vercingetorix, whom Caesar exhibited in his triumph at Rome BC 46, and then caused to be put to death. The distinguished author of the article says he wrote, quote, "For the purpose of proving that when Providence raises up such men as Caesar, Charlemagne, and Napoleon, it is to trace out to peoples the path they ought to follow, to stamp with the seal of their genius a new era, and to accomplish in a few years the work of many centuries." End quote. The work was prepared, Wide Manual of Historical Literature, Adams, with the utmost care, a care which extended in some instances to special surveys, to ensure perfect accuracy in the descriptions, etc. The capture of Alesia and that of Vercingetorix, in spite of the united efforts of all Gaul, naturally gave Caesar hopes of a general submission, and he therefore believed that he could leave his army during the winter to rest quietly in its quarters from the hard labors which had lasted without interruption during the whole of the past summer. But the spirit of insurrection was not extinct among the Gauls, and convinced by experience that whatever might be their number, they could not in a body cope with troops inured to war, they resolved, by partial insurrections raised on all points at once, to divide the attention and the forces of the Romans as their only chance of resisting them with advantage. Caesar was unwilling to leave them time to realize this new plan, but gave the command of his winter quarters to his quaestor, Mark Antony, quitted Bibracte on the day before the calends of January, the 25th of December, with an escort of cavalry, joined the 13th Legion, which was in winter quarters among the Bituriges, not far from the frontier of the Aedui, and called to him the 11th Legion, which was the nearest at hand. Having left 2 cohorts of each legion to guard the baggage, he proceeded towards the fertile country of the Bituriges a vast territory, where the presence of a single legion was insufficient to put a stop to the preparations for insurrection. His sudden arrival in the midst of men without distrust, who were spread over the open country, produced the result which he expected. They were surprised before they could enter into the Oppidæ, for Caesar had strictly forbidden everything which might have raised their suspicion, especially the application of fire, which usually betrays the sudden presence of an enemy. Several thousands of captives were made. Those who succeeded in escaping sought in vain a refuge among the neighboring nations. Caesar, by forced marches, came up with them everywhere, and obliged each tribe to think of its own safety before that of others. This activity held the populations in their fidelity, and through fear engaged the wavering to submit to the conditions of peace. Thus the Bituriges, seeing that Caesar offered them an easy way to recover his protection, and that the neighboring states had suffered no other chastisement than that of having to deliver hostages, did not hesitate in submitting. The soldiers of the 11th and 13th legions had, during the winter, supported with rare constancy the fatigues of every difficult marches in intolerable cold. To reward them, he promised to give by way of prize money 200 sestertii to each soldier and 2,000 to each centurion. He then sent them into their winter quarters and returned to Bibracte after an absence of 40 days. While he was there dispensing justice, the Bituriges came to implore his support against the attacks of Carnutes. Although it was only 18 days since he returned, he marched again at the head of 2 legions, the 6th and the 14th, which had been placed on the Sano to ensure the supply of provisions. On his approach to Carnutes, taught by the fate of others, abandoned their miserable huts, which they had erected on the site of their burghs and oppida, destroyed in the last campaign, and fled in every direction. Caesar, unwilling to expose his soldiers to the rigor of the season, established his camp at Genabum, Gien, and lodged them partly in the huts which had remained undestroyed, partly in tents under penthouses covered with straw. The cavalry and auxiliary infantry were sent in pursuit of the Carnutes, who, hunted down everywhere and without shelter, took refuge in the neighboring counties. After having dispersed some rebellious meetings and stifled the germs of an insurrection, Caesar believed that the summer would pass without any serious war. He left, therefore, at Genabum the 2 legions he had with him, and gave the command of them to C. Trebonius. Nevertheless, he learned by several intimations from the Remi that the Bellovaci and neighboring peoples, with Correus and Commius at their head, were collecting troops to make an inroad on the territory of Suessines, who had been placed, since the campaign of 1697, under the dependence of the Remi. He considered that he regarded his interest as well as his dignity in protecting allies who had deserved so well of the Republic. He again drew the 11th legion from its winter quarters, sent written orders to C. Fabius, who was encamped in the country of the Remi, to bring into that of the Suessines the 2 legions under his command, and demanded one of his legions from Labienus, who was at Besançon. Thus, without taking any rest himself, he shared the fatigues among the legions by turns, as far as the position of the winter quarters and the necessities of the war permitted. When this army was assembled, he marched against the Bellovaci, established his camp on their territory, and sent cavalry in every direction in order to make some prisoners and learn from them the designs of the enemy. The cavalry reported that the immigration was general, and that the few inhabitants who were to be seen were not remaining behind in order to apply themselves to agriculture, but to act as spies upon the Romans. Caesar, by interrogating the prisoners, learned that all the Bellovaci able to fight had assembled on one spot, and that they had been joined by the Ambiani, the Aulerci, the Salites, the Veliocases, and the Atrebates. Their camp was in a forest on a height, surrounded by marshes, Mont Saint Mark, in the forest of Compiègne. Their baggage had been transported to more distant woods. The command was divided among several chiefs, but the greater part obeyed Coerus, on account of his well-known hatred of the Romans. Commius had a few days before gone to seek succor from the numerous Germans who lived in great numbers in the neighboring counties, probably those on the banks of the Meuse. The Bellovaci resolved with one accord to give Caesar battle, if, as report said, he was advancing with only 3 legions, for they would not run the risk of having afterward to encounter his entire army. If, on the contrary, the Romans were advancing with more considerable forces, they proposed to keep their positions and confine themselves to intercepting, by means of ambuscades, the provisions and forage, which were very scarce at that season. This plan, confirmed by many reports, seemed to Caesar full of prudence and altogether contrary to the usual rashness of the barbarians. He took, therefore, every possible care to dissimulate as to the number of his troops. He had with him the 7th, the 8th, and 9th legions, composed of old soldiers of tried valor, and the 11th, which, formed of picked young men who had gone through 8 campaigns, deserved his confidence. Although it could not be compared with the others with regard to bravery and experience in war. In order to deceive the enemy by showing them only 3 legions, the only number they were willing to fight, he placed the 7th, 8th, and 9th in one line, while the baggage, which was not very considerable, was placed behind under the protection of the 11th legion, which closed the march. In this order, which formed almost a square, he came unawares in sight of the Bellovaci. At the unexpected view of the legions, which advanced in order of battle and with a firm step, they lost their courage, and, instead of attacking, as they had engaged to do, they confined themselves to drawing themselves up before their camp without leaving the height. A valley, deeper than it was wide, separated the 2 armies. On account of this obstacle and the numerical superiority of the barbarians, Caesar, though he had wished for battle, abandoned the idea of attacking them, and placed his camp opposite that of the Gauls in a strong position. He caused it to be surrounded with a parapet 12 feet high, surmounted by accessory works proportioned to the importance of the retrenchment, and preceded by a double fosse 15 feet wide, with a square bottom. Towers of 3 stories were constructed from distance to distance, and united together by covering bridges, the exterior parts of which were protected by hurdle work. In this manner the camp was protected not only by a double fosse, but also by a double row of defenders, some of whom, placed on the bridges, could from this elevated and sheltered position throw their missiles farther and with a better aim, while the others, placed on the vallum nearer to the enemy, were protected by the bridges from the missiles which showered down upon them. The entrances were defended by means of higher towers and were closed with gates. These formidable retrenchments had a double aim: to increase the confidence of the barbarians by making them believe that they were feared, and next to allow the number of the garrison to be reduced with safety when they had to go far for provisions. For some days there were no serious engagements, but slight skirmishes in the marshy plain which extended between the 2 camps. The capture, however, of a few foragers did not fail to swell the presumption of the barbarians, which was still more increased by the arrival of Commius, although he had brought only 500 German cavalry. The enemy remained for several days shut up in its impregnable position. Caesar judged that an assault would cost too many lives. An investment alone seemed to him opportune, but it would require a greater number of troops. He wrote thereupon to Trebonius to send him as soon as possible the 13th legion, which, under the command of T. Sixtius, was in winter quarters among the Bitryges, to join it with the 6th and the 14th, which the first of these lieutenants commanded at Genabum, and to come himself with 3 these legions by forced marches. During this time he employed the numerous cavalry of the Remi, the Lingones, and the other allies to protect the foragers and to prevent surprises. But this daily service, as is often the case, ended by being negligently performed. And one day the Remi, pursuing the Bellovaci with too much ardor, fell into an ambuscade. In withdrawing, they were surrounded by foot soldiers, in the midst of whom Vertiscus, their chief, met with his death. True to his Gaulish nature, he would not allow his age to exempt him from commanding and mounting on horseback, although he was hardly able to keep his seat. His death and this feeble advantage raised the self-confidence of the barbarians still more, but it rendered the Romans more circumspect. Nevertheless, in one of the skirmishes which were continually taking place within sight of the two camps, about the fordable places of the marsh, the German infantry, which Caesar had sent for from beyond the Rhine in order to mix them with the cavalry, joined in a body, boldly crossed the marsh, and meeting with little resistance, continued the pursuit with such impetuosity that fear seized not only the enemy who fought, but even those who were in reserve. Instead of availing themselves of the advantages of the ground, all fled in a cowardly manner. They did not stop until they were within their camp, and some even were not ashamed to fly beyond it. This defeat caused a general discouragement, for the Gauls were as easily daunted by the last reverse as they were made arrogant by the smallest success. Day after day was passing in this manner when Caesar was informed of the arrival of C. Trebonius and his troops, which raised the number of his legions to 7. The chiefs of the Bellovaci then feared an investment like that of Alesia, and resolved to quit their position. They sent away by night the old men, the infirm, the unarmed men, and the part of the baggage which they had kept with them. Scarcely was this confused multitude in motion, embarrassed by its own mass and its numerous chariots, when daylight surprised it, and the troops had to be drawn up in line before the camp to give the column time to move away. Caesar saw no advantage either in giving battle to those who were in position, nor, on account of the steepness of the hill, in pursuing those who were making their retreat. He resolved, nevertheless, to make 2 legions advance in order to disturb the enemy in its retreat. Having observed that the mountain on which the Gauls were established was connected with another height, Mont Collet, from which it was only separated by a narrow valley, he ordered bridges to be thrown across the marsh. The legions crossed over them and soon attained the summit of the height, which was defended on both sides by abrupt declivities. There he collected his troops and advanced in order of battle up to the extremity of the plateau, whence the engines placed in battery could reach the masses of the enemy with their missiles. The barbarians, rendered confident by the advantage of their position, were ready to accept battle if the Romans dared to attack the mountain. Besides, they were afraid to withdraw their troops successively, as if divided they might have been thrown into disorder. This attitude led Caesar to resolve upon leaving 20 cohorts under arms, and on tracing a camp on this spot and retrenching it. When the works were completed, the legions were placed before the retrenchments, and the cavalry distributed with their horses bridled at the outposts. The Bellovaci had recourse to a stratagem in order to effect their retreat. They passed from hand to hand the fascines and the straw on which, according to the Gaulish custom, they were in the habit of sitting, preserving at the same time their order of battle. placed them in front of the camp, and towards the close of the day, on a preconcerted signal, set fire to them. Immediately a vast flame concealed from the Romans the Gaulish troops, who fled in haste. Although the fire prevented Caesar from seeing the retreat of the enemy, he suspected it. He ordered his legions to advance, and sent the cavalry in pursuit, but he marched slowly in fear of some stratagem, suspecting the barbarians to have formed the design of drawing the Romans to disadvantageous ground. Besides, the cavalry did not dare to ride through the smoke and flames, and thus the Bellovaci were able to pass over a distance of 10 miles and halt in a place strongly fortified by nature, Mount Ganelon, where they pitched their camp. In this position they confined themselves to placing cavalry and infantry in frequent ambuscades, thus inflicting great damage on the Romans when they went to forage. After several encounters of this kind, Caesar learned by a prisoner that Choreus, chief of the Bellovaci, with 6,000 picked infantry and 1,000 horsemen, was preparing an ambuscade in places where the abundance of corn and forage was likely to attract the Romans. In consequence of this information, he sent forward the cavalry, which was always employed to protect the foragers, and joined with them some light-armed auxiliaries, while he himself, with a greater number of legions, followed them as closely as possible. The enemy had posted themselves in a plain, that of Chaussee au Bac, of about 1,000 paces in length, and the same in breadth, surrounded on one side by forests, and on other by a river which was difficult to pass, the Aisne. The cavalry, becoming acquainted with the designs of the Gauls, and feeling themselves supported, advanced resolutely in squadrons toward this plain, which was surrounded with ambushes on all sides. Choreus, seeing them arrive in this manner, believed the opportunity favourable for the execution of his plan, and began by attacking the first squadrons with a few men. The Romans sustained the shock without concentrating themselves in a mass on the same point, which, says Hirtius, usually happens in cavalry engagements, and leads always to a dangerous confusion. There, on the contrary, the squadrons, remaining separated, fought in detached bodies, and when one of them advanced, its flanks were protected by the others. Choreus then ordered the rest of his cavalry to issue from the woods. An obstinate combat began on all sides, without any decisive result, until the enemy's infantry, debouching from the forest in close ranks, forced the Roman cavalry to fall back. The lightly armed soldiers who preceded their legions placed themselves between the squadrons and restored the fortune of the combat. After a certain time, the troops, animated by the approach of the legions and the arrival of Caesar, and ambitious of obtaining alone the honour of the victory, redoubled their efforts and gained the advantage. The enemy, on the other hand, were discouraged and took to flight, but were stopped by the very obstacles which they intended to throw in the way of the Romans. A small number nevertheless escaped through the forest and crossed the river. Choreus, who remained unshaken under this catastrophe, obstinately refused to surrender, and fell, pierced with wounds. After this success, Caesar hoped that if he continued his march, the enemy in dismay would abandon his camp, which was only 8 miles from the field of battle. He therefore crossed the Aisne, though not without great difficulties. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Caesar conquers Gaul, BC 58-50, by Napoleon III, Part 2. The Bellovaci and their allies, informed by the fugitives of the death of Choreus, of the loss of their cavalry and the flower of their infantry, and fearing every moment to see the Romans appear, convoked by sound of trumpet a general assembly, and decided by acclamation to send deputies and hostages to the proconsul. The barbarians implored forgiveness, alleging that this last defeat had ruined their power, and that the death of Choreus, the instigator of the war, delivered them from oppression, for during his life it was not the Senate which governed, but an ignorant multitude. To their prayers Caesar replied that last year the Bellovaci had revolted in concert with the other Gaulish peoples, but that they alone had persisted in the revolt. It was very convenient to throw their faults upon those who were dead, but how could it be believed that without nothing but the help of a weak populace, a man should have had a sufficient influence to raise and sustain a war, contrary to the will of the chiefs, the decision of the Senate, and the desire of honest people? However, the evil which they had drawn upon themselves was for him a sufficient reparation. The following night the Bellovaci and their allies submitted, with the exception of Commius, who fled to the country from which he had but recently drawn support. He had not dared to trust the Romans for the following reason. The year before, in the absence of Caesar, T. Labienus, informed that Commius was conspiring and preparing an insurrection, thought that without accusing him of bad faith, says Hirtius, he could repress his treason. Under pretext of an interview he sent C. Volusenus Quadratus with some centurions to kill him. But when they were in the presence of the Gaulish chief, the centurion who was to strike him missed his blow and only wounded him. Swords were drawn on both sides, and Commius had time to escape. The most warlike tribes had been vanquished, and none of them dreamed of further revolt. Nevertheless, many inhabitants of the newly conquered countries abandoned the towns and the fields in order to withdraw themselves from the Roman dominion. Caesar, in order to put a stop to this emigration, distributed his army in different countries. He ordered the quaestor, Mark Antony, to come to him with the 12th legion, and sent the lieutenant Fabius with 25 cohorts into an opposite part of Gaul, to the country situated between the Creusy and the Vienne, where it was said that several tribes were in arms, and where the lieutenant Caninius Rebilus, who commanded with 2 legions, did not appear to be sufficiently strong. Lastly, he ordered T. Labienus to join him in person, and to send the 15th legion, which he had under his command, into Cisalpine Gaul to protect the colonies of Roman citizens there against the sudden inroads of the barbarians, who the summer before had attacked the Tergestini, the inhabitants of Trieste. As for Caesar, he proceeded with 4 legions to the territory of the Eburones to lay it waste. As he could not secure Ambriorix, who was still wandering at large, he thought it advisable to destroy everything by fire and sword, persuaded that this chief would never dare to return to a country upon which he had brought such a terrible calamity. The legions and the auxiliaries were charged with the execution of this plan. Then he sent Labienus with 2 legions to the country of the Treviri, who, always at war with the Germans, were only kept in obedience by the presence of a Roman army. During this time Caninius Rebilus, who was first been appointed to go into the country of the Ruteni, but who had been detained by petty insurrections in the region situated between the Creusy and the Vienne, learned that numerous hostile bands were assembling in the country of the Pictones. He was informed of this by letters from Duratius, their king, who, amid the defection of a part of his people, had remained invariably faithful to the Romans. He started immediately for Lemonum, Poitiers. On the road he learned from prisoners that Duratius was shut up there and besieged by several thousand men under the orders of Dumnacus, chief of the Andes. Rebilus, at the head of 2 weak legions, did not dare to measure his strength with the enemy. he contented himself with establishing his camp in a strong position. At the news of his approach, Dumnacus raised the siege and marched to meet the legions, but after several days of fruitless attempts to force their camp, he returned to attack Lemonum. Meanwhile, the lieutenant Caius Fabius, occupied in pacifying several other tribes, learned from Caninius Rebilus what was going on in the country of the Pictones, and marched without delay to the assistance of Duratius. The news of the march of Fabius deprived Dumnacus of all hope of opposing. At the same time, the troops shut up in Lemonum and the relieving army. He abandoned the siege again in great haste, not thinking himself safe until he had placed the lawyer between himself and the Romans. But he could only pass the river where there was a bridge at Somor. Before he had joined Rebilus, before he had even obtained a sight of the enemy, Fabius, who came from the north and had lost no time, doubted not, from what he heard from the people of the country, that Dumnacus in his fear had taken the road which led to that bridge. He therefore marched thither with his legions, preceded at a short distance by his cavalry. The latter surprised the column of Dumnacus on its march, dispersed it, and returned to the camp laden with booty. During the night of the following day, Fabius again sent his cavalry forward, with orders to delay the march of the enemy so as to give time for the arrival of the infantry. The two bodies of cavalry were soon engaged, but the enemy, thinking he had to contend with only the same troops as the day before, drew up his infantry in line so as to support the squadrons, when suddenly the Roman legions appeared in order of battle. At this sight, the barbarians were struck with terror, the long train of baggage thrown into confusion, and the infantry dispersed. More than 12,000 men were killed, and all the baggage fell into the hands of the Romans. Only 5,000 fugitives escaped from this route. They were received by the Senonan Drapes, the same who in the first revolt of the Gauls had collected a crowd of vagabonds, slaves, exiles, and robbers to intercept the convoys of the Romans. They took the direction of the Narbonnese, with the Cadurcan Lucterius, who had before attempted a similar invasion. Rebilus pursued them with 2 legions, in order to avoid the shame of seeing the province suffering any injury from such a contemptible rabble. As for Fabius, he led the 25 cohorts against the Carnutes and the other tribes whose forces had already been reduced by the defeat they had suffered from Dumnacus. The Carnutes, though often beaten, had never been completely subdued. They gave hostages, and the Armoricans followed their example. Dumnacus, driven out of his own territory, went to seek refuge in the remotest part of Gaul. Drapes and Lucterius, when they learned that they were pursued by Rebilus and his 2 legions, gave up the design of penetrating into the province. They halted in the country of the Cadurci and threw themselves into the oppidum of Uxellodonum, Puy du Sol, near Varac, an exceedingly strong place, formerly under the dependence of Lucterius, who soon incited the inhabitants to revolt. Rebilus appeared immediately before the town, which, surrounded on all sides by steep rocks, was even without being defended difficult to access to armed men. Knowing that there was in the oppidum so great a quantity of baggage that the besieged could not send it away secretly without being detected and overtaken by the cavalry, and even by the infantry, he divided his cohorts into 3 bodies and established 3 camps on the highest points. Next, he ordered a countervallation to be made. On seeing these preparations, the besieged remembered the ill fortune of Alesia and feared a similar fate. Lucterius, who had witnessed the horrors of famine during the investment of that town, now took especial care of the provisions. During this time, the garrison of the oppidum attacked the redoubts of Rebilus several times, which obliged him to interrupt the work of the countervallation, which indeed he had not sufficient forces to defend. Drapes and Lucterius established themselves at a distance of 10 miles from the oppidum, with the intention of introducing the provisions gradually. They shared the duties between them. Draps remained with part of the troops to protect the camp. Lucterius, during the night time, endeavored to introduce beasts of burden into the town by a narrow and wooded path. The noise of their march gave warning to the sentries. Rebilus, informed of what was going on, ordered the cohorts to sally from the neighboring redoubts, and at daybreak fell upon the convoy, the escort of which was slaughtered. Lucterius, having escaped with a small number of his followers, was unable to rejoin Draps. Rebilus soon learned from prisoners that the rest of the troops which had left the oppidum were with Draps at a distance of 12 miles, and that by a fortunate chance not one fugitive had taken that direction to carry him news of the last combat. The Roman general sent in advance all the cavalry and the light German infantry. He followed them with 1 legion, without baggage, leaving the other as a guard to the 3 camps. When he came near the enemy he learned by his scouts that the barbarians, according to their custom of neglecting the heights, had placed their camp on the banks of a river, probably the Dordogne, that the Germans and the cavalry had surprised them, and that they were already fighting. Rebilus then advanced rapidly at the head of the legion, drawn up in order of battle, and took possession of the heights. As soon as the ensigns appeared, the cavalry redoubled its ardor. The cohorts rushed forward from all sides, and the Gauls were taken or killed. The booty was immense, and Draps fell into the hands of the Romans. Rebilus, after this successful exploit, which cost him but a few wounded, returned under the walls of Uxellodunum. Fearing no longer any attack from without, he set resolutely to work to continue his circumvallation. The day after, C. Fabius arrived, followed by his troops, and shared with him the labors of the siege. While the south of Gaul was the scene of serious trouble, Caesar left the quaestor, Mark Antony, with 15 cohorts in the country of the Bellovaci. To deprive the Belgae of all idea of revolt, he had proceeded to the neighboring countries with 2 legions, had exacted hostages, and restored confidence by his conciliating speeches. When he arrived among the Carnutes, who the year before had been the first to revolt, he saw that the remembrance of their conduct kept them in great alarm, and he resolved to put an end to it by causing his vengeance to fall only upon Gutruatus, the instigator of the war. This man was brought in and delivered up. Although Caesar was naturally inclined to be indulgent, he could not resist the tumultuous entreaties of his soldiers, who made that chief responsible for all the dangers they had ran and for all the miseries they had suffered. Gutruatus died under the stripes and was afterwards beheaded. It was in the land of the Carnutes that Caesar received news, by the letters of Rebilus, of the events which had taken place at Uxellodunum, and of the resistance of the besieged. Although a handful of men shut up in a fortress was not very formidable, he judged it necessary to punish their obstinacy, for fear that the Gauls should entertain the conviction that it was not strength but constancy which had failed them in resisting the Romans, and lest this example might encourage the other states which possessed fortresses advantageously situated to recover their independence. Moreover, it was known everywhere among the Gauls that Caesar had only 1 more summer to hold this command, and that after that time they would have nothing more to fear. He left, therefore, the lieutenant Quintus Calenus at the head of his 2 legions, with orders to follow him by ordinary marches, and with his cavalry hastened by long marches towards Uxellodunum. Caesar, arriving unexpectedly before the town, found it completely defended at all accessible points. He judged that it could not be taken by assault. Neque ad appugnatione resedi videret ulla conditione posse, and as it was abundantly provided with provisions, conceived the project of depriving the inhabitants of water. The mountain was surrounded almost on every side by very low ground, but on one side there existed a valley through which a river, the Tormenti, ran. As it flowed at the foot of two precipitous mountains, the disposition of the localities did not admit of turning it aside and conducting it into lower channels. It was difficult for the besieged to come down to it, and the Romans rendered the approaches to it still more dangerous. They placed posts of archers and slingers, and brought engines, which commanded all the slopes which gave access to the river. The besieged had thenceforth no other means of procuring water but by carrying it from an abundant spring, which arose at the foot of the wall 300 feet from the channel of the torrent. Caesar resolved to drain this spring, and for this purpose he did not hesitate to attempt a laborious undertaking. Opposite the point where it rose, he ordered covered galleries to be pushed forward against the mountain, and under protection of these, a terrace to be raised, labors which were carried on in the midst of continual fighting and weariness. Although the besieged from their elevated position fought without danger and wounded many Romans, yet the latter did not yield to discouragement but continued the work. At the same time they made a subterranean gallery, which, running from the covered galleries, was intended to lead up to the spring. This work, carried on free from all danger, was executed without being perceived by the enemy. The terrace attained a height of 60 feet, and was surmounted by a tower of 10 stories, which, without equalling the elevation of the wall, a result it was impossible to obtain, still commanded the fountain. Its approaches, battered by engines from the top of this tower, became inaccessible. In consequence of this, many men and animals in the place died of thirst. The besieged, terrified at this mortality, filled barrels with pitch, grease, and shavings, and rolled them flaming upon the Roman works, making at the same time a sally to prevent them from extinguishing the fire. Soon it spread to the covered galleries and the terrace, which stopped the progress of the inflammable materials. Notwithstanding the difficult nature of the ground and the increasing danger, the Romans still persevered in their struggle. The battle took place on a height within sight of the army. Loud cries were raised on both sides. Each individual sought to rival his fellow in zeal, and the more he was exposed to view, the more courageously he faced the missiles and the fire. Caesar, as he was sustaining great loss, determined to feign an assault. In order to create a diversion, he ordered some cohorts to climb the hill on all sides, uttering loud cries. This movement terrified the besieged, who, fearing to be attacked at other points, called back to the defense of the wall those who were setting fire to the works. Then the Romans were unable to extinguish the flames. The Gauls, although exhausted by thirst and reduced to a small number, ceased not to defend themselves vigorously. At length, the subterranean gallery having reached the source of the spring, the supply was turned aside. The besieged, beholding the fountain suddenly become dry, believed in their despair that it was an intervention of the gods, and, submitting to necessity, surrendered. Caesar considered that the pacification of Gaul would never be completed if as strong a resistance was encountered in other towns. He thought it advisable to spread terror by a severe example, so much the more so as the well-known mildness of his temper, says Hirtius, would not allow this necessary rigor to be ascribed to cruelty. He ordered that all those who had borne arms should have their hands cut off, and sent them away living examples of the punishment reserved for rebels. Draps, who had been taken prisoner, starved himself to death. Lucterius, who had been arrested by the Averman Epascnactus, a friend of the Romans, was delivered up to Caesar. While these events were taking place on the banks of Dordogne, Labienus, in a cavalry engagement, had gained a decisive advantage over part of the Treviri and Germans, had taken prisoner their chief, and thus subjected people who were always ready to support any insurrection against the Romans. The Aedunan Surus fell also into his hands. He was a chief distinguished for his courage and birth, and the only one of that nation who had not yet laid down his arms. From that moment Caesar considered Gaul to be completely pacified. He resolved, however, to go himself to Aquitaine, which he had not yet visited, and which Publius Crassus had partly conquered. Arriving there at the head of 2 legions, he obtained the complete submission of that country without difficulty. All the tribes sent him hostages. He proceeded next to Narbonne with a detachment of cavalry and charged his lieutenants to put the army into winter quarters. 4 legions, under the orders of Mark Antony, Caius Trebonius, Publius Vatinius, and Q. Tullius, were quartered in Belgium, 2 among the Aedui and 2 among the Turons on the frontier of the Carnutes, to hold in check all the countries bordering on the ocean. These 2 last legions took up their winter quarters on the territory of the Lemovices, not far from the Arverni, so that no part of Gaul should be without troops. Caesar remained but a short time in the province, presiding hastily over the assemblies, determining cases of public dispute, and rewarding those who had served him well. He had had occasion more than anyone to know their sentiments individually, because during the general revolt of Gaul, the fidelity and succor of the province had aided him in triumphing over it. When these affairs were settled, he returned to his legions in Belgium and took up his winter quarters at Nemetusena, Arras. There he was informed of the last attempts of Commius, who, continuing a partisan war at the head of a small number of cavalry, intercepted the Roman convoys. Mark Antony had charged C. Volusinus Quadratus, prefect of the cavalry, to pursue him. He had accepted the task eagerly in the hope of succeeding the second time better than the first, but Commius, taking advantage of the rash ardor with which his enemy had rushed upon him, had wounded him seriously and escaped. He was discouraged, however, and had promised Mark Antony to retire to any spot which should be appointed him, on condition that he should never be compelled to appear before a Roman. This condition having been accepted, he had given hostages. Gaul was hereby subjugated. Death or slavery had carried off its principal citizens. Of all the chiefs who had fought for its independence, only 2 survived, Commius and Ambriorix. Banished far from their country, they died in obscurity. End of section 28.
Section 29. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. The Roman Invasion and Conquest of Britain, B.C. 55 to A.D. 79, by Oliver Goldsmith. When Julius Caesar received the province of Gaul as his government, B.C. 58, it was only a small portion of the territory inhabited by the Gauls or Celts, being almost conterminous with the medieval Provence. It was also at peace, and there seemed no excuse for making an extension of Roman territory among the 3 tribes or races between which northern and western Gaul were divided. But the Helvetii, who occupied that part of the Alps known today as Switzerland, meditated an emigration into the plains of Gaul, and as their shortest route lay across the Roman provinces, they asked leave of Caesar to pass 360,000 souls in all, counting women and children, through the imperial territory. The Roman commander, after giving them an evasive answer, met them in the territory of the Sequani and Aedui, and defeated them, driving them back to their mountains. He next went to the aid of the Aedui, ancient allies of Rome, against the Arverni and Sequani, who had invaded the Aeduan territory under a German chieftain, Ariovistus. The result was that Ariovistus was defeated and driven eastward across the Rhine. He then defeated the Belgae, who, in B.C. 57, took up arms against the garrisons which he had left in the country of the Sequani, dwellers on the Seine. He continued his conquest of the Belgic territory and subjected the 3 nations who occupied it, finally entering the country of the warlike Nervii, whom he only conquered after a stubborn and bloody battle. As soon as he had subjugated the whole of Gaul, he crossed the Rhine for the purpose of intimidating the Germans and teaching them to keep within their own boundaries. He pursued the same policy with regard to the Britons, who, according to information received by him, had sent aid to the Gauls in their struggle with Rome. His ships were brought round from the Loire to that part of the French coast now known as Boulogne, and he set out for Britain, where he landed and eventually received the submission of the British chieftains. The Britons, in their rude and barbarous state, seemed to stand in need of more polished instructors, and indeed, whatever evils may attend the conquest of heroes, their success has generally produced one good effect in disseminating the arts of refinement and humanity. It ever happens when a barbarous nation is conquered by another more advanced in the arts of peace, that it gains in elegance a recompense for what it loses in liberty. The Britons had long remained in this rude but independent state, when Caesar, having overrun Gaul with his victories, and willing still further to extend his fame, determined upon the conquest of a country that seemed to promise an easy triumph. He was allured neither by the riches nor by the renown of the inhabitants, but being ambitious rather of splendid than of useful conquests, he was willing to carry the Roman arms into a country the remote situation of which would add seeming difficulty to the enterprise, and consequently produce an increase of reputation. His pretense was to punish these islanders for having sent succors to the Gauls while he waged war against that nation, as well as for granting an asylum to such of the enemy as had sought protection from his resentment. The natives, informed of his intention, were sensible of the unequal contest and endeavored to appease him by submission. He received their ambassadors with great complacency, and having exhorted them to continue steadfast in the same sentiments, in the meantime made preparations for the execution of his design. When the troops designed for the expedition were embarked, he set sail for Britain about midnight, and the next morning arrived on the coast near Dover, where he saw the rocks and cliffs covered with armed men to oppose his landing. Finding it impracticable to gain the shore where he first intended, from the agitation of the sea and the impending mountains, he resolved to choose a landing place of greater security. The place he chose was about 8 miles farther on, some suppose at Deal, where an inclining shore and a level country invited his attempts. The poor, naked, ill-armed Britons, we may well suppose, were but an unequal match for the disciplined Romans, who had before conquered Gaul, and afterward became the conquerors of the world. However, they made a brave opposition against the veteran army. The conflicts between them were fierce, the losses mutual, and the success various. The Britons had chosen Cassibellaunus for their commander-in-chief, but the petty princes under his command, either desiring his station or suspecting his fidelity, threw off their allegiance. Some of them fled with their forces into the internal parts of the kingdom, others submitted to Caesar, till at length Cassibellaunus himself, weakened by so many desertions, resolved upon making what terms he was able, while yet he had power to keep the field. The conditions offered by Caesar and accepted by him were that he should send to the continent double the number of hostages at first demanded, and that he should acknowledge subjection to the Romans. The Romans were pleased with the name of this new and remote conquest, and the Senate decreed a supplication of 20 days in consequence of their general's success. Having therefore in this manner rather discovered than subdued the southern parts of the island, Caesar returned into Gaul with his forces, and left the Britons to enjoy their customs, religion, and laws. But the inhabitants, thus relieved from the terror of his arms, neglected the performance of their stipulations, and only 2 of their states sent over hostages according to the treaty. Caesar, it is likely, was not much displeased at the omission, as it furnished him with a pretext for visiting the island once more, and completing a conquest which he had only begun. Accordingly, the ensuing spring, he set sail for Britain with 800 ships, and arriving at the place of his descent, he landed without opposition. The islanders, being apprised of his invasion, had assembled an army and marched down to the seaside to oppose him. But seeing the number of his forces, and the whole sea, as it were, covered with his shipping, they were struck with consternation, and retired to their places of security. The Romans, however, pursued them to their retreats, until at last common danger induced these poor barbarians to forget their former dissensions, and to unite their whole strength for the mutual defense of their liberty and possessions. Cassibellaunus was chosen to conduct the common cause, and for some time he harassed the Romans in their march, and revived the desponding hopes of his countrymen. But no opposition that undisciplined strength could make was able to repress the vigor and intrepidity of Caesar. He discomfited the Britons in every action. He advanced into the country, passed the Thames in the face of the enemy, took and burned the capital city of Cassibellaunus, established his ally Mandubratius as sovereign of the Trinobantes, and, having obliged the inhabitants to make new submissions, he again returned with his army into Gaul, having made himself rather the nominal than the real possessor of the island. Whatever the stipulated tribute might have been, it is more than probable, as there was no authority left to exact it, that it was but indifferently paid. Upon the accession of Augustus, that emperor had formed a design of visiting Britain, but was diverted from it by an unexpected revolt of the Pannonians. Some years after he resumed his design, but being met in his way by the British ambassadors, who promised the accustomed tribute and made the usual submissions, he desisted from his intention. The year following, finding them remiss in their supplies, and untrue to their former professions, he once more prepared for the invasion of the country. But a well-timed embassy again averted his indignation, and the submissions he received seemed to satisfy his resentment. Upon his deathbed he appeared sensible of the overgrown extent of the Roman Empire, and recommended it to his successors never to enlarge their territories. Tiberius followed the maxims of Augustus, and wisely judging the empire already too extensive, made no attempt upon Britain. Some Roman soldiers having been wrecked on the British coast, the inhabitants not only assisted them with the greatest humanity, but sent them in safety back to their general. In consequence of these friendly dispositions, a constant intercourse of good offices subsisted between the two nations. The principal British nobility resorted to Rome, and many received their education there. From that time, the Britons began to improve in all the arts which contribute to the advancement of human nature. The first art which a savage people is generally taught by politer neighbors is that of war. The Britons thenceforward, though not wholly addicted to the Roman method of fighting, nevertheless adopted several of their improvements, as well in their arms as in their arrangement in the field. Their ferocity to strangers, for which they had always been remarkable, was mitigated, and they began to permit an intercourse of commerce even in the internal parts of the country. They still, however, continued to live as herdsmen and hunters, a manifest proof that the country was yet but thinly inhabited. A nation of hunters can never be populous, as their subsistence is necessarily diffused over a large tract of country, while the husbandman converts every part of nature to human use, and flourishes most by the vicinity of those whom he is to support. The wild extravagances of Caligula, by which he threatened Britain with an invasion, served rather to expose him to ridicule than the island to danger. The Britons, therefore, for almost a century enjoyed their liberty unmolested, till at length the Romans, in the reign of Claudius, began to think seriously of reducing them under their dominion. The expedition for this purpose was conducted in the beginning by Plautius and other commanders, with that success which usually attended the Roman arms. Claudius himself, finding affairs sufficiently prepared for his reception, made a journey thither, and received the submission of such states as living by commerce were willing to purchase tranquillity at the expense of freedom. It is true that many of the inland provinces preferred their native simplicity to imported elegance, and, rather than bow their necks to the Roman yoke, offered their bosoms to the sword. But the southern coast, with all the adjacent inland country, was seized by the conquerors, who secured the possession by fortifying camps, building fortresses, and planting colonies. The other parts of the country either thought themselves in no danger, or continued patient spectators of the approaching devastation. Caractacus was the first who seemed willing, by a vigorous effort, to rescue his country and repel its insulting and rapacious conquerors. The venality and corruption of the Roman praetors and officers, who were appointed to levy the contributions in Britain, served to excite the indignation of the natives and give spirit to his attempts. This rude soldier, though with inferior forces, continued for about the space of 9 years to oppose and harass the Romans, so that at length Ostorius Scapula was sent over to command their armies. He was more successful than his predecessors. He advanced the Roman conquest over Britain, pierced the country of the Silures, a warlike nation along the banks of the Severn, and at length came up with Caractacus, who had taken possession of a very advantageous post upon an almost inaccessible mountain, washed by a deep and rapid stream. The unfortunate British general, when he saw the enemy approaching, drew up his army, composed of different tribes, and, going from rank to rank, exhorted them to strike the last blow for liberty, safety, and life. To these exhortations his soldiers replied with shouts of determined valor. But what could undisciplined bravery avail against the attack of an army skilled in all the arts of war and inspired by a long train of conquests? The Britons were, after an obstinate resistance, totally routed, and a few days after, Caractacus himself was delivered up to the conquerors by Cartismandua, queen of the Brigantes, with whom he had taken refuge. The capture of this general was received with such joy at Rome that Claudius commanded that he should be brought from Britain in order to be exhibited as a spectacle to the Roman people. Accordingly, on the day appointed for that purpose, the emperor, ascending his throne, ordered the captives and Caractacus among the number to be brought into his presence. The vassals of the British king, with the spoils taken in war, were first brought forward. These were followed by his family, who, with abject lamentations, were seen to implore for mercy. Last of all came Caractacus, with an undaunted air and a dignified aspect. He appeared no way dejected at the amazing concourse of spectators that were gathered upon this occasion, but, casting his eyes on the splendor that surrounded him, "Alas!" cried he, "how is it possible that a people possessed of such magnificence at home could envy me, an humble cottage in Britain?" When brought into the emperor's presence, he is said to have addressed him in the following manner: "Had my moderation been equal to my birth and fortune, I had arrived in this city not as a captive, but as a friend. But my present misfortunes redound as much to your honor as to my disgrace, and the obstinacy of my opposition serves to increase the splendor of your victory. Had I surrendered myself in the beginning of the contest, neither my disgrace nor your glory would have attracted the attention of the world, and my fate would have been buried in general oblivion. I am now at your mercy, but if my life be spared, I shall remain an eternal monument of your clemency and moderation." The emperor was affected with the British hero's misfortunes, and won by his address. He ordered him to be unchained upon the spot, with the rest of the captives, and the first use they made of their liberty was to go and prostrate themselves before the Empress Agrippina, who, as some suppose, had been an intercessor for their freedom. Notwithstanding these misfortunes, the Britons were not subdued, and this island was regarded by the ambitious Romans as a field in which military honor might still be acquired. The Britons made one expiring effort to recover their liberty in the time of Nero, taking advantage of the absence of Paulinus, the Roman general, who was employed in subduing the Isle of Anglesey. That small island, separated from Britain by a narrow channel, still continued the chief seat of the Druidical superstition, and constantly afforded a retreat to their defeated forces. It was thought necessary, therefore, to subdue that place in order to extirpate a religion that disdained submission to foreign laws or leaders, and Paulinus, the greatest general of his age, undertook the task. The Britons endeavored to obstruct his landing on that last retreat of their superstitions and liberties, both by the force of their arms and the terrors of their religion. The priests and islanders were drawn up in order of battle upon the shore to oppose his landing. The women, dressed like furies, with disheveled hair, and torches in their hands, poured forth the most terrible execrations. Such a sight at first confounded the Romans, and fixed them motionless on the spot, so that they received the first assault without opposition. But Paulinus, exhorting his troops to despise the menaces of an absurd superstition, impelled them to the attack, drove the Britons off the field, burned the Druids in the same fires they had prepared for their captive enemies, and destroyed all their consecrated groves and altars. In the meantime, the Britons, taking advantage of his absence, resolved by a general insurrection to free themselves from that state of abject servitude to which they were reduced by the Romans. They had many motives to aggravate their resentment: the greatness of their taxes, which were levied with unremitting severity; the cruel insolence of their conquerors, who reproached that very poverty which they had caused; but particularly the barbarous treatment of Boadicea, queen of the Iceni, drove them at last into open rebellion. Prasutagus, king of the Iceni, at his death had bequeathed one half of his dominions to the Romans, and the other to his daughters, thus hoping by the sacrifice of a part to secure the rest in his family. But it had a different effect, for the Roman procurator immediately took possession of the whole, and when Boadicea, the widow of the deceased, attempted to remonstrate, he ordered her to be scourged like a slave, and violated the chastity of her daughters. These outrages were sufficient to produce a revolt through the whole island. The Iceni, being the most deeply interested in the quarrel, were the first to take arms. All the other states soon followed the example, and Boadicea, a woman of great beauty and masculine spirit, was appointed to head the common forces, which amounted to 230,000 fighting men. These, exasperated by their wrongs, attacked several of the Roman settlements and colonies with success. Paulinus hastened to relieve London, which was already a flourishing colony, but found on his arrival that it would be requisite, for the general safety, to abandon that place to the merciless fury of the enemy. London was therefore soon reduced to ashes. Such of the inhabitants as remained in it were massacred, and the Romans, with all other strangers, to the number of 70,000, were cruelly put to the sword. Flushed with these successes, the Britons no longer sought to avoid the enemy, but boldly came to the place where Paulinus awaited their arrival, posted in a very advantageous manner, with a body of 10,000 men. The battle was obstinate and bloody. Boadicea herself appeared in a chariot with her 2 daughters, and harangued her army with masculine firmness. But the irregular and undisciplined bravery of her troops was unable to resist the cool intrepidity of the Romans. They were routed with great slaughter. 80,000 perished in the field, and an infinite number were made prisoners, while Boadicea herself, fearing to fall into the hands of the enraged victor, put an end to her life by poison. Nero soon after recalled Paulinus from a government where, by suffering and inflicting so many severities, he was judged improper to compose the angry and alarmed minds of the natives. After an interval, Cerealis received the command from Vespasian, and by his bravery propagated the terror of the Roman arms. Julius Frontinus succeeded Cerealis both in authority and reputation. The general who finally established the dominion of the Romans in this island was Julius Agricola, who governed it during the reigns of Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian, and distinguished himself as well by his courage as humanity. Agricola, who was considered as one of the greatest characters in history, formed a regular plan for subduing and civilizing the island, and thus rendering the acquisition useful to the conquerors. As the northern part of the country was least tractable, he carried his victorious arms thither, and defeated the undisciplined enemy in every encounter. he pierced into the formerly inaccessible forests and mountains of Caledonia. He drove onward all those fierce and intractable spirits who preferred famine to slavery, and who, rather than submit, chose to remain in perpetual hostility. Nor was it without opposition that he thus made his way into a country rude and impervious by nature. He was opposed by Galgacus at the head of a numerous army, whom he defeated in a decisive action, in which considerable numbers were slain. Being thus successful, he did not think proper to pursue the enemy into their retreats, but, embarking a body of troops on board his fleet, he ordered the commander to surround the whole coast of Britain, which had not been discovered to be an island till the preceding year. This armament, pursuant to his orders, steered to the northward, and there subdued the Orkneys. Then, making the tour of the whole island, it arrived in the port of Sandwich, without having met with the least disaster. During these military enterprises, Agricola was ever attentive to the arts of peace. He attempted to humanize the fierceness of those who acknowledged his power, by introducing the Roman laws, habits, manners, and learning. He taught them to desire and raise all the conveniences of life, instructed them in the arts of agriculture, and, in order to protect them in their peaceable possessions, he drew a rampart, and fixed a train of garrisons between them and their northern neighbors, thus cutting off the ruder and more barren parts of the island, and securing the Roman province from the invasion of a fierce and necessitous enemy. In this manner, the Britons, being almost totally subdued, now began to throw off all hopes of recovering their former liberty, and, having often experienced the superiority of the Romans, consented to submit, and were content with safety. From that time the Romans seemed more desirous of securing what they possessed than of making new conquests, and were employed rather in repressing than punishing their restless northern invaders. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn. Cleopatra's Conquest of Caesar and Antony, B.C. 51–30, by John P. Mahaffey. Several Egyptian princesses of the line of the Ptolemies bore the name of Cleopatra, but history, romance, and tragedy are all illumined with the story of one, Cleopatra, the daughter of Ptolemy Auletes. Born at Alexandria B.C. 69, she ruled jointly with her brother Ptolemy from 51 to 48. Being then expelled by her colleague, she entered upon the performance of her part in Roman history when her cause was espoused by Julius Caesar, whom she had captivated by her charms. Her reinstatement by the help of Caesar, as well as all that followed in her relations with Roman rulers, was due primarily to personal considerations rather than political or military causes. And among women whose lives have vitally influenced the conduct of great historic leaders and thereby affected the course of events, Cleopatra holds a place at once the most conspicuous and most unique. Like Caesar, Mark Antony, at his first interview with Cleopatra, succumbed to the fascinations of the rare Egyptian, and he never after ceased to be her slave. Not long after Caesar's death, Antony had married Fulvia, whom he deserted for the enchanting queen. From this point to its culmination in overwhelming disaster, and the tragic death of this celebrated pair of lovers, the romantic drama of Cleopatra's conquests becomes even more important in literature than in history. This extraordinary voluptuary, whose beauty and witcheries have interested mankind for almost 20 centuries, has been the subject of some 30 tragedies in various languages, and in Antony and Cleopatra, one of his greatest plays, Shakespeare, closely following the narratives of Plutarch and other classical writers, has invested her with a potency of charm unparalleled among literary creations. She matches Antony in qualities of intellect, while she dazzles him with her coquettish arts. A queen, a siren, says Thomas Campbell, a Shakespeare's Cleopatra alone could have entangled Shakespeare's Antony. And Shakespeare alone, as declared by Mrs. Jameson, has dared to exhibit the Egyptian queen with all her greatness and all her littleness, all her paltry arts and dissolute passions, yet awakened our pity for fallen grandeur, without once beguiling us into sympathy with guilt. Yet the plain history of this sorceress of the Nile, with her infinite variety, as told by Plutarch and the other ancients, and retold with whatever advantages gained from critical research by the modern masters, makes the same impression of moral contrast and inscrutability as that imparted by the greatest poet who has dramatized the character of Cleopatra. Now at last Egypt, coming into close connection with the world's masters, becomes the stage for some of the most striking scenes in ancient history. They seem to most readers something new and strange. The pageants and passions of the fratricide Cleopatra as something unparalleled. And yet she was one of a race in which almost every reigning princess for the last 200 years had been swayed by like storms of passion, or had been guilty of like daring violations of common humanity. What Arsinoe, what Cleopatra, from the first to the last, had hesitated to murder a brother or a husband, to assume the throne, to raise and command armies, to discard or adopt a partner of her throne from caprice in policy, or policy in caprice. But hitherto this desperate gambling with life had been carried on in Egypt and Syria. The play had been with Hellenistic pawns, Egyptian or Syrian princes. The last Cleopatra came to play with Roman pieces, easier apparently to move than the others, but implying higher stakes, greater glory in the victory, greater disaster in the defeat. Therefore is it that this last Cleopatra, probably no more than an average specimen of the beauty, talent, daring, and cruelty of her ancestors, has taken an unique place among them in the imagination of the world, and holds her own even now and forever as a familiar name throughout the world. Ptolemy Auletes, when dying, had taken great care not to bequeath his mortgaged kingdom to his Roman creditors. In his will he had named as his heirs the elder of his 2 sons and his daughter, who was the eldest of the family. Nobody thought of claiming Egypt for a heritage of the Roman Republic, when the whole world was the prize proposed in the civil conflict. For though the war of Caesar and Pompey had not actually broken out, the political sky was lowering with blackness, and the coming tempest was muttering its thunder through the sultry air. So Cleopatra, now about 16 or 17 years of age, and her much younger brother, about 10, assumed the throne as was traditional, without any tumult or controversy. The opening discords came from within the royal family. The tutors and advisers of the young king, among whom Parthenos, a eunuch brought up with him as his playmate, according to the custom of the court, was the ablest and most influential, persuaded him to assume sole direction of affairs and to depose his eldest sister. Cleopatra was not able to maintain herself in Alexandria, but went to Syria as an exile, where she promptly collected an army, as was the wont of these Egyptian princesses, who seemed to have resources always under their control, and returned within a few months, says Caesar, by way of Pelusium, to reconquer her lawful share in the throne. This happened in the 4th year of their so-called joint reign, B.C. 48, at the very time that Pompey and Caesar were engaged in their conflict for a far greater kingdom. Caesar expressed his opinion that the quarrel of the sovereigns in Egypt concerned the Roman people and himself as consul, the more so as it was in his previous consulate that the recognition of and alliance with their father had taken place. So he signified his decision that Ptolemy and Cleopatra should dismiss their armies and should discuss their claims before him by argument and not by arms. All our authorities, except Dio Cassius, state that he sent for Cleopatra that she might personally urge her claims, but Dio tells us, with far more detail and I think greater probability, that at first the quarrel with her brother was argued for her by friends, till she, learning the amorous character of Caesar, sent him word that her case was being mismanaged by her advocates, and she desired to plead it herself. She was then in the flower of her age, about 20, and celebrated for her beauty. Moreover, she had the sweetest of voices and every charm of conversation, so that she was likely to ensnare even the most obdurate and elderly man. These gifts she regarded as her claims upon Caesar. She prayed therefore for an interview, and adorned herself in a garb most becoming, but likely to arouse his pity, and so came secretly by night to visit him. If she indeed arrived secretly, and was carried into the palace by one faithful follower as a bale of carpet, it was from fear of assassination by the party of Parthenos. She knew that as soon as she had reached Caesar's sentries she was safe. As the event proved, she was more than safe, for in the brief interval of peace, and perhaps even of apparent jollity, while the royal dispute was under discussion, she gained an influence over Caesar, which she retained till his death. Caesar adjudicated the throne according to the will of Auletes. He even restored Cyprus to Egypt, and proposed to send the younger brother and his sister Arsinoe to govern it. But he also insisted on a repayment, in part at least, of the enormous outstanding debt of Auletes to him and his party. A few months after Caesar's departure from Egypt, Cleopatra gave birth to a son whom she alleged, without any immediate contradiction, to be the dictator's. The Alexandrians called him Caesarion, and she never swerved from asserting for him royal privileges. We hear of no other lover, though it is impossible to imagine Cleopatra arriving at the age of 20 without providing herself with this luxury. She was, however, afraid to let Caesar live far from her influence, and some time before his assassination, that is to say, sometime between B.C. 48 and 44, she came with the young king, her brother, to Rome, where she was received in Caesar's palace beyond the Tiber. causing by her residence there considerable scandal among the stricter Romans. Cicero confesses that he went to see her, but protests that his reasons for doing so were absolutely non-political. Cicero found her haughty. He does not say she was beautiful and fascinating. We do not hear of any political activity on her part, though Cicero evidently suspects it. It is well nigh impossible that she can have preferred her very doubtful position at Rome to her brilliant life in the East. She was suspected of urging Caesar to move eastward, the capital of his new empire, to desert Rome, and choose either Ilium, the imaginary cradle of his race, or Alexandria as his residence. She is likely to have encouraged at all events his expedition against the Parthians, which would bring him to Syria, whence she hoped to gain new territory for her son. The whole situation is eloquently, perhaps too eloquently, described by Merivale, for he weaves in many conjectures of his own as if they were ascertained facts. The colors of this imitation of a hateful original, the Oriental despot, were heightened by the demeanor of Cleopatra, who followed her lover to Rome at his invitation. She came with the younger Ptolemaeus, who now shared her throne, and her ostensible object was to negotiate a treaty between her kingdom and the Commonwealth. While the Egyptian nation was formally admitted to the friendship and alliance of Rome, its sovereign was lodged in Caesar's villa on the other side of the Tiber, and the statue of the most fascinating of women was erected in the temple of the goddess of love and beauty. The connection which subsisted between her and the dictator was unblushingly avowed. Public opinion demanded no concessions to its delicacy. The feelings of the injured Calpurnia had been blunted by repeated outrage, and Cleopatra was encouraged to proclaim openly that her child Caesarion was the son of her Roman admirer. A tribune named Helvius Cinna ventured, it is said, to assert among his friends that he was prepared to propose a law, with the dictator's sanction, to enable him to marry more wives than one for the sake of progeny, and to disregard in his choice the legitimate qualification of Roman descent. The Romans, however, were spared this last insult to their prejudices. The Queen of Egypt felt bitterly the scorn with which she was popularly regarded as the representative of an effeminate and licentious people. It is not improbable that she employed her fatal influence to withdraw her lover from the Roman capital, and urged him to schemes of Oriental conquest to bring him more completely within her toils. In the meanwhile, the haughtiness of her demeanor corresponded with the splendid anticipations in which she indulged. She held a court in the suburbs of the city, at which the adherents of the dictator's policy were not the only attendants. Even his opponents and concealed enemies were glad to bask in the sunshine of her smiles. When Caesar was assassinated, she was still at Rome, and had some wild hopes of having her son recognized by the Caesarians. But failing in this, she escaped secretly, and sailed to Egypt, not without causing satisfaction to cautious men like Cicero that she was gone. The passage in which he seems to allude to a rumor that she was about to have another child, another misfortune to the state, does not bear that interpretation. As he says not a word concerning the young King Ptolemy, we may assume that the youth was already dead, and that he died at Rome. The common belief was that Cleopatra poisoned him as soon as his increasing years made him troublesome to her. In her reign 4 years are assigned to a joint rule with her elder brother, 4 more to that with her younger, so that this latter must have died in the same year as Caesar. Cleopatra, watching from Egypt the great civil war which ensued, summoned and commanded by the various leaders to send aid in ships and money, threatened with plunder and confiscation by those who were now exhausting Asia Minor and the islands with monstrous exactions, had ample occupation for her talents in steering safely among these constant dangers. Appian says she pleaded famine and pestilence in her country in declining the demands of Cassius for subsidies. The latter was on the point of invading Egypt, at the moment denuded of defending forces and wasted with famine, when he was summoned to Philippi by Brutus. It was not till B.C. 41, after the decisive battle of Philippi, that the victorious Antony, turning to subdue the East to the Caesarian cause, held his joyeuse entrée into Ephesus, and then proceeded to drain all Asia Minor of money for the satisfaction of his greedy legionaries and his own still more greedy vices. Reaching Cilicia, he sent an order to the Queen of Egypt to come before him and explain her conduct during the late war, for she was reported to have sent aid to Cassius. The sequel may be told in Plutarch's famous narrative. Dellius, who was sent on this message, had no sooner seen her face and remarked her adroitness and subtlety in speech than he felt convinced that Antony would not so much as think of giving any molestation to a woman like this. On the contrary, she would be the first in favor with him. So he set himself at once to pay his court to the Egyptian, and gave her his advice to go, in the Homeric style, to Cilicia in her best attire, and bade her fear nothing from Antony, the gentlest and kindest of soldiers. She had some faith in the words of Dellius, but more in her own attractions, which, having formerly recommended her to Caesar and the young Cnaeus Pompey, she did not doubt might yet prove more successful with Antony. Their acquaintance was with her when a girl, young and ignorant of the world, but she was to meet Antony in the time of life when women's beauty is most splendid and their intellects are in full maturity. She made great preparation for her journey, of money, gifts, and ornaments of value, such as so wealthy a kingdom might afford. But she brought with her her surest hopes in her own magic arts and charms. She received several letters, both from Antony and from his friends, to summon her, but she took no account of these orders, and at last, as if in mockery of them, she came sailing up the river Cydnus in a barge with gilded stern and outspread sails of purple, while oars of silver beat time to the music of flutes and fifes and harps. She herself lay all along under a canopy of cloth of gold, dressed as Venus in a picture, and beautiful young boys, like painted cupids, stood on each side to fan her. Her maids were dressed like sea nymphs and graces, some steering at the rudder, some working at the ropes. The perfumes diffused themselves from the vessel to the shore, which was covered with multitudes, part following the galley up the river on either bank, part running out of the city to see the sight. The marketplace was quite emptied, and Antony at last was left alone sitting upon the tribunal, while the word went through all the multitude that Venus was come to feast with Bacchus for the common good of Asia. On her arrival, Antony sent to invite her to supper. She thought it fitter he should come to her, so, willing to show his good humor and courtesy, He complied and went. He found the preparations to receive him magnificent beyond expression, but nothing so admirable as the great number of lights, for on a sudden there was let down altogether so great a number of branches with lights in them, so ingeniously disposed, some in squares and some in circles, that the whole thing was a spectacle that has seldom been equaled for beauty. The next day Antony invited her to supper, and was very desirous to outdo her as well in magnificence as contrivance, but he found he was altogether beaten in both, and was so well convinced of it, that he was himself the first to jest and mock at his poverty of wit and his rustic awkwardness. She, perceiving that his raillery was broad and gross, and savoured more of the soldier than the courtier, rejoined in the same taste, and fell into it at once, without any sort of reluctance or reserve, for her actual beauty, it is said, was not in itself so remarkable that none could be compared with her, or that no one could see her without being struck by it, but the contact of her presence, if you lived with her, was irresistible. The attraction of her person, joining with the charm of her conversation, and the character that attended all she said or did, was something bewitching. It was a pleasure merely to hear the sound of her voice, with which, like an instrument of many strings, she could pass from one language to another, so that there were few of the barbarian nations that she answered by an interpreter. To most of them she spoke herself, as to the Ethiopians, Troglodytes, Hebrews, Arabians, Syrians, Medes, Parthians, and many others whose language she had learned, which was all the more surprising because most of the kings, her predecessors, scarcely gave themselves the trouble to acquire the Egyptian tongue, and several of them quite abandoned the Macedonian. Antony was so captivated by her that, while Fulvia his wife maintained his quarrels in Rome against Caesar by actual force of arms, and the Parthian troops, commanded by Labienus, the king's generals having made him commander-in-chief, were assembled in Mesopotamia, and ready to enter Syria, he could yet suffer himself to be carried away by her to Alexandria, there to keep holiday like a boy in play and diversion, squandering and fooling away in enjoyments that most costly, as Antiphon says, of all valuables, time. They had a sort of company, to which they gave a particular name, calling it that of the inimitable livers. The members entertained one another daily in turn, with an extravagance of expenditure beyond measure or belief. Philotas, a physician of Amphissa, who was at that time a student of medicine in Alexandria, used to tell my grandfather Lamprius that, having some acquaintance with one of the royal cooks, he was invited by him, being a young man, to come and see the sumptuous preparations for dinner. So he was taken into the kitchen, where he admired the prodigious variety of all things, but particularly seeing 8 wild boars roasting whole, says he, "Surely you have a great number of guests." The cook laughed at his simplicity, and told him there were not above 12 to dine, but that every dish was to be served up just roasted to a turn, and if anything was but 1 minute ill-timed, it was spoiled. "And," said he, "maybe Antony will dine just now, maybe not this hour, maybe he will call for wine, or begin to talk, and will put it off. So that," he continued, "it is not one, but many dinners must be had in readiness, as it is impossible to guess at his hour." Plato admits 4 sorts of flattery, but Cleopatra had 1,000. Were Antony serious or disposed to mirth, she had any moment some new delight or charm to meet his wishes, At every turn she was upon him, and let him escape her neither by day nor by night. She played at dice with him, drank with him, hunted with him, and when he exercised in arms, she was there to see. At night she would go rambling with him, to joke with people at their doors and windows, dressed like a servant woman, for Antony also went in servant's disguise, and from these expeditions he always came home very scurvily answered, and sometimes even beaten severely, though most people guessed who it was. However, the Alexandrians in general liked it all well enough, and joined good-humoredly and kindly in his frolic and play, saying they were much obliged to Antony for acting his tragic parts at Rome, and keeping his comedy for them. It would be trifling without end to be particular in relating his follies, but his fishing must not be forgotten. He went out one day to angle with Cleopatra, and being so unfortunate as to catch nothing in the presence of his mistress, he gave secret orders to the fishermen to dive under water and put fishes that had been already taken upon his hooks, and there he drew in so fast that the Egyptian perceived it. But, feigning great admiration, she told everybody how dexterous Antony was, and invited them next day to come and see him again. So when a number of them had come on board the fishing boats, as soon as he had let down his hook, one of her servants was beforehand with his divers, and fixed upon his hook a salted fish from Pontus. Antony, feeling his line taut, drew up the prey, and when, as may be imagined, great laughter ensued. "Leave," said Cleopatra, "the fishing rod, autocrat, to us poor sovereigns of Pharos and Canopus. Your game is cities, kingdoms, and continents." Plutarch does not mention the most tragic and the most characteristic proof of Cleopatra's complete conquest of Antony. Among his other crimes of obedience, he sent by her orders and put to death the Princess Arsinoe, who, knowing well her danger, had taken refuge as a suppliant in the temple of Artemis Leucophryne at Miletus. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Cleopatra's Conquest of Caesar and Antony, B.C. 51–30, by John P. Mahaffey. It is not our duty to follow the various complications of war and diplomacy, accompanied by the marriage with the serious and gentle Octavia, whereby the brilliant but dissolute Antony was weaned, as it were, from his follies, and persuaded to live a life of public activity. Whether the wily Octavian did not foresee the result, whether he did not even sacrifice his sister to accumulate odium against his dangerous rival, is not for us to determine. But when it was arranged in B.C. 36 that Antony should lead an expedition against the Parthians, any man of ordinary sense must have known that he would come within the reach of the Eastern siren, and was sure to be again attracted by her fatal voice. It is hard to account for her strange patience during these 4 years. She had borne twins to Antony, probably after the meeting in Cilicia, though she still maintained the claims of her eldest son Caesarion to be the divine Julius's only direct heir, we do not hear of her sending requests to Antony to support him, or that any agents were working in her interests at Rome. She was too subtle a woman to solicit his return to Alexandria. There are mistaken insinuations that she thought the chances of Sextus Pompey, with his naval supremacy, better than those of Antony, but these stories refer to her brother Cineas, who visited Egypt before Pharsalia. It is probably to this pause in her life as we know it that we may refer her activity in repairing and enlarging the national temples. The splendid edifice at Dendera, at present among the most perfect of Egyptian temples, bears no older names than those of Cleopatra and her son Caesarion, and their portraits represent the latter as a growing lad, his mother as an essentially Egyptian figure, conventionally drawn according to the rules which had determined the figures of gods and kings for 1500 years. Under these circumstances, it is idle to speak of this well-known relief picture as a portrait of the Queen. It is no more so than the granite statues in the Vatican are portraits of Philadelphus and Arsinoe. The artist had probably never seen the Queen, and if he had, it would not have produced the slightest alteration in his drawing. Plutarch expressly says that it was not in peerless beauty that her fascination lay, but in the combination of more than average beauty with many other personal attractions. The Egyptian portrait is likely to confirm in the spectator's mind the impression derived from Shakespeare's play that Cleopatra was a swarthy Egyptian in strong contrast to the fair Roman ladies, and suggesting a wide difference of race. She was no more an Egyptian than she was an Indian, but a pure Macedonian, of a race akin to, and perhaps fairer than, the Greeks. No sooner had Antony reached Syria than the fell influence of the Egyptian queen revived. In the words of Plutarch, "But the mischief that thus long had lain still, the passion for Cleopatra, which better thoughts had seemed to have lulled and charmed into oblivion, upon his approach to Syria gathered strength again, and broke out into a flame. And, in fine, like Plato's restive and rebellious horse of the human soul, flinging off all good and wholesome counsel, and breaking fairly loose, he sent Fonteius Capito to bring Cleopatra into Syria, to whom at her arrival he made no small or trifling present. Phoenicia, Coele Syria, Cyprus, great part of Cilicia, that side of Judea which produces balm, that part of Arabia where the Nabathæans extend to the outer sea, profuse gifts which much displeased the Romans. For although he had invested several private persons with great governments and kingdoms, and bereaved many kings of theirs, as Antigonus of Judea, whose head he caused to be struck off, the first example of that punishment being inflicted on a king, yet nothing stung the Romans like the shame of these honors paid to Cleopatra. Their dissatisfaction was augmented also by his acknowledging as his own the twin children he had by her, giving them the names of Alexander and Cleopatra, and adding as their surnames the titles of Sun and Moon. After much dallying, the triumvir really started for the wild East, whither it is not our business to follow him. Cleopatra he sent home to Egypt to await his victorious return, and it was on this occasion that she came in state to Jerusalem to visit Herod the Great, probably the most brilliant scene of the kind which had taken place since the Queen of Sheba came to learn the wisdom of Solomon. But it was a very different wisdom that Herod professed, and in which he was verily a high authority. Nor was the subtle daughter of the Ptolemies a docile pupil, but a practised expert in the same arts of cruelty and cunning, wherewith both pursued their several courses of ambition and sought to wheedle from their Roman masters cities and provinces. The reunion of Antony and Cleopatra must have greatly alarmed Herod, whose plans were directly thwarted by the freaks of Antony, and he must have been preparing at the time to make his case with Octavian, and seek from his favor protection against the new caprices of the then lord of the East. The scene at Herod's palace must have been inimitable. The display of counter-fascinations between these two tigers, their voluptuous natures mutually attracted, their hatred giving to each that deep interest in the other, which so often turns to mutual passion while it incites to conquest. The grace and finish of their manners, concealing a ruthless ferocity. The splendor of their appointments. What more dramatic picture can we imagine in history? We hear that she actually attempted to seduce Herod, but failed, owing to his deep devotion to his wife Mariamne. The prosaic Josephus adds that Herod consulted his council whether he should not put her to death for this attempt upon his virtue. He was dissuaded by them on the ground that Antony would listen to no arguments, not even from the most persuasive of the world's princes, and would take awful vengeance when he heard of her death. So she was escorted with great gifts and politenesses back to Egypt. Such then was the character of this notorious queen. But her violation of temples and even of ancient tombs for the sake of treasure must have been a far more public and odious exhibition of that want of respect for the sentiment of others which is the essence of bad manners. As is well known, the first campaign of Antony against Armenians and Parthians was a signal failure, and it was only with great difficulty that he escaped the fate of Crassus. But Cleopatra was ready to meet him in Syria with provisions and clothes for his distressed and ragged battalions, and he returned with her to spend the winter, B.C. 36–35, at Alexandria. She thus snatched him again from his noble wife Octavia, who had come from Rome to Athens with succors even greater than Cleopatra had brought. This at least is the word of the historians who write in the interests of the Romans, and regard the Queen of Egypt with horror and with fear. The new campaign of Antony, B.C. 34, was apparently more prosperous, but it was only carried far enough to warrant his holding a Roman triumph at Alexandria. Perhaps the only novelty and pomp which the triumvir could exhibit to the Alexandrian populace, while it gave the most poignant offense at Rome. It was apparently now that he made that formal distribution of provinces which Octavian used as his chief casus belli. Nor was the division he made among his sons at Alexandria less unpopular. It seemed a theatrical piece of insolence and contempt of his country, for, assembling the people in the exercise ground and causing 2 golden thrones to be placed on a platform of silver, the one for him and the other for Cleopatra, and at their feet lower thrones for their children, he proclaimed Cleopatra Queen of Egypt, Cyprus, Libya, and Coele-Syria, and with her conjointly Caesarion, the reputed son of the former Caesar. His own sons by Cleopatra were to have the style of King of Kings. To Alexander he gave Armenia and Media, with Parthia so soon as it should be overcome. To Ptolemy, Phoenicia, Syria, and Cilicia. Alexander was brought out before the people in Median costume, the tiara and upright peak, and Ptolemy in boots and mantle, and Macedonian cap done about with the diadem. For this was the habit of the successors of Alexander, as the other was of the Medes and Armenians. And as soon as they had saluted their parents, the one was received by a guard of Macedonians, the other by one of Armenians. Cleopatra was then, as at other times when she appeared in public, dressed in the habit of the goddess Isis, and gave audience to the people under the name of the new Isis. This over, he gave Priene to his players for a habitation, and set sail for Athens, where fresh sports and play acting employed him. Cleopatra, jealous of the honors Octavia had received at Athens, for Octavia was much beloved by the Athenians, courted the favor of the people with all sorts of attentions. The Athenians, in requital, having decreed her public honors, deputed several of the citizens to wait upon her at her house, among whom went Antony as one, he being an Athenian citizen, and he it was that made the speech. The speed and extent of Antony's preparations alarmed Caesar, who feared he might be forced to fight the decisive battle that summer, for he wanted many necessaries, and the people grudged very much to pay the taxes, freemen being called upon to pay a fourth part of their incomes, and freed slaves an eighth of their property, so that there were loud outcries against him, and disturbances throughout all Italy. And this is looked upon as one of the greatest of Antony's oversights, that he did not then press the war, for he allowed time at once for Caesar to make his preparations, and for the commotions to pass over, for while people were having their money called for, they were mutinous and violent, but having paid it, they held their peace. Titius and Plancus, men of consular dignity and friends to Antony, having been ill-used by Cleopatra, whom they had most resisted in her design of being present in the war, came over to Caesar, and gave information of the contents of Antony's will, with which they were acquainted. It was deposited in the hands of the Vestal Virgins, who refused to deliver it up, and sent Caesar word, if he pleased, he should come and seize it himself, which he did. And reading it over to himself, he noted those places that were most for his purpose, and having summoned the Senate, read them publicly. Many were scandalized at the proceeding, thinking it out of reason and equity to call a man to account for what was not to be until after his death. Caesar specially pressed what Antony said in his will about his burial, for he had ordered that even if he died in the city of Rome, his body, after being carried in state through the Forum, should be sent to Cleopatra at Alexandria. Calvisius, a dependent of Caesar's, urged other charges in connection with Cleopatra against Antony, that he had given her the library of Pergamus, containing 200,000 distinct volumes, that at a great banquet, in the presence of many guests, he had risen up and rubbed her feet, to fulfill some wager or promise, that he had suffered the Ephesians to salute her as their queen, that he had frequently, at the public audience of kings and princes, received amorous messages written in tablets made of onyx and crystal, and read them openly on the tribunal, that when Furnius, a man of great authority and eloquence among the Romans, was pleading, Cleopatra happening to pass by in her litter, Antony started up and left them in the middle of their cause, to follow at her side and attend her home. When war was declared, Antony sought to gain the support of the East in the conflict, he made alliance with a Median king who betrothed his daughter to Cleopatra's infant son Alexander. But he made the fatal mistake of allowing Cleopatra to accompany him to Samos, where he gathered his army, and even to Actium, where she led the way in flying from the fight, and so persuading the infatuated Antony to leave his army and join in her disgraceful escape. Historians have regarded this act of Cleopatra as the mere cowardice of a woman who feared to look upon an armed conflict and join in the din of battle. But she was surely made of sterner stuff. She had probably computed with the utmost care the chances of the rivals, and had made up her mind that, in spite of Antony's gallantry, his cause was lost. If she fought out the battle with her strong contingent of ships, she would probably fall into Octavian's hands as a prisoner, and would have no choice between suicide or death in the Roman prison, after being exhibited to the mob in Octavian's triumph. There was no chance whatever that she would have been spared, as was her sister Arsinoe after Julius Caesar's triumph, nor would such clemency be less hateful than death. But there was still a chance, if Antony were killed or taken prisoner, that she might negotiate with the victor as Queen of Egypt, with her fleet, army, and treasures intact. And who could tell what effect her charms, though now full ripe, might have upon the conqueror? 2 great Romans had yielded to her. Why not the third, who seemed a smaller man? This view implies that she was already false to Antony, and it may well be asked how such a charge is compatible with the affecting scenes which followed at Alexandria, where her policy seemed defeated by her passion, and she felt her old love too strong even for her heartless ambition. I will say in answer that there is no more frequent anomaly in the psychology of female love than a strong passion coexisting with selfish ambition, so that each takes the lead in turn. Nay, even the consciousness of treachery may so intensify the passion as to make a woman embrace with keener transports the lover whom she has betrayed than one whom she has no thought of surrendering. There are, moreover, in these tragedies unexpected accidents, which so affect even the hardest nature that calculations are cast aside, and the old loyalty resumes a temporary sway. Nor must we fail to insist again upon the traditions wherein this last Cleopatra was born and bred. She came from a stock whose women played with love and with life as if they were mere counters. To hesitate whether such a scion of such a house would have delayed to discard Antony and to assume another passion is to show small appreciation of the effects of heredity and of example. Dion tells us that she arrived in Alexandria before the news of her defeat, pretended a victory, and took the occasion of committing many murders, in order to get rid of secret opponents, and also to gather wealth by confiscation of their goods, for both she and Antony, who came along the coast of Libya, seem still to have thought of defending the inaccessible Egypt, and making terms for themselves and their children with the conqueror. But Antony's efforts completely failed. No one would rally to his standard. And meanwhile the false queen had begun to send presents to Caesar and encourage him to treat with her. But when he bluntly proposed to her to murder Antony as the price of her reconciliation with himself, and when he even declared by proxy that he was in love with her, he clearly made a rash move in this game of diplomacy, though Dion says he persuaded her of his love, and that accordingly She betrayed to him the fortress of Pelusium, the key of the country. Dion also differs from Plutarch in repeatedly ascribing to Octavian great anxiety to secure the treasures which Cleopatra had with her, and which she was likely to destroy by fire if driven to despair. The historian may well leave to the biographer, nay, to the poet, the affecting details of the closing scenes of Cleopatra's life. In the 4th and 5th acts of Antony and Cleopatra, Shakespeare has reproduced every detail of Plutarch's narrative, which was drawn from that of her physician Olympos. Her fascinations were not dead, for they swayed Dolabella to play false to his master so far as to warn her of his intentions, and leave her time for her dignified and royal end. But if these Hellenistic queens knew how to die, they knew not how to live. Even the penultimate scene of the tragedy, when she presents an inventory of her treasures to Octavian, and is charged by her steward with dishonesty, shows her in uncivilized violence, striking the man in the face, and bursting into indecent fury, such as an Athenian, still less a Roman matron, would have been ashamed to exhibit. Nor is there any reason to doubt the genuineness of this scene, though we must not be weary of cautioning ourselves against the hostile witnesses who have reported to us her life. They praise nothing in her but her bewitching presence and her majestic death. After her repast, Cleopatra sent to Caesar a letter which she had written and sealed, and putting everybody out of the monument but her 2 women, she shut the doors. Caesar, opening her letter, and finding pathetic prayers and entreaties that she might be buried in the same tomb with Antony, soon guessed what was doing. At first he was going himself in all haste, but changing his mind, he sent others to see. The thing had been quickly done. The messengers came at full speed, and found the guards apprehensive of nothing. But on opening the doors, they saw her stone dead, lying upon a bed of gold, set out in all her royal ornaments. Iras, one of her women, lay dying at her feet, and Charmian, just ready to fall, scarce able to hold up her head, was adjusting her mistress's diadem. And when one that came in said angrily, "Was this well done of your lady, Charmian?" "Perfectly well," she answered, "and as became the daughter of so many kings." And as she said this, she fell down dead by the bedside. Even the hostile accounts cannot conceal from us that both in physique and in intellect she was a very remarkable figure, exceptional in her own, exceptional had she been born in any other age. She is a speaking instance of the falsehood of a prevailing belief that the intermarriage of near relations invariably produces a decadence in the human race. The whole dynasty of the Ptolemies contradicts this current theory, and exhibits in the last of the series the most signal exception. Cleopatra VI was descended from many generations of breeding in, of which 4 exhibit marriages of full brother and sister. And yet she was deficient in no quality, physical or intellectual, which goes to make up a well-bred and well-developed human being. Her morals were indeed those of her ancestors, and as bad as could be. But I am not aware that it is degeneration in this direction which is assumed by the theory in question, except as a consequence of physical decay. Physically, however, Cleopatra was perfect. She was not only beautiful, but prolific, and retained her vigor and apparently her beauty to the time of her death, when she was nearly 40 years old. End of section 31.
Section 32 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Assassination of Caesar, B.C. 44, by Barthold Georg Niebuhr. Caesar's assassination forms the groundwork of one of Shakespeare's most notable tragedies, the Itching Palm of Cassius, Brutus's rectitude and honesty of purpose, and Mark Antony's oration, will ever live while the English language endures. When the great Caesar was struck down, the Civil War was over, and he was master of the world. The month of the year B.C. 100, in which he was born, Quinctilis, was afterward called in his honor July. Caius Julius Caesar was one of the greatest figures in history, and early took a prominent part in the affairs of Rome. He was a rival of Cicero in forensic eloquence, and highly esteemed as a writer, his commentaries being universally admired. Ransomed from pirates who had captured him on his way to study philosophy at Rhodes, he attacked them in turn, took them to Pergamus, and crucified them. After various successful engagements, Caesar marched against Pharnaces, now established in the kingdom of the Bosphorus, gaining at Zela, in Pontus, the decisive victory, which he announced in the famous dispatch Veni Vidi Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. His unbounded affability, his liveliness and cordiality, his unaffected kindness to his friends, had made him popular with the high as well as the low. His ambition began to show itself. During the wrangles over the election of Africanus as consul, Caesar returned from his brilliant successes in Spain. The troops saluted him as imperator, and the Senate voted a thanksgiving in his honor. He was now strong enough to take his place as the leader of the popular party. He was elected consul, in spite of the hostility of the Senate. A coalition was formed between Caesar and Pompey. Caesar's agrarian law added to his popularity with the people, and he gained the influence of the Equites by relief of 1/3 of the farmed taxes of Asia. He now became proconsul of Illyricum and Gaul for 5 years. This suited his ambition. At this time, Pompey was the absolute master of Rome, and now arose his duel for power with Caesar. For a time he opposed the latter's election as consul, but later yielded. Caesar had achieved his brilliant success beyond the Alps. He had won victories in Gaul and Britain, but in the meantime his enemies had been active at Rome. Still believing that the Senate would permit his quiet election to the consulship, he refused to strike any blow at their authority. But the Senate had determined to humble Caesar. Both Pompey and Caesar were removed from leadership, but the consul Marcellus refused to execute the decree. Caesar was directed by the Senate to disband his army by a fixed day, on pain of being considered a public enemy. Pompey sided with the Senate. This meant civil war. Antony and Cassius fled to the camp of Caesar, who was enthusiastically supported by his soldiers, and crossed the Rubicon. Having become master of all Italy in 3 months without a battle, Caesar re-entered Rome. Pompey had fled, and at the Battle of Pharsalia was utterly routed, and took refuge in Egypt, where he was murdered a few days before the arrival of Caesar. Upon receipt of the news of Pompey's death, Caesar was named dictator for 1 year. The government was now placed without disguise in his hands. He was invested with the tribunician power for life. He was also again elected consul and named dictator. Caesar had now become a demigod, and was named dictator for 10 years, being awarded a 4-fold triumph, and a thanksgiving being decreed for 40 days. He was also made censor. This was in BC 46. After defeating the remnant of the Pompeians, he returned to Rome in September BC 45 and was named imperator, and appointed consul for 10 years and dictator for life, being hailed as parens patriae. All these triumphs had caused jealousies. It was thought that he aspired to become king, and this led to his fall. Niebuhr. It is one of the inestimable advantages of a hereditary government, commonly called the legitimate, whatever its forms may be, that it may be formally inactive in regard to the state and the population, that it may reserve its interference until it is absolutely necessary, and apparently leave things to take their own course. If we look around us and observe the various constitutions, we shall scarcely perceive the interference of the government. The greater part of the time passes away, without those who have the reins in their hands being obliged to pay any particular attention to what they are doing, and a very large amount of individual liberty may be enjoyed. But if the government is what we call a usurpation, the ruler is not only to take care to maintain his power, but in all that he undertakes he has to consider by what means and in what ways he can establish his right to govern, and his own personal qualifications for it. Men who are in such a position are urged on to act by a very sad necessity from which they cannot escape, and such was the position of Caesar at Rome. In our European states, men have wide and extensive spheres in which they can act and move. The much decried system of centralization has indeed many disadvantages, but it has this advantage for the ruler, that he can exert an activity which shows its influence far and wide. But what could Caesar do in the center of nearly the whole of the known world? He could not hope to effect any material improvements either in Italy or in the provinces. He had been accustomed, from his youth, and more especially during the last 15 years, to an enormous activity, and idleness was intolerable to him. At the close of the Civil War he would have had little or nothing to do unless he had turned his attention to some foreign enterprise. He was obliged to venture upon something that would occupy his whole soul, for he could not rest. His thoughts were therefore again directed to war, and that in a quarter where the most brilliant triumphs awaited him, where the bones of the legions of Crassus lay unavenged, to a war against the Parthians. About this time the Getae also had spread in Thrace, and he intended to check their progress likewise. But his main problem was to destroy the Parthian Empire and to extend the Roman dominion as far as India, a plan in which he would certainly have been successful. And he himself felt so sure of this that he was already thinking of what he should undertake afterward. It is by no means incredible that, as we are told, he intended on his return to march through the passes of the Caucasus, and through ancient Scythia into the country of the Getae, and thence through Germany and Gaul into Italy. Besides this expedition, he entertained other plans of no less gigantic dimensions. The port of Ostia was bad, and in reality little better than a mere roadstead, so that great ships could not come up from the river. Accordingly, it is said that Caesar intended to dig a canal for sea ships, from the Tiber, above or below Rome, through the Pontine marshes, as far as Terracina. He further contemplated to cut through the Isthmus of Corinth. It is not easy to see in what manner he would have accomplished this. considering the state of hydraulic architecture in those times. The Roman canals were mere fossae, and canals with sluices, though not unknown to the Romans, were not constructed by them. Footnote: the first canals with sluices were executed by the Dutch in the 15th century. End footnote. The fact of Caesar forming such enormous plans is not very surprising, but we can scarcely comprehend how it was possible for him to accomplish so much of what he undertook in the short time of 5 months preceding his death. Following the unfortunate system of Sulla, Caesar founded throughout Italy a number of colonies of veterans. The old Sullanian colonists were treated with great severity, and many of them and their children were expelled from their lands, and were thus punished for the cruelty which they or their fathers had committed against the inhabitants of the Municipia. In like manner, colonies were established in southern Gaul, Italy, Africa, and other parts. I may mention in particular the colonies founded at Carthage and Corinth. The latter, however, was a colonia libertinorum, and never rose to any importance. We do not know the details of its foundation, but one would imagine that Caesar would have preferred restoring the place as a purely Greek town. This, however, he did not do. Its population was and remained a mixed one, and Corinth never rose to a state of real prosperity. Caesar made various new arrangements in the state, and among others he restored the full franchise, or the jus honorum, to the sons of those who had been proscribed in the time of Sulla. He had obtained for himself the title of imperator, and the dictatorship for life, and the consulship for 10 years. Half of the offices of the republic, to which persons had before been elected by the centuries, were in his gift, and for the other half he usually recommended candidates, so that the elections were merely nominal. The tribes seem to have retained their rights of election uncurtailed, and the last tribunes must have been elected by the people. But although Caesar did not himself confer the consulship, yet the whole republic was reduced to a mere form and appearance. Caesar made various new laws and regulations, for example, to lighten the burdens of debtors and the like, but the changes he introduced in the form of the constitution were of little importance. He increased the number of praetors, which Sulla had raised to 8, successively to 10, 12, 14, and 16, and the number of quaestors was increased to 40. Hence the number of persons from whom the Senate was to be filled up became greater than that of the vacancies, and Caesar accordingly increased the number of senators, though it is uncertain what number he fixed upon, and raised a great many of his friends to the dignity of senators. In this, as in many other cases, he acted very arbitrarily, for he elected into the Senate whomsoever he pleased, and conferred the franchise in a manner equally arbitrary. These things did not fail to create much discontent. It is a remarkable fact that notwithstanding his mode of filling up the Senate, not even the majority of senators were attached to his cause after his death. If we consider the changes and regulations which Caesar introduced, it must strike us as a singular circumstance that among all his measures there is no trace of any indicating that he thought of modifying the constitution for the purpose of putting an end to the anarchy, for all his changes are in reality not essential or of great importance. Sulla felt the necessity of remodeling the constitution, but he did not attain his end, and the manner too in which he set about it was that of a short-sighted man, but he was at least intelligent enough to see that the constitution as it then was could not continue to exist. In the regulations of Caesar we see no trace of such a conviction, and I think that he despaired of the possibility of effecting any real good by constitutional reforms. Hence, among all his laws, there is not one that had any relation to the constitution. The fact of his increasing the number of patrician families had no reference to the constitution. So far, in fact, were the patricians from having any advantages over the plebeians that the office of the two aediles Cerealis, which Caesar instituted, was confined to the plebeians, a regulation which was opposed to the very nature of the patriciate. His raising persons to the rank of patricians was neither more nor less than the modern practice of raising a family to the rank of nobility. He picked out an individual and gave him the rank of patrician for himself and his descendants, but did not elevate a whole gens. The distinction itself was merely a nominal one, and conferred no privilege upon a person except that of holding certain priestly offices, which could be filled by none but patricians, and for which their number was scarcely sufficient. If Caesar had died quietly, the Republic would have been in the same, nay, in a much worse, state of dissolution than if he had not existed at all. I consider it a proof of the wisdom and good sense of Caesar that he did not, like Sulla, think an improvement in the state of public affairs so near at hand or a matter of so little difficulty. The cure of the disease lay yet at a very great distance, and the first condition on which it could be undertaken was the sovereignty of Caesar, a condition which would have been quite unbearable even to many of his followers, who, as rebels, did not scruple to go along with him. But Rome could no longer exist as a republic. It is curious to see in Cicero's work, De Republica, the consciousness running through it, that Rome, as it then stood, required the strong hand of a king. Cicero had surely often owned this to himself, but he saw no one who would have entered into such an idea. The title of king had a great fascination for Caesar, as it had for Cromwell, a surprising phenomenon in a practical mind like that of Caesar. Everyone knows the fact that while Caesar was sitting on the Sergestum during the celebration of the Lupercalia, Antony presented to him the diadem, to try how the people would take it. Caesar saw the great alarm which the act created, and declined the diadem for the sake of appearance. But had the people been silent, Caesar would unquestionably have accepted it. His refusal was accompanied by loud shouts of acclamation, which for the present rendered all further attempts impossible. Antony then had a statue of Caesar adorned with the diadem, but two tribunes of the people, Alcacetius Flavus and Epidius Marullus, took it away. And here Caesar showed the real state of his feelings, for he treated the conduct of the tribunes as a personal insult toward himself. He had lost his self-possession, and his fate carried him irresistibly onward. He wished to have the tribunes imprisoned, but was prevailed upon to be satisfied with their being stripped of their office, and sent into exile. This created a great sensation at Rome. Caesar had also been guilty of an act of thoughtlessness, or perhaps merely of distraction, as might happen very easily to a man in his circumstances, when the Senate had made its last decrees, conferring upon Caesar unlimited powers. The senators, consuls, and praetors, or the whole Senate, in festal attire, presented the decrees to him. And Caesar at the moment forgot to show his respect for the senators. He did not rise from his cella curulus, but received the decrees in an unceremonious manner. This want of politeness was never forgiven by the persons who had not scrupled to make him their master, for it had been expected that he would at least behave politely and be grateful for such decrees. Caesar himself had no design in the act, which was merely the consequence of distraction or thoughtlessness, but it made the Senate his irreconcilable enemies. The affair with the tribunes, moreover, had made a deep impression upon the people. We must, however, remember that the people under such circumstances are most sensible to anything affecting their honor, as we have seen at the beginning of the French Revolution. In the year of Caesar's death, Brutus and Cassius were praetors. Both had been generals under Pompey. Brutus's mother, Servilia, was a half-sister of Cato, for after the death of her first husband, Cato's mother had married Servilius Scipio. She was a remarkable woman, but very immoral and unworthy of her son. Not even the honor of her own daughter was sacred to her. The family of Brutus derived its origin from L. Junius Brutus, and from the time of its first appearance among the plebeians it had few men of importance to boast of. During the period subsequent to the passing of the Licinian laws, we meet with some Juni in the Fasti, but not one of them acquired any great reputation. The family had become reduced and almost contemptible. One Mr. Brutus in particular disgraced his family by sycophancy in the time of Sulla, and was afterward killed in Gaul by Pompey. Although no Roman family belonged to a more illustrious gens, yet Brutus was not by any means one of those men who are raised by fortunate circumstances. The education, however, which he received had a great influence upon him. His uncle, Cato, whose daughter, Portia, he married, whether in Cato's lifetime or afterward is doubtful, had initiated him from his early youth in the Stoic philosophy, and had instilled into his mind a veneration for it, as though it had been a religion. Brutus had qualities which Cato did not possess. The latter had something of an ascetic nature, and was, if I may say so, a scrupulously pious character. But Brutus had no such scrupulous timidity. His mind was more flexible and lovable. Cato spoke well, but could not be reckoned among the eloquent men of his time. Brutus's great talents had been developed with the utmost care, and if he had lived longer and in peace, he would have become a classical writer of the highest order. He had been known to Cicero from his early age, and Cicero felt a fatherly attachment to him. He saw in him a young man who he hoped would exert a beneficial influence upon the next generation. Caesar, too, had known and loved him from his childhood, but the stories which are related to account for this attachment must be rejected as foolish inventions of idle persons, for nothing is more natural than that Caesar should look with great fondness upon a young man of such extraordinary and amiable qualities. The absence of envy was one of the distinguishing features in the character of Caesar, as it was in that of Cicero. In the battle of Pharsalus, Brutus served in the army of Pompey, and after the battle he wrote a letter to Caesar, who had inquired after him, and when Caesar heard of his safety he was delighted, and invited him to his camp. Caesar afterward gave him the administration of Cisalpine Gaul, where Brutus distinguished himself in a very extraordinary manner by his love of justice. Cassius was related to Brutus, and had likewise belonged to the Pompeian party. But he was very unlike Brutus. He was much older, and a distinguished military officer. After the death of Crassus, he had maintained himself as quaestor in Syria against the Parthians, and he enjoyed a very great reputation in the army. But he was, after all, no better than an ordinary officer of Caesar. After the battle of Pharsalus, Caesar did not at first know whether Pompey was gone. Cassius was at the time stationed with some galleys in the Hellespont, notwithstanding which Caesar, with his usual boldness, took a boat to sail across that strait, and on meeting Cassius, called upon him to embrace his party. Cassius readily complied, and Caesar forgave him, as he forgave all his adversaries. Even Marcellus, who had mortally offended him, was pardoned at the request of Cicero. Caesar thus endeavored to efface all recollections of the civil war. Caesar had appointed both Brutus and Cassius praetors for that year, with the exception of the office of praetor urbanus, which was honorable and lucrative. The praetorship was a burdensome office and conferred little distinction, since the other praetors were only the presidents of the courts. Formerly they had been elected by lot, but the office was now altogether in the gifts of Caesar. Both Brutus and Cassius had wished for the praetor urbana, and when Caesar gave that office to Brutus, Cassius was not only indignant at Caesar, but began quarreling with Brutus also. While Cassius was in this state of exasperation, a meeting of the Senate was announced for the 15th of March, on which day, as the report went, a proposal was to be made to offer Caesar the crown. This was a welcome opportunity for Cassius, who resolved to take vengeance, for he had even before entertained a personal hatred of Caesar, and was now disappointed at not having obtained the city praetorship. He first sounded Brutus, and finding that he was safe, made direct overtures to him. During the night, someone wrote on the tribunal and the house of Brutus the words, "Remember that thou art Brutus." Brutus became reconciled to Cassius, offered his assistance, and gained over several other persons to join the conspiracy. All party differences seemed to have vanished all at once. Two of the conspirators were old generals of Caesar, C. Trebonius and Decimus Brutus, both of whom had fought with him in Gaul and against Massilia, and had been raised to high honors by their chief. There were among the conspirators persons of all parties. Men who had fought against one another at Pharsalus now went hand in hand and entrusted their lives to one another. No proposals were made to Cicero, the reasons usually assigned for which are of the most calumniatory kind. It is generally said that the conspirators had no confidence in Cicero, an opinion which is perfectly contemptible. Cicero would not have betrayed them for any consideration, but what they feared were his objections. Brutus had as noble a soul as anyone, but he was passionate. Cicero, on the other hand, who was at an advanced age, had many sad experiences, and his feelings were so exceedingly delicate that he could not have consented to take away the life of him to whom he himself owed his own, who had always behaved most nobly toward him, and had intentionally drawn him before the world as his friend. Caesar's conduct toward those who had fought in the ranks of Pompey and afterward returned to him was extremely noble, and he regarded the reconciliation of those men as a personal favor conferred upon himself. All who knew Cicero must have been convinced that he would not have given his consent to the plan of the conspirators, and if they ever did give the matter a serious thought, they must have owned to themselves that every wise man would have dissuaded them from it. For it was in fact the most complete absurdity to fancy that the Republic could be restored by Caesar's death. Goethe says somewhere that the murder of Caesar was the most senseless act that the Romans ever committed, and a truer word was never spoken. The result of it could not possibly be any other than that which did follow the deed. Caesar was cautioned by Hirtius and Pansa, both wise men of noble character, especially the former, who saw that the Republic must become consolidated and not thrown into fresh convulsions. They advised Caesar to be careful and to take a bodyguard, but he replied that he would rather not live at all than be in constant fear of losing his life. Caesar once expressed to some of his friends his conviction that Brutus was capable of harboring a murderous design, but he added that as he, Caesar, could not live much longer, Brutus would wait, and not be guilty of such a crime. Caesar's health was at the time weak, and the general opinion was that he intended to surrender his power to Brutus as the most worthy. While the conspirators were making their preparations, Portia, the wife of Brutus, inferred from the excitement and restlessness of her husband that some fearful secret was pressing on his mind. But, as he did not show her any confidence, she seriously wounded herself with a knife and was seized with a violent wound fever. No one knew the cause of her illness, and it was not till after many entreaties of her husband that, at length, she revealed it to him, saying that, as she had been able to conceal the cause of her illness, so she could also keep any secret that might be entrusted to her. Her entreaties induced Brutus to communicate to her the plan of the conspirators. Caesar was also cautioned by the haruspices, by a dream of his wife, and by his own forebodings, which we have no reason for doubting. But on the morning of the 15th of March, the day fixed upon for assassinating Caesar, Decimus Brutus treacherously enticed him to go with him to the Curia, as it was impossible to delay the deed any longer. The conspirators were at first seized with fear lest their plan should be betrayed. But on Caesar's entrance into the Senate house, C. Tullius, not Tullius, Cimber, made his way up to him, and insulted him with his importunities, and Casca gave the first stroke. Caesar fell covered with 23 wounds. He was either in his 56th year or had completed it. I am not quite certain on this point, though if we judge by the time of his first consulship, he must have been 56 years old. His birthday, which is not generally known, was the 11th of Quintilis, which month was afterward called Julius, and his death took place on the 15th of March, between 11 and 12 o'clock. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Assassination of Caesar, B.C. 44, by Plutarch. At one time the Senate having decreed Caesar some extravagant honors, the consuls and praetors, attended by the whole body of patricians, went to inform him of what they had done. When they came, he did not rise to receive them, but kept his seat, as if they had been persons in a private station, and his answer to their address was that there was more need to retrench his honors than to enlarge them. This haughtiness gave pain not only to the Senate but the people, who thought the contempt of that body reflected dishonor upon the whole commonwealth, for all who could decently withdraw went off greatly dejected. Perceiving the false step he had taken, he retired immediately to his own house, and, laying his neck bare, told his friends he was ready for the first hand that would strike. He then bethought himself of alleging his distemper as an excuse, and asserted that those who are under its influence are apt to find their faculties fail them when they speak standing, a trembling and giddiness coming upon them, which bereave them of their senses. This, however, was not really the case, for it is said he was desirous to rise to the Senate. But Cornelius Balbus, one of his friends, or rather flatterers, held him, and had servility enough to say, "Will you not remember that you are Caesar, and suffer them to pay their court to you as their superior?" These discontents were greatly increased by the indignity with which he treated the tribunes of the people. In the Lupercalia, which, according to most writers, is an ancient pastoral feast, and which answers in many respects to the Lycia among the Arcadians, young men of noble families, and indeed many of the magistrates, run about the streets naked, and by way of diversion strike all they meet with leathern thongs with their hair upon them. Numbers of women of the first quality put themselves in their way, and present their hands for stripes, as scholars do to a master, being persuaded that the pregnant gain an easy delivery by it, and that the barren are enabled to conceive. Caesar wore a triumphal robe that day, and seated himself in a golden chair upon the rostra to see the ceremony. Antony rang among the first, in compliance with the rules of the festival, for he was consul. When he came into the forum, and the crowd had made a way for him, he approached Caesar, and offered him a diadem, wreathed with laurel. Upon this some plaudits were heard, but very feeble, because they proceeded only from persons placed there on purpose. Caesar refused it, and then the plaudits were loud and general. Antony presented it once more, and few applauded his officiousness. But when Caesar rejected it again, the applause again was general. Caesar, undeceived by his second trial, rose up and ordered the diadem to be consecrated in the Capitol. A few days after, his statues were seen adorned with royal diadems, and Flavius and Marullus, two of the tribunes, went and tore them off. They also found out the persons who first saluted Caesar king, and committed them to prison. The people followed with cheerful acclamations, and called them Brutuses, because Brutus was the man who expelled the kings and put the government in the hands of the Senate and people. Caesar, highly incensed at their behavior, disposed the tribunes, and by way of reprimand to them, as well as an insult to the people, called them several times brutes and Cumseans. Upon this, many applied to Marcus Brutus, who, by the father's side, was supposed to be a descendant of that ancient Brutus, and whose mother was of the illustrious house of the Servili. He was also nephew and son-in-law to Cato. No man was more inclined than he to lift his hand against monarchy, but he was withheld by the honors and favors he had received from Caesar, who had not only given him his life after the defeat of Pompey at Pharsalia, and pardoned many of his friends at his request, but continued to honor him with his confidence. That very year he had procured him the most honorable praetorship, and he had named him for the consulship 4 years after, in preference to Cassius, who was his competitor, on which occasion Caesar is reported to have said, "Cassius assigns the strongest reasons, but I cannot refuse Brutus." Some impeached Brutus after the conspiracy was formed, but instead of listening to them, he laid his hands on his body and said, "Brutus will wait for this skin," intimating that though the virtue of Brutus rendered him worthy of empire, he would not be guilty of any ingratitude or baseness to obtain it. Those, however, who were desirous of a change kept their eyes upon him only, or principally at least, and as they durst not speak out plain, they put billets night after night in the tribunal and seat which he used as praetor, mostly in these terms: "Thou sleepest, Brutus," or "Thou art not Brutus." Cassius, perceiving his friend's ambition, a little stimulated by these papers, began to ply him closer than before, and spur him on to the great enterprise, for he had a particular enmity against Caesar. Caesar, too, had some suspicion of him, and he even said one day to his friends, "What think you of Cassius? I do not like his pale looks." Another time, when Antony and Dolabella were accused of some designs against his person and government, he said, "I have no apprehensions from those fat and sleek men. I rather fear the pale and lean ones," meaning Cassius and Brutus. It seems from this instance that fate is not so secret as it is inevitable, for we are told there were strong signs and presages of the death of Caesar. As to the lights in the heavens, the strange noises heard in various quarters by night, and the appearance of solitary birds in the forum, perhaps they deserve not our notice in so great an event as this. But some attention should be given to Strabo the philosopher. According to him, there were seen in the air men of fire encountering each other. Such a flame appeared to issue from the hand of a soldier's servant that all the spectators thought it must be burned. Yet, when it was over, he found no harm, and one of the victims which Caesar offered was found without a heart. The latter was certainly a most alarming prodigy, for, according to the rules of nature, no creature can exist without a heart. What is still more extraordinary, many report that a certain soothsayer forewarned him of a great danger which threatened him on the Ides of March, and that when the day was come, as he was going to the Senate house, he called to the soothsayer and said, laughing, "The Ides of March are come." To which he answered softly, "Yes, but they are not gone." The evening before, he supped with Marcus Lepidus, and signed, according to custom, a number of letters, as he sat at table. While he was so employed, there arose a question, what kind of death was best? And Caesar, answering before them all, cried out, "A sudden one." The same night, as he was in bed with his wife, the doors and windows of the room flew open at once. Disturbed both with the noise and the light, he observed, by moonshine, Calpurnia in a deep sleep, uttering broken words and inarticulate groans. She dreamed that she was weeping over him, and she held him, murdered, in her arms. Others say she dreamed that the pinnacle was fallen, which, as Livy tells us, the Senate had ordered to be erected upon Caesar's house by way of ornament and distinction, and that it was the fall of it which she lamented and wept for. Be that as it may, the next morning she conjured Caesar not to go out that day if he could possibly avoid it, but to adjourn the Senate, and if he had no regard to her dreams, to have recourse to some other species of divination or to sacrifices for information as to his fate. This gave him some suspicion and alarm, for he had never known before in Calpurnia anything of the weakness or superstition of her sex, though she was now so much affected. He therefore offered a number of sacrifices, and as the diviners found no suspicious tokens in any of them, he sent Antony to dismiss the Senate. In the meantime, Decius Brutus, surnamed Albinus, came in. He was a person in whom Caesar placed such confidence that he had appointed him his second heir, yet he was engaged in the conspiracy with the other Brutus and Cassius. This man, fearing that if Caesar adjourned the Senate to another day the affair might be discovered, laughed at the diviners, and told Caesar he would be highly to blame if by such a slight he gave the Senate an occasion of complaint against him. For they were met, he said, at his summons, and came prepared with one voice to honor him with the title of king in the provinces, and to grant that he should wear the diadem both by sea and land everywhere out of Italy. But if anyone go and tell them now they have taken their places, they must go home again, and return when Calpurnia happens to have better dreams. What room will your enemies have to launch out against you? Or who will hear your friends when they attempt to show that this is not an open servitude on the one hand and tyranny on the other? If you are absolutely persuaded that this is an unlucky day, it is certainly better to go yourself and tell them you have strong reasons for putting off business till another time. So saying, he took Caesar by the hand and led him out. He was not gone far from the door when a slave, who belonged to some other person, attempted to get up to speak to him, but finding it impossible, by reason of the crowd that was about him, he made his way into the house, and putting himself into the hands of Calpurnia, desired her to keep him safe till Caesar's return, because he had matters of great importance to communicate. Artemidorus the Cnidian, who, by teaching the Greek eloquence, became acquainted with some of Brutus's friends, and had got intelligence of most of the transactions, approached Caesar with a paper explaining what he had to discover. Observing that he gave the papers as fast as he received them to his officers, he got up as close as possible, and said, "Caesar, read this to yourself, and quickly, for it contains matters of great consequence and of the last concern to you." He took it, and attempted several times to read it, but was always prevented by one application or another. He therefore kept the paper, and that only, in his hand when he entered the house. Some say it was delivered to him by another man, Artemidorus being kept from approaching him all the way by the crowd. These things might, indeed, fall out by chance, but as in the place where the Senate was that day assembled, and which proved the scene of that tragedy, there was a statue of Pompey, and it was in edifice which Pompey had consecrated for an ornament to his theater, nothing can be clearer than that some deity conducted the whole business, and directed the execution of it to that very spot. Even Cassius himself, though inclined to the doctrines of Epicurus, turned his eye to the statue of Pompey, and secretly invoked his aid before the great attempt. The arduous occasion, it seems, overruled his former sentiments, and laid them open to all the influence of enthusiasm. Antony, who was a faithful friend to Caesar, and a man of great strength, was held in discourse without by Brutus Albinus, who had contrived a long story to detain him. When Caesar entered the house, the Senate rose to do him honor. Some of Brutus's accomplices came up behind his chair, and others before it, pretending to intercede, along with Metilius Cimber, for the recall of his brother from exile. They continued their instances till he came to his seat. When he was seated, he gave them a positive denial. And as they continued their importunities with an air of compulsion, he grew angry. Cimber then, with both hands, pulled his gown off his neck, which was the signal for the attack. Casca gave him the first blow. It was a stroke upon the neck with his sword, but the wound was not dangerous, for in the beginning of so tremendous an enterprise he was probably in some disorder. Caesar therefore turned upon him and laid hold of his sword. At the same time they both cried out, the one in Latin, "Villain, Casca, what dost thou mean?" and the other in Greek, to his brother, "Brother, help!" After such a beginning, those who knew nothing of the conspiracy were seized with consternation and horror, insomuch that they durst neither fly nor assist, nor even utter a word. All the conspirators now drew their swords, and surrounded him in such a manner that, whatever way he turned, he saw nothing but steel gleaming in his face, and met nothing but wounds, like some savage beast attacked by the hunters. He found every hand lifted against him, for they all agreed to have a share in the sacrifice and a taste of his blood. Therefore Brutus himself gave him a stroke in the groin. Some say he opposed the rest, and continued struggling and crying out till he perceived the sword of Brutus. Then he drew his robe over his face and yielded to his fate. Either by accident or pushed thither by the conspirators, he expired on the pedestal of Pompey's statue, and dyed it with his blood, so that Pompey seemed to preside over the work of vengeance, to tread his enemy under his feet, and to enjoy his agonies. Those agonies were great, for he received no less than 23 wounds, and many of the conspirators wounded each other as they were aiming their blows at him. Caesar thus dispatched, Brutus advanced to speak to the Senate and to assign his reasons for what he had done. But they could not bear to hear him. They fled out of the house and filled the people with inexpressible horror and dismay. Some shut up their houses, others left their shops and counters. All were in motion. One was running to see the spectacle, another running back. Antony and Lepidus, Caesar's principal friends, withdrew and hid themselves in other people's houses. Meantime Brutus and his confederates, yet warm from the slaughter, marched in a body with their bloody swords in their hands from the Senate house to the Capitol, not like men that fled, but with an air of gaiety and confidence, calling the people to liberty, and stopping to talk with every man of consequence whom they met. There were some who even joined them and mingled with their train, desirous of appearing to have had a share in the action, and hoping for one in the glory. Of this number were Caius Octavius and Lentulus Spinther, who afterward paid dear for their vanity, being put to death by Antony and young Caesar, so that they gained not even the honor for which they lost their lives, for nobody believed that they had any part in the enterprise, and they were punished not for the deed, but for the will. Next day, Brutus and the rest of the conspirators came down from the Capitol and addressed the people, who attended to their discourse without expressing either dislike or approbation of what was done, but by their silence it appeared that they pitied Caesar, at the same time that they revered Brutus. The Senate passed a general amnesty, and to reconcile all parties they decreed Caesar divine honors and confirmed all the acts of his dictatorship, while on Brutus and his friends they bestowed governments and such honors as were suitable, so that it was generally imagined the commonwealth was firmly established again, and all brought into the best order. But when, upon the opening of Caesar's will, it was found that he had left every Roman citizen a considerable legacy, and they beheld the body as it was carried through the forum, all mangled with wounds, the multitude could no longer be kept within bounds. They stopped the procession, and tearing up the benches, with the doors and tables, heaped them into a pile, and burned the corpse there. Then, snatching flaming brands from the pile, some ran to burn the houses of the assassins, while others ranged the city to find the conspirators themselves and tear them in pieces. But they had taken such care to secure themselves that they could not meet with one of them. One Cinna, a friend of Caesar's, had a strange dream the preceding night. He dreamed, as they tell us, that Caesar invited him to supper, and upon his refusal to go, caught him by the hand and drew him in after him, in spite of all the resistance he could make. Hearing, however, that the body of Caesar was to be burned in the forum, he went to assist in doing him the last honors, though he had a fever upon him, the consequence of his uneasiness about his dream. On his coming up, one of the populace asked who that was, and having learned his name, told it to his next neighbor. A report immediately spread through the whole company that it was one of Caesar's murderers, and indeed one of the conspirators was named Cinna. The multitude, taking this for the man, fell upon him and tore him to pieces upon the spot. Brutus and Cassius were so terrified at this rage of the populace that a few days after they left the city. An account of their subsequent actions, sufferings, and death may be found in the life of Brutus. Caesar died at the age of 56 and did not survive Pompey above 4 years. His object was sovereign power and authority, which he pursued through innumerable dangers, and by prodigious efforts he gained it at last. But he reaped no other fruit from it than an empty and invidious title. It is true the divine power which conducted him through life attended him after his death as his avenger, pursued and hunted out the assassins over sea and land, and rested not till there was not a man left, either of those who dipped their heads in his blood, or of those who gave their sanction to the deed. The most remarkable of natural events relative to this affair was that Cassius, after he had lost the battle of Philippi, killed himself with the same dagger which he had made use of against Caesar. And the most signal phenomenon in the heavens was that of a great comet, which shone very bright for 7 nights after Caesar's death, and then disappeared. To which we may add the fading of the sun's luster, for his orb looked pale all that year. He rose not with a sparkling radiance, nor had the heat he afforded its usual strength. The air, of course, was dark and heavy, for want of that vigorous heat which clears and rarefies it, and the fruits were so crude and unconcocted that they pined away and decayed through the chillness of the atmosphere. We have a proof still more striking that the assassination of Caesar was displeasing to the gods, in the phantom that appeared to Brutus. The story of it is this. Brutus was on the point of transporting his army from Abydos to the opposite continent, and the night before he lay in his tent awake, according to custom, and in deep thought about what might be the event of the war, for it was natural for him to watch a great part of the night, and no general ever required so little sleep. With all his senses about him, he heard a noise at the door of his tent, and, looking toward the light, which was now burned very low, he saw a terrible appearance in the human form, but of prodigious stature and the most hideous aspect. At first he was struck with astonishment, but when he saw it neither did nor spoke anything to him, but stood in silence by his bed, he asked it who it was. The spectre answered, I am thy evil genius, Brutus. Thou shalt see me at Philippi. Brutus answered boldly, I'll meet thee there. And the spectre immediately vanished. Some time after, he engaged Antony and Octavius Caesar at Philippi, and the first day was victorious, carrying all before him, where he fought in person, and even pillaging Caesar's camp. The night before he was to fight the second battle, the same spectre appeared to him again, but spoke not a word. Brutus, however, understood that his last hour was near, and courted danger with all the violence of despair. Yet he did not fall in the action, but, seeing all was lost, he retired to the top of a rock, where he presented his naked sword to his breast, and a friend, as they tell us, assisting the thrust, he died upon the spot. End of section 33.
Section 34 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Root. Rome becomes a monarchy. Death of Antony and Cleopatra. B.C. 44-30. By Henry George Liddell. Part 1. After the death of Caesar, Rome was in confusion. Consternation seized the people, and the Liberators failed to rally them to their own support. In possession of Caesar's treasure, Antony, the surviving consul, bided his time. His oration at Caesar's funeral stirred the populace against the Liberators and made him for the moment master of Rome. But his self-seeking soon turned the people against him. The young Octavius, Caesar's heir, had become popular with the army. He returned to Rome and claimed his inheritance, demanded from Antony Caesar's moneys, but in vain, and assumed the title of Caesar. The rivalry between the two leaders rapidly approached a crisis. The partisans of Antony and Octavius began to clash, and civil war followed. Defeated, Antony retreated across the Alps. Octavius was elected consul, and began negotiations with Antony and Lepidus, which resulted in the three new masters constituting themselves a triumvirate, the second triumvirate, to settle the affairs of the Commonwealth. They divided the powers of government, and a partition of territory was made between them. Their next business was to put out of the way, by proscription, the enemies of this new order of things. 300 senators, including Cicero, were massacred, as well as 2,000 knights. When the terrified Senate had legalized the self-assumed authority of the triumvirs, they turned their attention to Brutus and Cassius in the east, whither they had gone after the assassination of Caesar, and established and maintained themselves in power. At the Battle of Philippi, in Macedonia, B.C. 42, Antony and Octavius defeated Brutus and Cassius, both of whom died by their own hands. The Roman world was now in the hands of the triumvirs. Antony ruled in the east, Octavius in the west, and Lepidus in Africa, B.C. 42-36. In the latter year, Lepidus was deposed by Octavius after a short conflict, and only a year after Philippi, a war between Octavius and Antony was threatened because of a revolt in Italy raised by Antony's brother Lucius and Fulvia, wife of Antony. But it was prevented by a treaty of peace sealed by the marriage of Antony to Octavia, sister of Octavius. This peace lasted for 10 years, during which time there was constant friction between them. At Tarsus, in B.C. 41, Antony received a visit from Cleopatra, to whose charms he had yielded years before. This was the turning point in his career. He went with her to Alexandria. By his oppression of the people of the East and his dalliance with Cleopatra, he made himself the object of hatred and contempt. His army met with a series of defeats. In the meantime, Octavius was constantly strengthening himself. The rivalry between them finally reached the point where both prepared for war. The great sea fight near Actium, September 2nd, B.C. 31, resulted in the destruction of Antony's fleet after he had followed Cleopatra in her flight. A year later occurred the death of both. This important battle established Octavius as the sole ruler of the Roman possessions, and historians regard it as marking the end of the Republic and the beginning of the Empire. While the conspirators were at their bloody work of slaying Caesar, the mass of the senators rushed in confused terror to the doors, and when Brutus turned to address his peers in defense of the deed, the hall was well nigh empty. Cicero, who had been present, answered not, though he was called by name. Antony had hurried away to exchange his consular robes for the garb of a slave. Disappointed of obtaining the sanction of the Senate, the conspirators sallied out into the Forum to win the ear of the people. But here, too, they were disappointed. Not knowing what massacre might be in store, every man had fled to his own house, and in vain the conspirators paraded the Forum, holding up their blood-stained weapons and proclaiming themselves the liberators of Rome. Disappointment was not their only feeling. They were not without fear. They knew that Lepidus, being on the eve of departure for his province of Narbonness, Gaul, had a legion encamped on the island of the Tiber, and if he were to unite with Antony against them, Caesar would quickly be avenged. In all haste, therefore, they retired to the capital. Meanwhile, 3 of Caesar's slaves placed their master's body upon a stretcher and carried it to his house on the south side of the Forum, with one arm dangling from the unsupported corner. In this condition the widowed Calpurnia received the lifeless clay of him who had lately been sovereign of the world. Lepidus moved his troops to the Campus Martius, but Antony had no thoughts of using force, for in that case probably Lepidus would have become master of Rome. During the night he took possession of the treasure which Caesar had collected to defray the expenses of his Parthian campaign, and persuaded Calpurnia to put into his hands all the dictator's papers. Possessed of these securities, he barricaded his house on the Carinae, and determined to watch the course of events. In the evening, Cicero with other senators visited the self-styled Liberators in the capital. They had not communicated their plot to the orator, through fear, they said, of his irresolute counsels. But now that the deed was done, he extolled it as a godlike act. Next morning, Dolabella, Cicero's son-in-law, whom Caesar had promised should be his successor in the consulship, assumed the consular fasces and joined the Liberators, while Cinna, son of the old Marian leader and therefore brother-in-law to Caesar, threw aside his praetorian robes, declaring he would no longer wear the tyrant's livery. Decimus Brutus, a good soldier, had taken a band of gladiators into pay to serve as a bodyguard of the Liberators. Thus strengthened, they ventured again to descend into the Forum. Brutus mounted the tribune and addressed the people in a dispassionate speech which produced little effect. But when Cinna assailed the memory of the dictator, the crowd broke out into menacing cries, and the Liberators again retired to the capital. That same night they entered into negotiations with Antony, and the result appeared next morning, the 2nd after the murder. The Senate, summoned to meet, obeyed the call in large numbers. Antony and Dolabella attended in their consular robes, and Cinna resumed his praetorian garb. It was soon apparent that a reconciliation had been effected, for Antony moved that a general amnesty should be granted, and Cicero seconded the motion in an animated speech. It was carried, and Antony next moved that all the acts of the dictator should be recognized as law. He had his own purposes here, but the Liberators also saw in the motion an advantage to themselves, for they were actually in possession of some of the chief magistracies, and had received appointments to some of the richest provinces of the empire. This proposal, therefore, was favorably received, but it was adjourned to the next day, together with the important question of Caesar's funeral. On the next day, Caesar's acts were formally confirmed, and among them his will was declared valid, though its provisions were yet unknown. After this it was difficult to reject the proposal that the dictator should have a public burial. Old senators remembered the riots that attended the funeral of Clodius and shook their heads. Cassius opposed it, but Brutus with imprudent magnanimity decided in favor of allowing it. To seal the reconciliation, Lepidus entertained Brutus at dinner, and Cassius was feasted by Mark Antony. The will was immediately made public. Cleopatra was still in Rome, and entertained hopes that the boy Caesarion would be declared the dictator's heir, for though he had been married thrice, there was no one of his lineage surviving. But Caesar was too much a Roman, and knew the Romans too well, to be guilty of this folly. Young Caesar Octavius, his sister's son, was declared his heir. Legacies were left to all his supposed friends, among whom were several of those who had assassinated him. His noble gardens beyond the Tiber were devised to the use of the public, and every Roman citizen was to receive a donation of 300 sesterces, between $10 and $15. The effect of this recital was electric. Devotion to the memory of the dictator and hatred for his murderers at once filled every breast. 2 or 3 days after this followed the funeral. The body was to be burned and the ashes deposited in the Campus Martius, near the tomb of his daughter Julia. But it was first brought into the Forum upon a bier inlaid with ivory, and covered with rich tapestries, which was carried by men high in rank and office. There Antony, as consul, rose to pronounce the funeral oration. He ran through the chief acts of Caesar's life, recited his will, and then spoke of the death which had rewarded him. To make this more vividly present to the excitable Italians, he displayed a waxen image marked with the 23 wounds, and produced the very robe which he had worn, all rent and blood-stained. Soul-stirring dirges added to the solemn horror of the scene. But to us the memorable speech which Shakespeare puts into Antony's mouth will give the liveliest notion of the art used and the impression produced. That impression was instantaneous. The senator friends of the Liberators who had attended the ceremony looked on in moody silence. Soon the menacing gestures of the crowd made them look to their safety. They fled, and the multitude insisted on burning the body, as they had burned the body of Clodius, in the sacred precincts of the Forum. Some of the veterans who attended the funeral set fire to the bier. Benches and firewood heaped round it soon made a sufficient pile. From the blazing pyre the crowd rushed, eager for vengeance, to the houses of the conspirators. But all had fled betimes. One poor wretch fell a victim to the fury of the mob, Helvius Cinna, a poet who had devoted his art to the service of the dictator. He was mistaken for Lucius Cornelius Cinna, the praetor, and was torn to pieces before the mistake could be explained. Antony was now the real master of Rome. The treasure which he had seized gave him the means of purchasing goodwill, and of securing the attachment of the veterans stationed in various parts of Italy. He did not, however, proceed in the course which, from the tone of his funeral harangue, might have been expected. He renewed friendly intercourse with Brutus and Cassius, who were encouraged to visit Rome once at least, if not oftener, after that day. And Decimus Brutus, with his gladiators, was suffered to remain in the city. Antony went still further. He gratified the Senate by passing a law to abolish the dictatorship forever. He then left Rome to win the favor of the Italian communities and try the temper of the veterans. Meanwhile, another actor appeared upon the scene. This was young Octavius. He had been but 6 months in the camp at Apollonia, but in that short time he had formed a close friendship with Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, a young man of his own age, who possessed great abilities for active life, but could not boast of any distinguished ancestry. As soon as the news of his uncle's assassination reached the camp, his friend Agrippa recommended him to appeal to the troops and march upon Rome. But the youth, with a wariness above his years, resisted these bold counsels. Landing near Brundusium almost alone, he there first heard that Caesar's will had been published and that he was declared Caesar's heir. He at once accepted the dangerous honor. As he traveled slowly toward the city, he stayed some days at Puteoli with his mother Attia, who was now married to Lucius Philippus. Both mother and stepfather attempted to dissuade him from the perilous business of claiming his inheritance. At the same place he had an interview with Cicero, who had quitted Rome in despair after the funeral, and left the orator under the impression that he might be won to what was deemed the patriotic party. He arrived at Rome about the beginning of May and demanded from Antony, who had now returned from his Italian tour, an account of the moneys of which the consul had taken possession, in order that he might discharge the obligations laid upon him by his uncle's will. But Antony had already spent great part of the money in bribing Dolabella and other influential persons, nor was he willing to give up any portion of his spoil. Octavius therefore sold what remained of his uncle's property, raised money on his own credit, and paid all legacies with great exactness. This act earned him much popularity. Antony began to fear this boy of 18, whom he had hitherto despised, and the Senate learned to look on him as a person to be conciliated. Still, Antony remained in possession of all actual power. Cicero, not remarkable for political firmness, in this crisis displayed a vigor worthy of his earlier days. He had at one moment made up his mind to retire from public life and end his days at Athens in learned leisure. In the course of this summer he continued to employ himself on some of his most elaborate treatises. His work on the nature of the gods and on divination, his offices, his dialogue on old age, and several other essays belong to this period and mark the restless activity of his mind. But though he twice set sail from Italy, he was driven back to port at Velia, where he found Brutus and Cassius. Here he received letters from Augustus Hirtius and other friends of Caesar, which gave him hopes that, in the name of Octavius, they might successfully oppose Antony and restore constitutional government. He determined to return, and announced his purpose to Brutus and Cassius, who commended him and took leave of him. They went their way to the east to raise armies against Antony. He repaired to Rome to fight the battles of his party in the Senate house. Meanwhile, Antony had been running riot. In possession of Caesar's papers with no one to check him, he produced ready warrant for every measure which he wished to carry, and pleaded the vote of the Senate, which confirmed all the acts of Caesar. When he could not produce a genuine paper, he interpolated or forged what was needful. On the day after Cicero's return, September 1st, there was a meeting of the Senate, but the orator did not attend, and Antony threatened to send men to drag him from his house. Next day Cicero was in his place, but now Antony was absent. The orator arose and addressed the Senate in what is called his First Philippic. This was a measured attack upon the government and policy of Antony, but personalities were carefully eschewed. The tone of the whole speech, indeed, is such as might be delivered by a leader of opposition in Parliament at the present day. But Antony, enraged at his boldness, summoned a meeting for the 19th of September, which Cicero did not think it prudent to attend. He then attacked the absent orator in the strongest language of personal abuse and menace. Cicero sat down and composed his famous Second Philippic, which is written as if it were delivered on the same day in reply to Antony's invective. At present, however, he contented himself with sending a copy of it to Atticus, enjoining secrecy. Matters quickly drew to a head between Antony and Octavius. The latter had succeeded in securing 1,000 men of his uncle's veterans who had settled in Campania, and by great exertions in the different towns of Italy had levied a considerable force. Meantime 4 of the Epirot legions had just landed at Brundusium, and Antony hastened to attach them to his cause. But the largesse which he offered them was only 100 denaries a man, and the soldiers laughed in his face. Antony, enraged at their conduct, seized the ringleaders and decimated them. But this severity only served to change their open insolence into sullen anger, and emissaries from Octavius were ready to draw them over to the side of their young master. They had so far obeyed Antony as to march northward to Ariminum, while he repaired to Rome. But as he entered the Senate house, he heard that 2 of the 4 legions had deserted to his rival, and in great alarm he hastened to the camp just in time to keep the remainder of the troops under his standard by distributing to every man 500 denaries. The persons to hold the consulship for the next year had been designated by Caesar. They were both old officers of the Gallic army, Gaius Vibius Pansa Catronianus and Augustus Hirtius, the reputed author of the 8th book of the History of the Gallic War. Cicero was ready to believe that they had become patriots, because, disgusted with the arrogance of Antony, they had declared for Octavius and the Senate. Antony began to fear that all parties might combine to crush him. He determined, therefore, no longer to remain inactive, and about the end of November, having now collected all his troops at Ariminum, he marched along the Aemilian road to drive Decimus Brutus out of Cisalpine Gaul. Decimus was obliged to throw himself into Mutina, Modena, and Antony blockaded the place. As soon as his back was turned, Cicero published the famous Second Philippic, in which he lashed the consul with the most unsparing hand, going through the history of his past life, exaggerating the debaucheries which were common to Antony with great part of the Roman youth, and painting in the strongest colors the profligate use he had made of Caesar's papers. Its effect was great, and Cicero followed up the blow by the following 12 Philippics, which were speeches delivered in the Senate House and Forum at intervals from December 44 to April in the next year. Cicero was anxious to break with Antony at once by declaring him a public enemy, but the latter was still regarded by many senators as the head of the Caesarian party, and it was resolved to treat with him. But the demands of Antony were so extravagant that negotiations were at once broken off, and nothing remained but to try the fortune of arms. The consuls proceeded to levy troops, but so exhausted was the treasury that now, for the first time since the triumph of Aemilius Paulus, it was found necessary to levy a property tax on the citizens of Rome. Octavius and the consuls assembled their forces at Alba. On the first day of the new year, 43, Hirtius marched for Mutina, with Octavius under his command. The other consul, Pansa, remained at Rome to raise new levies, but by the end of March he also marched to form a junction with Hirtius. Both parties pretended to be acting in Caesar's name. Antony left his brother Lucius in the trenches before Mutina, and took the field against Hirtius and Octavius. For 3 months the opponents lay watching each other. But when Antony learned that Pansa was coming up, he made a rapid movement southward with 2 of his veteran legions and attacked him. A sharp conflict followed, in which Pansa's troops were defeated, and the consul himself was carried, mortally wounded, off the field. But Hirtius was on the alert, and assaulted Antony's wearied troops on their way back to their camp with some advantage. This was on the 15th of April, and on the 27th Hirtius drew Antony from his entrenchments before Mutina. A fierce battle followed, which ended in the troops of Antony being driven back into their lines. Hirtius followed close upon the flying enemy. The camp was carried by storm, and a complete victory would have been won had not Hirtius himself fallen. Upon this disaster Octavius drew off the troops. The news of the first battle had been reported at Rome as a victory, and gave rise to extravagant rejoicings. The second battle was really a victory, but all rejoicing was damped by the news that one consul was dead and the other dying. No such fatal mischance had happened since the Second Punic War, when Marcellus and Crispinus fell in one day. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Root. Rome becomes a monarchy. Part 2. After his defeat, Antony felt it impossible the siege of Mutina. With Decimus Brutus in the town behind him, and the victorious legions of Octavius before him, his position was critical. He therefore prepared to retreat, and effected this purpose like a good soldier. His destination was the province of Narbonne, Gaul, where Lepidus had assumed the government, and had promised him support. But the Senate also had hopes in the same quarter. Lucius Munatius Plancus commanded in northern Gaul, and Gaius Asinius Pollio in southern Spain. Sexti Pompeius had made good his ground in the latter country, and had almost expelled Pollio from Baetica. Plancus and Pollio, both friends and favorites of Caesar, had as yet declared neither for Antony nor Octavius. If they would declare for the Senate, Lepidus, a feeble and fickle man, might desert Antony; or if Octavius would join with Decimus Brutus and pursue him, Antony might not be able to escape from Italy at all. But these political combinations failed. Plancus and Pollio stood aloof, waiting for the course of events. Decimus Brutus was not strong enough to pursue Antony by himself, and Octavius was unwilling, perhaps unable, to unite the veterans of Caesar with troops commanded by one of Caesar's murderers. And so it happened that Antony effected his retreat across the Alps, but not without extreme hardships, which he bore in common with the meanest soldier. It was at such times that his good qualities always showed themselves, and his gallant endurance of misery endeared him to every man under his command. On his arrival in Narbonne, Gaul, he met Lepidus at Forum Julii, Frejus, and here the two commanders agreed on a plan of operations. The conduct of Octavius gave rise to grave suspicions. It was even said that the consuls had been killed by his agents. Cicero, who had hitherto maintained his cause, was silent. He had delivered his 14th and last Philippic on the news of the first victory gained by Hirtius. But now he talked in private of removing the boy of whom he had hoped to make a tool. Octavius, however, had taken his part and was not to be removed. Secretly he entered into negotiations with Antony. After some vain efforts on the part of the Senate to thwart him, he appeared in the Campus Martius with his legions. Cicero and most of the senators disappeared, and the fickle populace greeted the young heir of Caesar with applause. Though he was not yet 20, he demanded the consulship, having been previously relieved from the provisions of the Lex Annalis by a decree of the Senate, and he was elected to the first office in the state with his cousin Quintus Pedius. A curiate law passed, by which Octavius was adopted into the patrician gens of the Julii, and was put into legal possession of the name which he had already assumed, Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. We shall henceforth call him Octavian. The change in his policy was soon indicated by a law in which he formally separated himself from the Senate. Pedius brought it forward. By its provisions, all Caesar's murderers were summoned to take their trial. Of course, none of them appeared, and they were condemned by default. By the end of September, Octavian was again in Cisalpine Gaul, and in close negotiation with Antony and Lepidus. The fruits of his conduct soon appeared. Plancus and Pollio declared against Caesar's murderers. Decimus Brutus, deserted by his soldiery, attempted to escape into Macedonia through Illyricum, but he was overtaken near Aquileia and slain by order of Antony. Italy and Gaul being now clear of the senatorial party, Lepidus, as mediator, arranged a meeting between Octavian and Antony upon an island in a small river near Bologna. Here the three potentates agreed that they should assume a joint and coordinate authority under the name of triumvirs for settling the affairs of the commonwealth. Antony was to have the two Gauls, except the Narbonnese district, which, with Spain, was assigned to Lepidus. Octavian received Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa. Italy was for the present to be left to the consuls of the year, and for the ensuing year Lepidus, with Plancus, received promise of this high office. In return, Lepidus gave up his military force, while Octavian and Antony, each at the head of 10 legions, prepared to conquer the eastern part of the empire, which could not yet be divided like the western provinces, because it was in possession of Brutus and Cassius. But before they began war, the triumvirs agreed to follow the example set by Sylla, to extirpate their opponents by a proscription, and to raise money by confiscation. They framed a list of all men's names whose death could be regarded as advantageous to any of the three, and on this list each in turn pricked a name. Antony had made many personal enemies by his proceedings at Rome, and was at no loss for victims. Octavian had few direct enemies, but the boy despot discerned with precocious sagacity those who were likely to impede his ambitious projects, and chose his victims with little hesitation. Lepidus would not be left behind in the bloody work. The author of the Philippics was one of Antony's first victims. Octavian gave him up, and took as an equivalent for his late friend the life of Lucius Caesar, uncle of Antony. Lepidus surrendered his brother Paulus for some similar favor. So the work went on. Not fewer than 300 senators and 2,000 knights were on the list. Quintus Pedius, an honest and upright man, died in his consulship, overcome by vexation and shame at being implicated in these transactions. As soon as their secret business was ended, the triumvirs determined to enter Rome publicly. Hitherto they had not published more than 17 names of the proscribed. They made their entrance severally on 3 successive days, each attended by a legion. A law was immediately brought in to invest them formally with the supreme authority which they had assumed. This was followed by the promulgation of successive lists, each larger than its predecessor. Among the victims, far the most conspicuous was Cicero. With his brother Quintus, the old orator had retired to his Tusculan villa after the battle of Mutina, and now they endeavored to escape in the hope of joining Brutus in Macedonia. For the orator's only son was serving as a tribune in the Liberator's army. After many changes of domicile, they reached Astora, a little island near Antium, where they found themselves short of money, and Quintus ventured to Rome to procure the necessary supply. Here he was recognized and seized, together with his son. Each desired to die first, and the mournful claim to precedence was settled by the soldiers killing both at the same moment. Meantime Cicero had put to sea, but even in this extremity he could not make up his mind to leave Italy, and put to land at Circeii. After further hesitation he again embarked, and again sought the Italian shore near Formiae. For the night he stayed at his villa near that place, and next morning would not move, exclaiming, "Let me die in my own country, that country which I have so often saved." But his faithful slaves forced him into a litter and carried him again toward the coast. Scarcely were they gone when a band of Antony's bloodhounds reached his villa, and were put upon the track of their victim by a young man who owed everything to the Ciceros. The old orator from his litter saw the pursuers coming up. His own followers were strong enough to have made resistance, but he desired them to set the litter down. Then, raising himself on his elbow, he calmly waited for the ruffians, and offered his neck to the sword. He was soon dispatched. The chief of the band, by Antony's express orders, hewed off the head and hands, and carried them to Rome. Fulvia, the widow of Claudius, and now the wife of Antony, drove her hairpin through the tongue which had denounced the iniquities of both her husbands. The head which had given birth to the second Philippic, and the hands which had written it, were nailed to the rostra, the home of their eloquence. The sight and the associations raised feelings of horror and pity in every heart. Cicero died in his 64th year. Brutus and Cassius left Italy in the autumn of B.C. 44 and repaired to the provinces which had been allotted to them, though by Antony's influence the Senate had transferred Macedonia from Brutus to his own brother Caius, and Syria from Cassius to Dolabella. Gaius Antonius was already in possession of parts of Macedonia, but Brutus succeeded in dislodging him. Meanwhile, Cassius, already well known in Syria for his successful conduct of the Parthian War, had established himself in that province before he heard of the approach of Dolabella. This worthless man left Italy about the same time as Brutus and Cassius, and at the head of several legions marched without opposition through Macedonia into Asia Minor. Here Gaius Trebonius had already arrived, but he was unable to cope with Dolabella, and the latter surprised him and took him prisoner at Smyrna. He was put to death with unseemly contumely in Dolabella's presence. This was in February 43, and thus two of Caesar's murderers in less than a year's time felt the blow of retributive justice. When the news of this piece of butchery reached Rome, Cicero, believing that Octavian was a puppet in his hands, was ruling Rome by the eloquence of his Philippics. On his motion, Dolabella was declared a public enemy. Cassius lost no time in marching his legions into Asia to execute the behest of the Senate, though he had been dispossessed of his province by the Senate itself. Dolabella threw himself into Laodicea, where he sought a voluntary death. By the end of B.C. 43, therefore, the whole of the East was in the hands of Brutus and Cassius. But instead of making preparations for war with Antony, the two commanders spent the early part of the year 42 in plundering the miserable cities of Asia Minor. Brutus demanded men and money of the Lycians, and when they refused, he laid siege to Xanthus, their principal city. The Xanthians made the same brave resistance which they had offered 500 years before to the Persian invaders. They burned their city and put themselves to death rather than submit. Brutus wept over their fate and abstained from further exactions. But Cassius showed less moderation. From the Rhodians alone, though they were allies of Rome, he demanded all their precious metals. After this campaign of plunder, the two chiefs met at Sardis and renewed the altercations which Cicero had deplored in Italy. It is probable that war might have broken out between them, had not the preparations of the triumvirs waked them from their dream of security. It was as he was passing over into Europe that Brutus, who continued his studious habits amid all disquietudes, and limited his time of sleep to a period too small for the requirements of health, was dispirited by the vision which Shakespeare, after Plutarch, has made famous. It was no doubt the result of a diseased frame, though it was universally held to be a divine visitation. As he sat in his tent in the dead of night, he thought a huge and shadowy form stood by him, and when he calmly asked, "What and whence art thou?" it answered, or seemed to answer, "I am thine evil genius, Brutus. We shall meet again at Philippi." Meantime, Antony's lieutenants had crossed the Ionian Sea and penetrated without opposition into Thrace. The Republican leaders found them at Philippi. The army of Brutus and Cassius amounted to at least 80,000 infantry, supported by 20,000 horse, but they were ill supplied with experienced officers. For Marcus Valerius Messala, a young man of 28, held the chief command after Brutus and Cassius, and Horace, who was but 23, the son of a freedman, and a youth of feeble constitution, was appointed a legionary tribune. The forces opposed to them would have been at once overpowered had not Antony himself opportunely arrived with the second corps of the triumviral army. Octavian was detained by illness at Dyrrachium, but he ordered himself to be carried on a litter to join his legions. The army of the triumvirs was now superior to the enemy, but their cavalry, counting only 13,000, was considerably weaker than the force opposed to it. The Republicans were strongly posted upon two hills, with entrenchments between. The camp of Cassius upon the left next the sea, that of Brutus inland on the right. The triumviral army lay upon the open plain before them, in a position rendered unhealthy by marshes. Antony on the right, was opposed to Cassius. Octavian on the left fronted Brutus. But they were ill supplied with provisions and anxious for a decisive battle. The Republicans, however, kept to their entrenchments, and the other party began to suffer severely from famine. Determined to bring on an action, Antony began works for the purpose of cutting off Cassius from the sea. Cassius had always opposed a general action, but Brutus insisted on putting an end to the suspense, and his colleague yielded. The day of the attack was probably in October. Brutus attacked Octavian's army, while Cassius assaulted the working parties of Antony. Cassius's assault was beaten back with loss, but he succeeded in regaining his camp in safety. Meanwhile, Messala, who commanded the right wing of Brutus' army, had defeated the host of Octavian, who was still too ill to appear on the field, and the Republican soldiers penetrated into the triumvir's camp. Presently his litter was brought in, stained with blood, and the corpse of a young man found near it was supposed to be Octavian's. But Brutus, not receiving any tidings of the movements of Cassius, became so anxious for his fate that he sent off a party of horse to make inquiries, and neglected to support the successful assaults of Messala. Cassius, on his part, discouraged at his ill success, was unable to ascertain the progress of Brutus. When he saw the party of horse, he hastily concluded that they belonged to the enemy, and retired into his tent with his freedman Pindarus. What passed there we know not for certain. Cassius was found dead, with the head severed from the body. Pindarus was never seen again. It was generally believed that Pindarus slew his master in obedience to orders, but many thought that he had dealt a felon blow. The intelligence of Cassius' death was a heavy blow to Brutus. He forgot his own success and pronounced the elegy of Cassius in the well-known words, "There lies the last of the Romans." The praise was ill-deserved. Except in his conduct of the war against the Parthians, Cassius had never played a worthy part. After the first battle of Philippi, it would have still been politic in Brutus to abstain from battle. The triumviral armies were in great distress, and every day increased their losses. Reinforcements coming to their aid by sea were intercepted, a proof of the neglect of the Republican leaders in not sooner bringing their fleet into action. Nor did Brutus ever hear of this success. He was ill-fitted for the life of the camp, and after the death of Cassius, he only kept his men together by largesse and promises of plunder. 20 days after the first battle, he led them out again. Both armies faced one another. There was little maneuvering. The second battle was decided by numbers and force, not by skill, and it was decided in favor of the triumvirs. Brutus retired with 4 legions to a strong position in the rear, while the rest of his broken army sought refuge in the camp. Octavian remained to watch them, while Antony pursued the Republican chief. Next day, Brutus endeavored to rouse his men to another effort, but they sullenly refused to fight, and Brutus withdrew with a few friends into a neighboring wood. Here he took them aside one by one, and prayed each to do him the last service that a Roman could render to his friend. All refused with horror, till at nightfall a trusty Greek freedman named Strato held the sword, and his master threw himself upon it. Most of his friends followed the sad example. The body of Brutus was sent by Antony to his mother. His wife Portia, the daughter of Cato, refused all comfort, and being too closely watched to be able to slay herself by ordinary means, she suffocated herself by thrusting burning charcoal into her mouth. Messala with a number of other fugitives, sought safety in the island of Thasos, and soon after made submission to Antony. The name of Brutus has, by Plutarch's beautiful narrative, sublimed by Shakespeare, become a byword for self-devoted patriotism. This exalted opinion is now generally confessed to be unjust. Brutus was not a patriot, unless devotion to the party of the Senate be patriotism. Toward the provincials he was a true Roman, harsh and oppressive. He was free from the sensuality and profligacy of his age, but for public life he was unfit. His habits were those of a student. His application was great, his memory remarkable. But he possessed little power of turning his acquirements to account, and to the last he was rather a learned man than a man improved by learning. In comparison with Cassius he was humane and generous, but in all respects his character is contrasted for the worse with that of the great man from whom he accepted favors, and then became his murderer. The Battle of Philippi was in reality the closing scene of the Republican drama, but the rivalship of the triumvirs prolonged for several years the divided state of the Roman world, and it was not till after the crowning victory of Actium that the imperial government was established in its unity. We shall, therefore, here add a rapid narrative of the events which led to that consummation. The hopeless state of the Republican, or rather the senatorial party, was such that almost all hastened to make submission to the conquerors. Those whose sturdy spirits still disdained submission resorted to Sexti Pompeius in Sicily. Octavian, still suffering from ill health, was anxious to return to Italy, but before he parted from Antony, they agreed to a second distribution of the provinces of the empire. Antony was to have the eastern world, Octavian the western provinces. To Lepidus, who was not consulted in this second division, Africa alone was left. Sexti Pompeius remained in possession of Sicily. Antony at once proceeded to make a tour through Western Asia in order to exact money from its unfortunate people. About midsummer, B.C. 41, he arrived at Tarsus, and here he received a visit which determined the future course of his life and influenced Roman history for the next 10 years. Antony had visited Alexandria 14 years before, and had been smitten by the charms of Cleopatra, then a girl of 15. She became Caesar's paramour, and from the time of the dictator's death, Antony had never seen her. She now came to meet him in Cilicia. The galley which carried her up the Cydnus was of more than oriental gorgeousness, the sails of purple, oars of silver, moving to the sound of music, the raised poop burnished with gold. There she lay upon a splendid couch, shaded by a spangled canopy. Her attire was that of Venus. Around her flitted attendants, cupids, and graces. At the news of her approach to Tarsus, the triumvir found his tribunal deserted by the people. She invited him to her ship, and he complied. From that moment he was her slave. He accompanied her to Alexandria, exchanged the Roman garb for the Greco-Egyptian costume of the court, and lent his power to the queen to execute all her caprices. Meanwhile, Octavian was not without his difficulties. He was so ill at Brundusium that his death was reported at Rome. The veterans, eager for their promised rewards, were on the eve of mutiny. In a short time Octavian was sufficiently recovered to show himself, but he could find no other means of satisfying the greedy soldiery than by a confiscation of lands more sweeping than that which followed the proscription of Sylla. The towns of Cisalpine Gaul were accused of favoring Decimus Brutus, and saw nearly all their lands handed over to the new possessors. The young poet Virgil lost his little patrimony, but was reinstated at the instance of Pollio and Maecenas, and showed his gratitude in his first eclogue. Other parts of Italy also suffered. Apulia, for example, as we learn from Horace's friend Ophelus, who became the tenant of the estate which had formerly been his own. But these violent measures deferred rather than obviated the difficulty. The expulsion of so many persons threw thousands loose upon society, ripe for any crime. Many of the veterans were ready to join any new leader who promised them booty. Such a leader was at hand. Fulvia, wife of Antony, was a woman of fierce passions and ambitious spirit. She had not been invited to follow her husband to the east. She saw that in his absence imperial power would fall into the hands of Octavian. Lucius, brother of Mark Antony, was consul for the year, and at her instigation he raised his standard at Praeneste. But Lucius Antonius knew not how to use his strength, and young Agrippa, to whom Octavian entrusted the command, obliged Antonius and Fulvia to retire northward, and shut themselves up in Perusia. Their store of provisions was so small that it sufficed only for the soldiery. Early in the next year, Perusia surrendered, on condition that the lives of the leaders should be spared. The town was sacked. The conduct of Lucius Antonius alienated all Italy from his brother. While his wife, his brother, and his friends were quitting Italy in confusion, the arms of Antony suffered a still heavier blow in the eastern provinces, which were under his special government. After the battle of Philippi, Quintus Labienus, son of Caesar's old lieutenant Titus, sought refuge at the court of Orodes, king of Parthia. Encouraged by the proffered aid of a Roman officer, Pacorus, the king's son, led a formidable army into Syria. Antony's lieutenant was entirely routed, and while Pacorus with one army poured into Palestine and Phoenicia, Quintus Labienus with another broke into Cilicia. Here he found no opposition, and overrunning all Asia Minor, even to the Ionian Sea, he assumed the name of Parthicus, as if he had been a Roman conqueror of the people whom he served. End of section 35. Section 36. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Root. Rome becomes a monarchy. Part 3. These complicated disasters roused Antony from his lethargy. He sailed to Tyre, intending to take the field against the Parthians, but the season was too far advanced, and he therefore crossed the Aegean to Athens, where he found Fulvia and his brother, accompanied by Pollio, Plancus, and others, all discontented with Octavian's government. Octavian was absent in Gaul, and their representation of the state of Italy encouraged him to make another attempt. Late in the year 41, Antony formed a league with Sextus Pompeius, and while that chief blockaded Thurii and Consentia, Antony assailed Brundusium. Agrippa was preparing to meet this new combination, and a fresh civil war was imminent. But the soldiery was weary of war. Both armies compelled their leaders to make pacific overtures, and the new year was ushered in by a general peace, which was rendered easier by the death of Fulvia. Antony and Octavian renewed their professions of amity, and entered Rome together in joint ovation to celebrate the restoration of peace. They now made a third division of the provinces, by which Scodra, Scutari, in Illyricum was fixed as the boundary of the west and east. Lepidus was still left in possession of Africa. It was further agreed that Octavian was to drive Sextus Pompeius, lately the ally of Antony, out of Sicily, while Antony renewed his pledges to recover the standards of Crassus from the Parthians. The new compact was sealed by the marriage of Antony with Octavia, his colleague's sister, a virtuous and beautiful lady, worthy of a better consort. These auspicious events were celebrated by the lofty verse of Virgil's fourth eclogue. Sextus Pompeius had reason to complain. By the peace of Brundusium he was abandoned by his late friend to Octavian. He was not a man to brook ungenerous treatment. Of late years his possession of Sicily had given him command of the Roman corn market. During the winter which followed the peace of Brundusium, B.C. 40–39, Sextus blockaded Italy so closely that Rome was threatened with a positive dearth. Riots arose. The triumvirs were pelted with stones in the Forum, and they deemed it prudent to temporize by inviting Pompey to enter their league. He met them at Misenum, and the two chiefs went on board his ship to settle the terms of alliance. It is said that one of his chief officers, a Greek named Menas or Menodorus, suggested to him the expediency of putting to sea with the great prize, and then making his own terms. Sextus rejected the advice with the characteristic words, "You should have done it without asking me." It was agreed that Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica should be given up to his absolute rule, and that Achaia should be added to his portion, so that the Roman world was now partitioned among four: Octavian, Antony, Lepidus, and Sextus Pompeius. On their return the triumvirs were received with vociferous applause. Before winter, Antony sailed for Athens in company with Octavia, who for the time seems to have banished Cleopatra from his thoughts. But he disgusted all true Romans by assuming the attributes of Grecian gods and indulging in Grecian orgies. He found the state of things in the East greatly changed since his departure. He had commissioned Publius Ventidius Bassus, an officer who had followed Fulvia from Italy, to hold the Parthians in check till his return. Ventidius was son of a Picenian nobleman of Asculum, who had been brought to Rome as a captive in the Social War. In his youth he had been a contractor to supply mules for the use of the Roman commissariat. But in the civil wars which followed, men of military talent easily rose to command, and such was the lot of Ventidius. While Antony was absent in Italy, he drove Quintus Labienus into the defiles of Taurus, and here that adventurer was defeated and slain. The conqueror then marched rapidly into Syria, and forced Pacorus also to withdraw to the eastern bank of the Euphrates. In the following year, 38, he repelled a fresh invasion of the Parthians, and defeated them in 3 battles. In the last of these engagements, Pacorus himself was slain on the 15th anniversary of the death of Crassus. Antony found Ventidius laying siege to Samosata, and displaced him, only to abandon the siege and return to Athens. Ventidius repaired to Rome, where he was honored with a well-deserved triumph. He had left it as a mule jobber. He returned with the laurel round his brows. He was the first and almost the last Roman general who could claim such a distinction for victory over the Parthians. The alliance with Sextus Pompeius was not intended to last, and it did not last. Antony refused to put him in possession of Achaia, and to avenge himself for this breach of faith, Pompeius again began to intercept the Italian corn fleets. Fresh discontent appeared at Rome, and Octavian equipped a second fleet to sail against the naval chief. But after 2 battles of doubtful result, the fleet was destroyed by a storm, and Sextus was again left in undisputed mastery of the sea. Octavian, however, was never daunted by reverses, and he gave his favorite Agrippa full powers to conduct the war against Pompeius. This able commander set about his work with that resolution that marked a man determined not to fail. As a harbor for his fleet, he executed a plan of the great Caesar, namely, to make a good and secure harbor on the coast of Latium, which then as now offered no shelter to ships. For this purpose he cut a passage through the narrow necks of land which separated Lake Lucrinus from the sea, and Lake Avernus from Lake Lucrinus, and faced the outer barrier with stone. This was the famous Julian port. In the whole of the 2 years B.C. 38 and 37, Agrippa was occupied in this work and in preparing a sufficient force of ships. Every dockyard in Italy was called into requisition. A large body of slaves was set free that they might be trained to serve as rowers. On the 1st of July, B.C. 36, the fleet put to sea. Octavian himself, with 1 division, purposed to attack the northern coast of Sicily, while a second squadron was assembled at Tarentum for the purpose of assailing the eastern side. Lepidus, with a 3rd fleet from Africa, was to assault Lilybaeum. But the winds were again adverse, and though Lepidus effected a landing on the southern coast, Octavian's 2 fleets were driven back to Italy with great damage. But the injured ships were refitted, and Agrippa was sent westward toward Panormus, while Octavian himself kept guard near Messana. Off Mylae, a place famous for having witnessed the first naval victory of the Romans, Agrippa encountered the fleet of Sextus Pompeius. But Sextus, with the larger portion of his ships, gave Agrippa the slip, and sailing eastward fell suddenly upon Octavian's squadron off Tauromenium. A desperate conflict followed, which ended in the complete triumph of Sextus, and Octavian escaped to Italy with a few ships only. But Agrippa was soon upon the traces of the enemy. On the 3rd of September, Sextus was obliged once more to accept battle near the Straits of Messana, and suffered an irretrievable defeat. His troops on land were attacked and dispersed by an army which had been landed on the eastern coast by the indefatigable Octavian, and Sextus sailed off to Lesbos, where he had found a refuge as a boy during the campaign of Pharsalia, to seek protection from the jealousy of Antony. Lepidus had assisted in the campaign, but after the departure of Sextus, he openly declared himself independent of his brother triumvirs. Octavian, with prompt and prudent boldness, entered the camp of Lepidus in person with a few attendants. The soldiers deserted in crowds, and in a few hours Lepidus was fain to sue for pardon, where he had hoped to rule. He was treated with contemptuous indifference. Africa was taken from him, but he was allowed to live and die at Rome in quiet enjoyment of the chief pontificate. It was fortunate for Octavian that during this campaign Antony was on friendly terms with him. In B.C. 37, the ruler of the East again visited Italy, and a meeting between the two chiefs was arranged at Tarentum. The 5 years for which the triumvirs were originally appointed were now fast expiring, and it was settled that their authority should be renewed by the subservient Senate and people for a second period of the same duration. They parted good friends, and Octavian undertook his campaign against Sextus Pompeius without fear from Antony. This was proved by the fate of the fugitive. From Lesbos, Sextus passed over to Asia, where he was taken prisoner by Antony's lieutenants and put to death. Hitherto Octavia had retained her influence over Antony, but presently, after his last interview with her brother, the fickle triumvir abruptly quitted a wife who was too good for him, and returned to the fascinating presence of the Egyptian queen, whom he had not seen for 3 years. From this time forth he made no attempt to break the silken chain of her enchantments. During the next summer, indeed, he attempted a new Parthian campaign, but his advance was made with reckless indifference to the safety of his troops. Provisions failed, disease broke out, and after great suffering he was forced to seek safety by a precipitate retreat into the Armenian mountains. In the next year he contented himself with a campaign in Armenia to punish the king of that country for alleged treachery in the last campaign. The king fell into his hands, and with this trophy Antony returned to Alexandria, where the Romans were disgusted to see the streets of a Greco-Egyptian town honored by a mimicry of a Roman triumph. For the next 3 years he surrendered himself absolutely to the will of the enchantress. To this period belong those tales of luxurious indulgence which are known to every reader. The brave soldier who, in the perils of war, could shake off all luxurious habits, and could rival the commonest man in the cheerfulness with which he underwent every hardship, was seen no more. He sunk into an indolent voluptuary, pleased by childish amusements. At one time he would lounge in a boat at a fishing party, and laugh when he drew up pieces of salt fish, which, by the queen's order, had been attached to his hook by divers. At another time she wagered that she would consume 10 million sesterces at one meal, and won her wager by dissolving in vinegar a pearl of unknown value. While Cleopatra bore the character of the goddess Isis, her lover appeared as Osiris. Her head was placed conjointly with his own on the coins which he issued as a Roman magistrate. He disposed of the kingdoms and principalities of the East by his sole word. By his influence, Herod, son of Antipater, the Idumean minister of Hyrcanus, the late sovereign of Judea, was made king to the exclusion of the rightful heir. Polemo, his own son by Cleopatra, was invested with the scepter of Armenia. Encouraged by the absolute submission of her lover, Cleopatra fixed her eye upon the capital, and dreamed of winning by means of Antony that imperial crown which she had vainly sought from Caesar. While Antony was engaged in voluptuous dalliance, Octavian was resolutely pursuing the work of consolidating his power in the West. His patience, his industry, his attention to business, his affability, were winning golden opinions and rapidly obliterating all memory of the bloody work by which he had risen to power. He had won little glory in war, but so long as the corn fleets arrived daily from Sicily and Africa, the populace cared little whether the victory had been won by Octavian or by his generals. In Agrippa he possessed a consummate captain, in Maecenas a wise and temperate minister. It is much to his credit that he never showed any jealousy of the men to whom he owed so much. He flattered the people with the hope that he would, when Antony had fulfilled his mission of recovering the standards of Crassus, engage him to join in putting an end to their sovereign power and restoring constitutional liberty. In point of fidelity to his marriage vows, Octavian was little better than Antony. He renounced his marriage with Claudia, the daughter of Fulvia, when her mother attempted to raise Italy against him. He divorced Scribonia when it no longer suited him to court the favor of her kinsman. To replace this second wife, he forcibly took away Livia from her husband, Tiberius Claudius Nero, though she was at that time pregnant of her second son. But in this and other less pardonable immoralities there was nothing to shock the feelings of Romans. But Octavian never suffered pleasure to divert him from business. If he could not be a successful general, he resolved at least to show that he could be a hardy soldier. While Antony in his Egyptian palace was neglecting the Parthian war, his rival led his legions in more than one dangerous campaign against the barbarous Dalmatians and Pannonians, who had been for some time infesting the province of Illyricum. In the year B.C. 33, he announced that the limits of the empire had been extended northward to the banks of the Save. Octavian now began to feel that any appearance of friendship with Antony was a source of weakness rather than of strength at Rome. Misunderstandings had already broken out. Antony complained that Octavian had given him no share in the provinces wrested from Sextus Pompeius and Lepidus. Octavian retorted by accusing his colleague of appropriating Egypt and Armenia, and of increasing Cleopatra's power at the expense of the Roman Empire. Popular indignation rose to its height when Plancus and Titius, who had been admitted to Antony's confidence, passed over to Octavian and disclosed the contents of their master's will. In that document Antony ordered that his body should be buried at Alexandria, in the mausoleum of Cleopatra. Men began to fancy that Cleopatra had already planted her throne upon the Capitol. These suspicions were sedulously encouraged by Octavian. Before the close of B.C. 32, Octavian, by the authority of the Senate, declared war nominally against Cleopatra. Antony, roused from his sleep by reports from Rome, passed over to Athens, issuing orders everywhere to levy men and collect ships for the impending struggle. At Athens he received news of the declaration of war and replied by divorcing Octavia. His fleet was ordered to assemble at Corcyra, and his legions in the early spring prepared to pour into Epirus. He established his headquarters at Patrae on the Corinthian Gulf. But Antony, though his fleet was superior to that of Octavian, allowed Agrippa to sweep the Ionian Sea and to take possession of Methone in Messenia as a station for a flying squadron to intercept Antony's communications with the East, nay, even to occupy Corcyra, which had been destined for his own place of rendezvous. Antony's fleet, now anchored in the waters of the Ambracian Gulf, while his legions encamped on a spot of land which forms the northern horn of that spacious inlet. But the place chosen for the camp was unhealthy, and in the heats of early summer his army suffered greatly from disease. Agrippa lay close at hand, watching his opportunity. In the course of the spring, Octavian joined him in person. Early in the season, Antony had repaired from Petrae to his army, so as to be ready either to cross over into Italy or to meet the enemy if they attempted to land in Epirus. At first he showed something of his old military spirit, and the soldiers, who always loved his military frankness, warmed into enthusiasm. But his chief officers, won by Octavian, or disgusted by the influence of Cleopatra, deserted him in such numbers that he knew not whom to trust, and gave up all thoughts of maintaining the contest with energy. Urged by Cleopatra, he resolved to carry off his fleet and abandon the army. All preparations were made in secret, and the great fleet put to sea on the 28th of August. For the 4 following days there was a strong gale from the south. Neither could Antony escape, nor could Octavian put to sea against him from Corcyra. On the 2nd of September, however, the wind fell, and Octavian's light vessels, by using their oars, easily came up with the unwieldy galleys of the eastern fleet. A battle was now inevitable. Antony's ships were like impregnable fortresses to the assault of the slight vessels of Octavian, and though they lay nearly motionless in the calm sea, little impression was made upon them. But about noon a breeze sprung up from the west, and Cleopatra, followed by 60 Egyptian ships, made sail in a southerly direction. Antony immediately sprang from his ship of war into a light galley and followed. Deserted by their commander, the captains of Antony's ships continued to resist desperately. Nor was it till the greater part of them were set on fire that the contest was decided. Before evening closed, the whole fleet was destroyed. Most of the men and all the treasure on board perished. A few days after, when the shameful flight of Antony was made known to his army, all his legions went over to the conqueror. It was not for 11 months after the battle of Actium that Octavian entered the open gates of Alexandria. He had been employed in the interval in founding the city of Nicopolis to celebrate his victory on the northern horn of the Ambracian Gulf, in rewarding his soldiers and settling the affairs of the provinces of the East. In the winter he returned to Italy, and it was midsummer B.C. 30 before he arrived in Egypt. When Antony and Cleopatra arrived off Alexandria, they put a bold face upon the matter. Some time passed before the real state of the case was known, but it soon became plain that Egypt was at the mercy of the conqueror. The queen formed all kinds of wild designs. One was to transport the ships that she had saved across the Isthmus of Suez and seek refuge in some distant land where the name of Rome was yet unknown. Some ships were actually drawn across, but they were destroyed by the Arabs, and the plan was abandoned. She now flattered herself that her powers of fascination, proved so potent over Caesar and Antony, might subdue Octavian. Secret messages passed between the conqueror and the queen. Nor were Octavian's answers such as to banish hope. Antony, full of repentance and despair, shut himself up in Pharos, and there remained in gloomy isolation. In July B.C. 30, Octavian appeared before Pelusium. The place was surrendered without a blow. Yet, at the approach of the conqueror, Antony put himself at the head of a division of cavalry and gained some advantage. but on his return to Alexandria he found that Cleopatra had given up all her ships, and no more opposition was offered. On the 1st of August, Sextilis, as it was then called, Octavian entered the open gates of Alexandria. Both Antony and Cleopatra sought to win him. Antony's messengers the conqueror refused to see, but he still used fair words to Cleopatra. The queen had shut herself up in a sort of mausoleum built to receive her body after death, which was not approachable by any door, and it was given out that she was really dead. All the tenderness of old times revived in Antony's heart. He stabbed himself, and in a dying state ordered himself to be laid by the side of Cleopatra. The queen, touched by pity, ordered her expiring lover to be drawn up by cords into her retreat, and bathed his temple with her tears. After he had breathed his last, she consented to see Octavian. Her penetration soon told her that she had nothing to hope from him. She saw that his fair words were only intended to prevent her from desperate acts and reserve her for the degradation of his triumph. This impression was confirmed when all instruments by which death could be inflicted were found to have been removed from her apartments. But she was not to be so baffled. She pretended all submission, but when the ministers of Octavian came to carry her away, they found her lying dead upon her couch, attended by her faithful waiting women, Iras and Charmian. The manner of her death was never ascertained. Popular belief ascribed it to the bite of an asp which had been conveyed to her in a basket of fruit. Thus died Antony and Cleopatra. Antony was by nature a genial, open-hearted Roman, a good soldier, quick, resolute, and vigorous, but reckless and self-indulgent, devoid alike of prudence and of principle. The corruptions of the age, the seductions of power, and the evil influence of Cleopatra paralyzed a nature capable of better things. We know him chiefly through the exaggerated assaults of Cicero in his Philippic, and the narratives of writers devoted to Octavian. But after all deductions for partial representation, enough remains to show that Antony had all the faults of Caesar, with little of his redeeming greatness. Cleopatra was an extraordinary person. At her death she was but 38 years of age. Her power rested not so much on actual beauty as on her fascinating manners and her extreme readiness of wit. In her follies there was a certain magnificence which excites even a dull imagination. We may estimate the real power of her mental qualities by observing the impression her character made upon the Roman poets of the time. No meditated praises could have borne such testimony to her greatness as the lofty strain in which Horace celebrates her fall, and congratulates the Roman world on its escape from the ruin which she was threatening to the Capitol. Octavian dated the years of his imperial monarchy from the day of the battle of Actium, but it was not till 2 years after, the summer of B.C. 29, that he established himself in Rome as ruler of the Roman world. Then he celebrated 3 magnificent triumphs, after the example of his uncle, the great dictator, for his victories in Dalmatia, at Actium, and in Egypt. At the same time, the temple of Janus was closed, notwithstanding that border wars still continued in Gaul and Spain, for the first time since the year B.C. 235. All men drew breath more freely, and all except the soldiery looked forward to a time of tranquillity. Liberty and independence were forgotten words. After the terrible disorders of the last century, The general cry was for quiet at any price. Octavian was a person admirably fitted to fulfill these aspirations. His uncle Julius was too fond of active exertion to play such a part well. Octavian never shone in war, while his vigilant and patient mind was well fitted for the discharge of business. He avoided shocking popular feeling by assuming any title savoring of royalty, but he enjoyed by universal consent an authority more than regal. End of section 36.
Section 37 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood. Germans under Arminius revolt against Rome, A.D. 9, by Sir Edward S. Creasy, Part 1. The German race was beginning to make itself felt to a greater extent than hitherto in its efforts for freedom from the Roman rule. Research shows that from the earliest days there were two distinct peoples under this designation of German, the northern or Scandinavian, and the southern being more truly the German. Both consisted of numerous tribes, the Romans giving separate names to each. From this arose the generic titles of Franks, Bavarians, Alemanni, and the rest. They were great fighters, and, as a natural sequence, mighty hunters. When warfare did not occupy their attention, hunting, feasting, and drinking took its place. Tacitus writes, "To drink continuously night and day was no shame for them." Their chief beverage was barley beer, though in the south wine was used to some extent. Rome had garrisons throughout the whole land, and the fortunes of the Germans were at a low ebb. Freedom seemed stifled forever when Arminius led his forces against the Roman hosts in the forest of Teutoburgium. Rightly does Creasy rate this important battle so highly, for it meant the final uplifting of the Teuton, and with him the English-speaking races of a later time. To a truly illustrious Frenchman, whose reverses as a minister can never obscure his achievements in the world of letters, we are indebted for the most profound and most eloquent estimate that we possess of the importance of the Germanic element in European civilization, and of the extent to which the human race is indebted to those brave warriors who long were the unconquered antagonists and finally became the conquerors of imperial Rome. 23 eventful years have passed away since Monsieur Guizot delivered from the chair of modern history at Paris his course of lectures on the history of civilization in Europe. During those years, the spirit of earnest inquiry into the germs and primary developments of existing institutions has become more and more active and universal, and the merited celebrity of Monsieur Guizot's work has proportionally increased. Its admirable analysis of the complex political and social organizations of which the modern civilized world is made up must have led thousands to trace with keener interest the great crises of times past, by which the characteristics of the present were determined. The narrative of one of these great crises, of the epoch A.D. 9, when Germany took up arms for her independence against Roman invasion, has for us this special attraction, that it forms part of our own national history. Had Arminius been supine or unsuccessful, our Germanic ancestors would have been enslaved or exterminated in their original seats along the Eider and the Elbe. This island would never have borne the name of England, and we, this great English nation, whose race and language are now overrunning the earth, from one end of it to the other, would have been utterly cut off from existence. Footnote 82. Guizot was Minister of Foreign Affairs, and later, 1848, Prime Minister under Louis Philippe. Arnold may indeed go too far in holding that we are wholly unconnected in race with the Romans and Britons who inhabited this country before the coming over of the Saxons, that, quote, nationally speaking, the history of Caesar's invasion has no more to do with us than the natural history of the animals which then inhabited our forests, end quote. There seems ample evidence to prove that the Romanized Celts, whom our Teutonic forefathers found here, influenced materially the character of our nation. But the mainstream of our people was, and is, Germanic. Our language alone decisively proves this. Arminius is far more truly one of our national heroes than Caractacus, and it was our own primeval fatherland that the brave German rescued when he slaughtered the Roman legions 18 centuries ago in the marshy glens between the Lippe and the Ems. Dark and disheartening even to heroic spirits must have seemed the prospects of Germany when Arminius planned the general rising of his countrymen against Rome. Half the land was occupied by Roman garrisons, and what was worse, many of the Germans seemed patiently acquiescent in their state of bondage. The braver portion, whose patriotism could be relied on, was ill-armed and undisciplined, while the enemy's troops consisted of veterans in the highest state of equipment and training, familiarized with victory, and commanded by officers of proved skill and valor. The resources of Rome seemed boundless. Her tenacity of purpose was believed to be invincible. There was no hope of foreign sympathy or aid, for, quote, the self-governing powers that had filled the old world had bent one after another before the rising power of Rome and had vanished. The earth seemed left void of independent nations. End quote. The German chieftain knew well the gigantic power of the oppressor. Arminius was no rude savage, fighting out of mere animal instinct or in ignorance of the might of his adversary. He was familiar with the Roman language and civilization. He had served in the Roman armies. He had been admitted to the Roman citizenship and raised to the rank of the equestrian order. It was part of the subtle policy of Rome to confer rank and privileges on the youth of the leading families in the nations which she wished to enslave. Among other young German chieftains, Arminius and his brother, who were the heads of the noblest house in the tribe of the Cherusci, had been selected as fit objects for the exercise of this insidious system. Roman refinements and dignities succeeded in denationalizing the brother, who assumed the Roman name of Flavius, and adhered to Rome throughout all her wars against his country. Arminius remained unbought by honors or wealth, uncorrupted by refinement or luxury. He aspired to and obtained from Roman enmity a higher title than ever could have been given him by Roman favor. It is in the page of Rome's greatest historian that his name has come down to us with the proud addition of Liberator and Dubi Germaniae. Often must the young chieftain, while meditating the exploit which has thus immortalized him, have anxiously revolved in his mind the fate of the many great men who had been crushed in the attempt which he was about to renew, the attempt to stay the chariot wheels of triumphant Rome. Could he hope to succeed where Hannibal and Mithridates had perished? What had been the doom of Viriathus? And what warning against vain valor was written on the desolate site where Numantia once had flourished? Nor was a caution wanting in scenes nearer home and more recent times. The Gauls had fruitlessly struggled for 8 years against Caesar, and the gallant Vercingetorix, who in the last year of the war had roused all his countrymen to insurrection, who had cut off Roman detachments and brought Caesar himself to the extreme of peril at Alesia, he too had finally succumbed, had been led captive in Caesar's triumph, and had then been butchered in cold blood in a Roman dungeon. It was true that Rome was no longer the great military republic which for so many ages had shattered the kingdoms of the world. Her system of government was changed, and after a century of revolution and civil war, she had placed herself under the despotism of a single ruler. But the discipline of her troops was yet unimpaired, and her warlike spirit seemed unabated. The first year of the empire had been signalized by conquests as valuable as any gained by the republic in a corresponding period. It is a great fallacy, though apparently sanctioned by great authorities, to suppose that the foreign policy pursued by Augustus was pacific. He certainly recommended such a policy to his successors, incertum metu anper invidiam, but he himself, until Arminius broke his spirit, had followed a very different course. Besides his Spanish wars, his generals, in a series of generally aggressive campaigns, had extended the Roman frontier from the Alps to the Danube, and had reduced into subjection the large and important countries that now form the territories of all Austria south of that river, and of East Switzerland, Lower Württemberg, Bavaria, the Valtelline, and the Tyrol. While the progress of the Roman arms thus pressed the Germans from the south, still more formidable inroads had been made by the imperial legions on the west. Roman armies, moving from the province of Gaul, established a chain of fortresses along the right as well as the left bank of the Rhine, and, in a series of victorious campaigns, advanced their eagles as far as the Elbe, which now seemed added to the list of vassal rivers, to the Nile, the Rhine, the Rhone, the Danube, the Tagus, the Seine, and many more that acknowledge the supremacy of the Tiber. Roman fleets also, sailing from the harbors of Gaul along the German coasts and up the estuaries, cooperated with the land forces of the empire, and seemed to display, even more decisively than her armies, her overwhelming superiority over the rude Germanic tribes. Throughout the territory thus invaded, the Romans had, with their usual military skill, established fortified posts, and a powerful army of occupation was kept on foot, ready to move instantly on any spot where a popular outbreak might be attempted. Vast, however, and admirably organized as the fabric of Roman power appeared on the frontiers and in the provinces, there was rottenness at the core. In Rome's unceasing hostilities with foreign foes, and still more in her long series of desolating civil wars, the free middle classes of Italy had almost wholly disappeared. Above the position which they had occupied, an oligarchy of wealth had reared itself. Beneath that position, a degraded mass of poverty and misery was fermenting. Slaves, the chance sweepings of every conquered country, shoals of Africans, Sardinians, Asiatics, Illyrians, and others made up the bulk of the population of the Italian peninsula. The foulest profligacy of manners was general in all ranks. In universal weariness of revolution and civil war, and in consciousness of being too debased for self-government, the nation had submitted itself to the absolute authority of Augustus. Adulation was now the chief function of the Senate, and the gifts of genius and accomplishments of art were devoted to the elaboration of eloquently false panegyrics upon the prince and his favorite courtiers. With bitter indignation must the German chieftain have beheld all this, and contrasted with it the rough worth of his own countrymen, their bravery, their fidelity to their word, their manly independence of spirit, their love of their national free institutions, and their loathing of every pollution and meanness. Above all, he must have thought of the domestic virtues that hallowed a German home, of the respect there shown to the female character, and of the pure affection by which that respect was repaid. His soul must have burned within him at the contemplation of such a race yielding to these debased Italians. Still, to persuade the Germans to combine, in spite of the frequent feuds among themselves, in one sudden outbreak against Rome, to keep the scheme concealed from the Romans until the hour for action arrived, and then, without possessing a single walled town, without military stores, without training, to teach his insurgent countrymen to defeat veteran armies and storm fortifications, seemed so perilous an enterprise that probably Arminius would have receded from it had not a stronger feeling even than patriotism urged him on. Among the Germans of high rank, who had most readily submitted to the invaders and become zealous partisans of Roman authority, was a chieftain named Segestes. His daughter, Thusnelda, was preeminent among the noble maidens of Germany. Arminius had sought her hand in marriage, but Segestes, who probably discerned the young chief's disaffection to Rome, forbade his suit, and strove to preclude all communication between him and his daughter. Thusnelda, however, sympathized far more with the heroic spirit of her lover than with the time-serving policy of her father. An elopement baffled the precautions of Segestes, who, disappointed in his hope of preventing the marriage, accused Arminius before the Roman governor of having carried off his daughter and of planning treason against Rome. Thus assailed, and dreading to see his bride torn from him by the officials of the foreign oppressor, Arminius delayed no longer, but bent all his energies to organize and execute a general insurrection of the great mass of his countrymen, who, hitherto, had submitted in sullen hatred to the Roman dominion. A change of governors had recently taken place, which, while it materially favored the ultimate success of the insurgents, served, by the immediate aggravation of the Roman oppressions which it produced, to make the native population more universally eager to take arms. Tiberius, who was afterward emperor, had recently been recalled from the command in Germany and sent into Pannonia to put down a dangerous revolt which had broken out against the Romans in that province. The German patriots were thus delivered from the stern supervision of one of the most suspicious of mankind, and were also relieved from having to contend against the high military talents of a veteran commander, who thoroughly understood their national character, and also the nature of the country, which he himself had principally subdued. In the room of Tiberius, Augustus sent into Germany Quintilius Varus, who had lately returned from the proconsulate of Syria. Varus was a true representative of the higher classes of the Romans, among whom a general taste for literature, a keen susceptibility to all intellectual gratifications, a minute acquaintance with the principles and practice of their own national jurisprudence, a careful training in the schools of the rhetoricians, and a fondness for either partaking in or watching the intellectual strife of forensic oratory, had become generally diffused, without, however, having humanized the old Roman spirit of cruel indifference to human feelings and human sufferings, and without acting as the least checks on unprincipled avarice and ambition, or on habitual and gross profligacy. Accustomed to govern the depraved and debased natives of Syria, a country where courage in man and virtue in woman had for centuries been unknown, Varus thought that he might gratify his licentious and rapacious passions with equal impunity among the high-minded sons and pure-spirited daughters of Germany. When the general of an army sets the example of outrages of this description, he is soon faithfully imitated by his officers and surpassed by his still more brutal soldiery. The Romans now habitually indulged in those violations of the sanctity of the domestic shrine, and those insults upon honor and modesty by which far less gallant spirits than those of our Teutonic ancestors have often been maddened into insurrection. Arminius found among the other German chiefs many who sympathized with him in his indignation at their country's abasement, and many whom private wrongs had stung yet more deeply. There was little difficulty in collecting bold leaders for an attack on the oppressors, and little fear of the population not rising readily at those leaders' call. But to declare open war against Rome, and to encounter Varus's army in a pitched battle, would have been merely rushing upon certain destruction. Varus had 3 legions under him, a force which, after allowing for detachments, cannot be estimated at less than 14,000 Roman infantry. He had also 800 or 900 Roman cavalry, and at least an equal number of horse and foot sent from the allied states, or raised among those provincials who had not received the Roman franchise. It was not merely the number, but the quality of this force that made them formidable, and, however contemptible Varus might be as a general, Arminius well knew how admirably the Roman armies were organized and officered, and how perfectly the legionaries understood every maneuver and every duty which the varying emergencies of a stricken field might require. Stratagem was, therefore, indispensable, and it was necessary to blind Varus to their schemes until a favorable opportunity should arrive for striking a decisive blow. For this purpose, the German confederates frequented the headquarters of Varus, which seem to have been near the center of the modern country of Westphalia, where the Roman general conducted himself with all the arrogant security of the governor of a perfectly submissive province. There Varus gratified at once his vanity, his rhetorical tastes, and his avarice by holding courts to which he summoned the Germans for the settlement of all their disputes, while a bar of Roman advocates attended to argue the cases before the tribunal of Varus, who did not omit the opportunity of exacting court fees and accepting bribes. Varus trusted implicitly to the respect which the Germans pretended to pay to his abilities as a judge, and to the interest which they affected to take in the forensic eloquence of their conquerors. Meanwhile, a succession of heavy rains rendered the country more difficult for the operations of regular troops, and Arminius, seeing that the infatuation of Varus was complete, secretly directed the tribes near the Weser and the Ems to take up arms in open revolt against the Romans. This was represented to Varus as an occasion which required his prompt attendance at the spot, but he was kept in studied ignorance of its being part of a concerted national rising, and he still looked on Arminius as his submissive vassal, whose aid he might rely on in facilitating the march of his troops against the rebels, and in extinguishing the local disturbance. He therefore set his army in motion, and marched eastward in a line parallel to the course of the Lippe. For some distance his route lay along a level plain, but on arriving at the tract between the curve of the upper part of that stream and the sources of the Ems, the country assumes a very different character, and here, in the territory of the modern little principality of Lippe, it was that Arminius had fixed the scene of his enterprise. A wooded and hilly region intervenes between the heads of the 2 rivers, and forms the watershed of their streams. This region still retains the name Teutobergenwald, Teutobergiensis Saltus, which it bore in the days of Arminius. The nature of the ground has probably also remained unaltered. The eastern part of it, round Detmold, the modern capital of the Principality of Lippe, is described by a modern German scholar, Dr. Plate, as being a, quote, tableland intersected by numerous deep and narrow valleys, which, in some places, form small plains, surrounded by steep mountains and rocks, and only accessible by narrow defiles. All the valleys are traversed by rapid streams, shallow in the dry season, but subject to sudden swellings in autumn and winter. The vast forests which cover the summits and slopes of the hills consist chiefly of oak. There is little underwood, and both men and horse would move with ease in the forests if the ground were not broken by gullies or rendered impracticable by fallen trees." End quote. This is the district to which Varus is supposed to have marched, and Dr. Plate adds that, quote, "the names of several localities on and near that spot seem to indicate that a great battle had once been fought there. We find the names Das Wienefeld, the field of victory, Die Nockenbahn, the bone lane, Die Nockenleck, the bone brook, Der Mordkessel, the kettle of slaughter, and others." End quote. Contrary to the usual strict principles of Roman discipline, Varus had suffered his army to be accompanied and impeded by an immense train of baggage wagons and by a rabble of camp followers, as if his troops had been merely changing their quarters in a friendly country. When the long array quitted the firm, level ground and began to wind its way among the woods, the marshes, and the ravines, the difficulties of the march, even without the intervention of an armed foe, became fearfully apparent. In many places the soil, sodden with rain, was impracticable for cavalry and even for infantry until trees had been felled and a rude causeway formed through the morass. The duties of the engineer were familiar to all who served in the Roman armies, but the crowd and confusion of the columns embarrassed the working parties of the soldiery, and in the midst of their toil and disorder the word was suddenly passed through their ranks that the rear guard was attacked by the barbarians. Varus resolved on pressing forward, but a heavy discharge of missiles from the woods on either flank taught him how serious was the peril, and he saw his best men falling round him without the opportunity of retaliation, for his light-armed auxiliaries, who were principally of Germanic race, now rapidly deserted, and it was impossible to deploy the legionaries on such broken ground for a charge against the enemy. Choosing one of the most open and firm spots which they could force their way to, the Romans halted for the night, and, faithful to their national discipline and tactics, formed their camp amid the harassing attacks of the rapidly thronging foes with the elaborate toil and systematic skill the traces of which are impressed permanently on the soil of so many European countries, attesting the presence in the olden time of the imperial eagles. On the morrow the Romans renewed their march. The veteran officers who served under Varus, now probably directing the operations, and hoping to find the Germans drawn up to meet them, in which case they relied on their own superior discipline and tactics for such a victory as should reassure the supremacy of Rome. But Arminius was far too sage a commander to lead on his followers, with their unwieldy broadswords and inefficient defensive armor, against the Roman legionaries, fully armed with helmet, cuirass, greaves, and shield, who were skilled to commence the conflict with a murderous volley of heavy javelins hurled upon the foe when a few yards distant, and then, with their short cut-and-thrust swords, to hew their way through all opposition, preserving the utmost steadiness and coolness, and obeying each word of command, in the midst of strife and slaughter, with the same precision and alertness as if upon parade. Arminius suffered the Romans to march out from their camp, to form first in line for action, and then in column for marching, without the show of opposition. For some distance Varus was allowed to move on, only harassed by slight skirmishes, but struggling with difficulty through the broken ground, the toil and distress of his men being aggravated by heavy torrents of rain, which burst upon the devoted legions as if the angry gods of Germany were pouring out the vials of their wrath upon the invaders. After some little time, their van approached a ridge of high wooded ground, which is one of the offshoots of the great Hercynian forest, and is situated between the modern villages of Dreiburg and Bielefeld. Arminius had caused barricades of hewn trees to be formed here so as to add to the natural difficulties of the passage. Fatigue and discouragement now began to betray themselves in the Roman ranks. Their line became less steady. Baggage wagons were abandoned from the impossibility of forcing them along, and as this happened, many soldiers left their ranks and crowded round the wagons to secure the most valuable portions of their property. Each was busy about his own affairs, and purposely slow in hearing the word of command from his officers. End of section 37. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 38 of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2, edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rudd. Germans under Arminius revolt against Rome, A.D. 9, by Sir Edward S. Creasy, Part 2. Arminius now gave the signal for a general attack. The fierce shouts of the Germans pealed through the gloom of the forests, and in thronging multitudes they assailed the flanks of the invaders, pouring in clouds of darts on the encumbered legionaries as they struggled up the glens or floundered in the morasses, and watching every opportunity of charging through the intervals of the disjointed column, and so cutting off the communication between its several brigades. Arminius, with a chosen band of personal retainers around him, cheered on his countrymen by voice and example. He and his men aimed their weapons particularly at the horses of the Roman cavalry. The wounded animals, slipping about in the mire and their own blood, threw their riders and plunged among the ranks of the legions, disordering all round them. Varus now ordered the troops to be countermarched in the hope of reaching the nearest Roman garrison on the lip. But retreat now was as impracticable as advance, and the falling back of the Romans only augmented the courage of their assailants and caused fiercer and more frequent charges on the flanks of the disheartened army. The Roman officer who commanded the cavalry, Numonius Valla, rode off with his squadrons in the vain hope of escaping by thus abandoning his comrades. Unable to keep together or force their way across the woods and swamps, the horsemen were overpowered in detail and slaughtered to the last man. The Roman infantry still held together and resisted, but more through the instinct of discipline and bravery than from any hope of success or escape. Varus, after being severely wounded in a charge of the Germans against his part of the column, committed suicide to avoid falling into the hands of those whom he had exasperated by his oppressions. One of the lieutenants general of the army fell fighting. The other surrendered to the enemy. But mercy to a fallen foe had never been a Roman virtue, and those among her legions who now laid down their arms in hope of quarter drank deep of the cup of suffering which Rome had held to the lips of many a brave but unfortunate enemy. The infuriated Germans slaughtered their oppressors with deliberate ferocity, and those prisoners who were not hewn to pieces on the spot were only preserved to perish by a more cruel death in cold blood. The bulk of the Roman army fought steadily and stubbornly, frequently repelling the masses of assailants, but gradually losing the compactness of their array, and becoming weaker and weaker beneath the incessant shower of darts and the reiterated assaults of the vigorous and unencumbered Germans. At last, in a series of desperate attacks, the column was pierced through and through, 2 of the eagles captured, and the Roman host, which on the morning before had marched forth in such pride and might, now broken up into confused fragments, either fell fighting beneath the overpowering numbers of the enemy, or perished in the swamps and woods in unavailing efforts at flight. Few, very few, ever saw again the left bank of the Rhine. One body of brave veterans, arraying themselves in a ring on a little mound, beat off every charge of the Germans, and prolonged their honorable resistance to the close of that dreadful day. The traces of a feeble attempt at forming a ditch and mound attested in after years the spot where the last of the Romans passed their night of suffering and despair. But on the morrow this remnant also, worn out with hunger, wounds, and toil, was charged by the victorious Germans, and either massacred on the spot, or offered up in fearful rites on the altars of the deities of the old mythology of the north. A gorge in the mountain ridge, through which runs the modern road between Paderborn and Pyrmont, leads from the spot where the heat of the battle raged to the Exterstein, a cluster of bold and grotesque rocks of sandstone, near which is a small sheet of water, overshadowed by a grove of aged trees. According to local tradition, this was one of the sacred groves of the ancient Germans, and it was here that the Roman captives were slain in sacrifice by the victorious warriors of Arminius. Never was victory more decisive. Never was the liberation of an oppressed people more instantaneous and complete. Throughout Germany, the Roman garrisons were assailed and cut off, and within a few weeks after Varus had fallen, the German soil was freed from the foot of an invader. At Rome, the tidings of the battle were received with an agony of terror, the reports of which we would deem exaggerated did they not come from Roman historians themselves. They not only tell emphatically how great was the awe which the Romans felt of the prowess of the Germans if their various tribes could be brought to unite for a common purpose, but they also reveal how weakened and debased the population of Italy had become. Dion Cassius says, quote, "Then Augustus, when he heard the calamity of Varus, rent his garment and was in great affliction for the troops he had lost, and for terror respecting the Germans and the Gauls, and his chief alarm was that he expected them to push on against Italy and Rome, and there remained no Roman youth fit for military duty that were worth speaking of, and the allied populations that were at all serviceable had been wasted away. Yet he prepared for the emergency as well as his means allowed, and when none of the citizens of military age were willing to enlist, he made them cast lots, and punished by confiscation of goods and disfranchisement every 5th man among those under 35, and every 10th man of those above that age. At last, when he found that not even thus could he make many come forward, he put some of them to death. So he made a conscription of discharged veterans and of emancipated slaves, and, collecting as large a force as he could, sent it under Tiberius with all speed into Germany." End quote. Footnote. It is clear that the Romans followed the policy of fomenting dissensions and wars of the Germans among themselves. End footnote. Dion mentions also a number of terrific portents that were believed to have occurred at the time, and the narration of which is not immaterial, as it shows the state of the public mind when such things were so believed in and so interpreted. The summits of the Alps were said to have fallen, and 3 columns of fire to have blazed up from them. In the Campus Martius, the temple of the war god, from whom the founder of Rome had sprung, was struck by a thunderbolt. The nightly heavens glowed several times as if on fire. Many comets blazed forth together, and fiery meteors shaped like spears had shot from the northern quarter of the sky down into the Roman camps. It was said, too, that a statue of Victory, which had stood at a place on the frontier, pointing the way toward Germany, had of its own accord turned round and now pointed to Italy. These and other prodigies were believed by the multitude to accompany the slaughter of Varus's legions and to manifest the anger of the gods against Rome. Augustus himself was not free from superstition, but on this occasion no supernatural terrors were needed to increase the alarm and grief that he felt, and which made him, even months after the news of the battle had arrived, often beat his head against the wall and exclaim, quote, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." End quote. We learn this from his biographer Suetonius, and indeed every ancient writer who alludes to the overthrow of Varus attests the importance of the blow against the Roman power and the bitterness with which it was felt. The Germans did not pursue their victory beyond their own territory, but that victory secured at once and forever the independence of the Teutonic race. Rome sent, indeed, her legions again into Germany to parade a temporary superiority, but all hopes of permanent conquests were abandoned by Augustus and his successors. The blow which Arminius had struck never was forgotten. Roman fear disguised itself under the specious title of moderation, and the Rhine became the acknowledged boundary of the two nations until the 5th century of our era, when the Germans became the assailants, and carved with their conquering swords the provinces of imperial Rome into the kingdoms of modern Europe. Arminius. I have said above that the great Cheruscan is more truly one of our national heroes than Caractacus is. It may be added that an Englishman is entitled to claim a closer degree of relationship with Arminius than can be claimed by any German of modern Germany. The proof of this depends on the proof of 4 facts. First, that the Cheruscans were Old Saxons, or Saxons of the interior of Germany. Secondly, that the Anglo-Saxons, or Saxons of the coast of Germany, were more closely akin than other German tribes were to the Cheruscan Saxons. Thirdly, that the Old Saxons were almost exterminated by Charlemagne. Fourthly, that the Anglo-Saxons are our immediate ancestors. The last of these may be assumed as an axiom in English history. The proofs of the other 3 are partly philological and partly historical. It may be, however, here remarked that the present Saxons of Germany are of the High Germanic division of the German race, whereas both the Anglo-Saxon and Old Saxon were of the Low Germanic. Being thus the nearest heirs of the glory of Arminius, we may fairly devote more attention to his career than, in such a work as the present, could be allowed to any individual leader, and it is interesting to trace how far his fame survived during the Middle Ages, both among the Germans of the continent and among ourselves. It seems probable that the jealousy with which Maroboduus, the king of the Suevi and Marcomanni, regarded Arminius, and which ultimately broke out into open hostilities between those German tribes and the Cherusci, prevented Arminius from leading the Confederate Germans to attack Italy after his first victory. Perhaps he may have had the rare moderation of being content with the liberation of his country, without seeking to retaliate on her former oppressors. When Tiberius marched into Germany in the year 10, Arminius was too cautious to attack him on ground favorable to the legions, and Tiberius was too skillful to entangle his troops in the difficult parts of the country. His march and countermarch were as unresisted as they were unproductive. A few years later, when a dangerous revolt of the Roman legions near the frontier caused their generals to find them active employment by leading them into the interior of Germany, we find Arminius again active in his country's defense. The old quarrel between him and his father-in-law Segestes had broken out afresh. Segestes now called in the aid of the Roman general Germanicus, to whom he surrendered himself, and by his contrivance his daughter Thusnelda, the wife of Arminius, also came into the hands of the Romans, she being far advanced in pregnancy. She showed, as Tacitus relates, more of the spirit of her husband than of her father, a spirit that could not be subdued into tears or supplications. She was sent to Ravenna, and there gave birth to a son, whose life we know, from an allusion in Tacitus, to have been eventful and unhappy, but the part of the great historian's work which narrated his fate has perished, and we only know from another quarter that the son of Arminius was, at the age of 4 years, led captive in a triumphal pageant along the streets of Rome. The high spirit of Arminius was goaded almost into frenzy by these bereavements. The fate of his wife thus torn from him, and of his babe, doomed to bondage even before its birth, inflamed the eloquent invectives with which he roused his countrymen against the home traitors and against their invaders, who thus made war upon women and children. Germanicus had marched his army to the place where Varus had perished, and had there paid funeral honours to the ghastly relics of his predecessor's legions that he found heaped around him. Arminius lured him to advance a little farther into the country, and then assailed him, and fought a battle which, by the Roman accounts, was a drawn one. Footnote: in the Museum of Rhenish Antiquities at Bonn, there is a Roman sepulchral monument, the inscription on which records that it was erected to the memory of Monsieur Quilius, who fell Bellavariano. End footnote. The effect of it was to make Germanicus resolve on retreating to the Rhine. He himself, with part of his troops, embarked in some vessels on the Ems, and returned by that river, and then by sea. But part of his forces were entrusted to a Roman general named Caecina, to lead them back by land to the Rhine. Arminius followed this division on its march, and fought several battles with it, in which he inflicted heavy loss on the Romans, captured the greater part of their baggage, and would have destroyed them completely, had not his skilful system of operations been finally thwarted by the haste of Guiomerus, a confederate German chief, who insisted on assaulting the Romans in their camp, instead of waiting till they were entangled in the difficulties of the country, and assailing their columns on the march. In the following year the Romans were inactive, but in the year afterward Germanicus led a fresh invasion. He placed his army on shipboard, and sailed to the mouth of the Ems, where he disembarked, and marched to the Weser, there encamping, probably in the neighbourhood of Minden. Arminius had collected his army on the other side of the river, and a scene occurred which is powerfully told by Tacitus, and which is the subject of a beautiful poem by Praed. It has been already mentioned that the brother of Arminius, like himself, had been trained up while young to serve in the Roman armies, but, unlike Arminius, he not only refused to quit the Roman service for that of his country, but fought against his country with the legions of Germanicus. He had assumed the Roman name of Flavius, and had gained considerable distinction in the Roman service, in which he had lost an eye from a wound in battle. When the Roman outposts approached the river Weser, Arminius called out to them from the opposite bank, and expressed a wish to see his brother. Flavius stepped forward, and Arminius ordered his own followers to retire, and requested that the archers should be removed from the Roman bank of the river. This was done, and the brothers, who apparently had not seen each other for some years, began a conversation from the opposite sides of the stream, in which Arminius questioned his brother respecting the loss of his eye, and what battle it had been lost in, and what reward he had received for his wound. Flavius told him how the eye was lost, and mentioned the increased pay that he had on account of its loss, and showed the collar and other military decorations that had been given him. Arminius mocked at these as badges of slavery, and then each began to try to win the other over. Flavius boasting the power of Rome and her generosity to the submissive, Arminius appealing to him in the name of their country's gods, of the mother that had borne them, and by the holy names of fatherland and freedom, not to prefer being the betrayer to being the champion of his country. They soon proceeded to mutual taunts and menaces, and Flavius called aloud for his horse and his arms, that he might dash across the river and attack his brother. Nor would he have been checked from doing so, had not the Roman general Stertinius run up to him and forcibly detained him. Arminius stood on the other bank, threatening the renegade and defying him to battle. I shall not be thought to need apology for quoting here the stanzas in which Praed has described this scene, a scene among the most affecting, as well as the most striking, that history supplies. It makes us reflect on the desolate position of Arminius, with his wife and child captives in the enemy's hands, and with his brother, a renegade in arms against him. The great liberator of our German race was there, with every source of human happiness denied him, except the consciousness of doing his duty to his country. Quote, "Back, back, he fears not foaming flood, who fears not steel-clad line. No warrior thou of German blood, no brother thou of mine. Go, earn Rome's chain to load thy neck, her gems to deck thy hilt, and blazon honor's hapless wreck with all the gauds of guilt. But wouldst thou have me share the prey, by all that I have done, the Varian bones that day by day lie whitening in the sun, the legion's trampled panoply, the eagle's shattered wing, I would not be for earth or sky so scorned and mean a thing. Ho, call me here the wizard boy, of dark and subtle skill, to agonize but not destroy, to torture not to kill. When swords are out and shriek and shout, leave little room for prayer, no fetter on man's arm or heart hangs half so heavy there. I curse him by the gifts the land hath won from him and Rome, the riving axe, the wasting brand, rent forest, blazing home. I curse him by our country's gods, the terrible, the dark, the breakers of the Roman rods, the smiters of the bark. Oh, misery, that such a ban on such a brow should be! Why comes he not in battle's van, his country's chief to be? To stand a comrade by my side, the sharer of my fame, and worthy of a brother's pride and of a brother's name. But it is past, where heroes press and cowards bend the knee. Arminius is not brotherless, his brethren are the free. They come around 1 hour, and light will fade from turf and tide. Then onward, onward to the fight, with darkness for our guide. Tonight, tonight, when we shall meet in combat face to face, then only would Arminius greet the renegade's embrace. The canker of Rome's guilt shall be upon his dying name, and as he lived in slavery, so shall he fall in shame." End quote. On the day after the Romans had reached the Weser, Germanicus led his army across that river, and a partial encounter took place in which Arminius was successful. But on the succeeding day a general action was fought in which Arminius was severely wounded and the German infantry routed with heavy loss. The horsemen of the two armies encountered without either party gaining the advantage, but the Roman army remained master of the ground and claimed a complete victory. Germanicus erected a trophy in the field with a vaunting inscription that the nations between the Rhine and the Elbe had been thoroughly conquered by his army. But that army speedily made a final retreat to the left bank of the Rhine, nor was the effect of their campaign more durable than their trophy. The sarcasm with which Tacitus speaks of certain other triumphs of Roman generals over Germans may apply to the pageant which Germanicus celebrated on his return to Rome from his command of the Roman army of the Rhine. The Germans were, quote, "triumphati potius quam victi." End quote. After the Romans had abandoned their attempts on Germany, we find Arminius engaged in hostilities with Maroboduus, king of the Suevi and Marcomanni, who was endeavoring to bring the other German tribes into a state of dependency on him. Arminius was at the head of the Germans who took up arms against this home invader of their liberties. After some minor engagements, a pitched battle was fought between the two confederacies, A.D. 19, in which the loss on each side was equal, but Maroboduus confessed the ascendancy of his antagonist by avoiding a renewal of the engagement and by imploring the intervention of the Romans in his defense. The younger Drusus then commanded the Roman legions in the province of Illyricum, and by his mediation a peace was concluded between Arminius and Maroboduus, by the terms of which it is evident that the latter must have renounced his ambitious schemes against the freedom of the other German tribes. Arminius did not long survive this second war of independence, which he successfully waged for his country. He was assassinated in the 37th year of his age by some of his own kinsmen who conspired against him. Tacitus says that this happened while he was engaged in a civil war, which had been caused by his attempts to make himself king over his countrymen. It is far more probable, as one of the best biographers has observed, that Tacitus misunderstood an attempt of Arminius to extend his influence as elective war chieftain of the Cherusci and other tribes for an attempt to obtain the royal dignity. When we remember that his father-in-law and his brother were renegades, we can well understand that a party among his kinsmen may have been bitterly hostile to him, and have opposed his authority with the tribe by open violence, and, when that seemed ineffectual, by secret assassination. Arminius left a name which the historians of the nation, against which he combated so long and so gloriously, have delighted to honor. It is from the most indisputable source, from the lips of enemies, that we know his exploits. His countrymen made history, but did not write it. But his memory lived among them in the days of their bards, who recorded, quote, "the deeds he did, the fields he won, the freedom he restored." End quote. Tacitus, writing years after the death of Arminius, says of him, "Canitur ad huc barbarus apud gentes." End quote. As time passed on, the gratitude of ancient Germany to her great deliverer grew into adoration, and divine honors were paid for centuries to Arminius by every tribe of the Low Germanic division of the Teutonic races. The Irminsul, or the Column of Hermann, near Eresburg, the modern Stadtberg, was the chosen object of worship to the descendants of the Cherusci, the Old Saxons, and in defense of which they fought most desperately against Charlemagne and his Christianized Franks. Quote, "Irmin, in the cloudy Olympus of Teutonic belief, appears as a king and a warrior, and the pillar, the Irminsul, bearing the statue and considered as the symbol of the deity, was the palladium of the Saxon nation until the temple of Eresburg was destroyed by Charlemagne, and the column itself transferred to the monastery of Corbie, where perhaps a portion of the rude rock idol yet remains, covered by the ornaments of the Gothic era." End quote. Traces of the worship of Arminius are to be found among our Anglo-Saxon ancestors after their settlement in this island. One of the four great highways was held to be under the protection of the deity, and was called the Irmin Street. The name Arminius is, of course, the mere Latinized form of Hermann, the name by which the hero and the deity were known by every man of Low German blood on either side of the German Sea. It means, etymologically, the war man, the man of hosts. No other explanation of the worship of the Irminsul and of the name of the Irmin Street is so satisfactory as that which connects them with the deified Arminius. We know for certain of the existence of other columns of an analogous character. Thus there was the Rolandsul in North Germany, there was a Thorsul in Sweden, and, what is more important, there was an Athelstansul in Saxon England. End of section 38. Recording by Linda Johnson. End of The Great Events by Famous Historians, Volume 2. Edited by Charles F. Horn, Rossiter Johnson, and John Rood.